There is an eighth dimension beyond that which is known to normies. It is a dimension as vast as the planes and as timeless as the directional pad. It is the middle ground between reality and fantasy, between science and imagination, and it lies between the pit of man's rage and the summit of his elation. This is the dimension of imagination, action, and wonder. It is an area we call the gaming experience, and we shall be your guides. I'm not much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And this is Gamersperience. Can you believe we're already starting our fourth season?
No, I can't. I honestly, I like in last episode, I didn't think we'd get this far. I really didn't.
Oh,
But I do have fun with this.
like that one SpongeBob meme with Plankton. It's like, "So what are you going to do now?" I don't know. I never thought I'd get this far.
Exactly. So if memory serves today, we are doing some character stories
Finally.
because and well, it's been a while. We don't exactly have people sending us a bunch in. Don't think we have any on our Gmail. We do have one sent in by a listener. Kind of had to twist his arm to get him to write it, but he wrote it finally. I do have good news for our listeners that actually end up remembering the fact that we are streamers. About a week or two ago, I did do a raft stream. I'm actually starting to stream more because my schedule's opened up more enough to where I can start streaming again. Later this week, I plan on either doing more of the raft stream or doing. Let me bet. Try to remember what I was doing. Radical Red Pokemon.
You know, by the time this is live, that week is probably as would have already passed.
You know, that just dawned on me. I'm gonna start streaming at least once a week. Okay,
Okay.
try.
And
I'm
where
leaning towards Fridays
and where are you going to be streaming?
on Twitch on my channel. Literally, Chaos Assassin on Twitch
Okay.
because I don't know how to stream on YouTube just yet.
That's fine. I still have shitty internet, so I can't stream.
Hey, eventually you'll get good stuff, right?
Yeah, when Terra finally lays some fiber out here.
I know, right? Anyways, let's get into some of these character stories because you said you had one, so let's hear the one that you have, good sir.
Well, the campaign is, I by this point, is falling apart because the guy who ran it actually did it a little differently. Instead of being heroes fighting monsters, we are the monsters. And it has special point buy and everything, but in this game we have two forms. One is our monster powerful form, the other is just like a pretty weak, like 10 hit point normal form. Yeah, a lot of others have like Dragon, Warforge, cool stuff for their monster form. My monster form is a medium sized house cat, and normal form is a small sized house cat. Pretty stealthy though. But we have
I can see a cat being a monster. They're always trying to kill you. They always try to trip you exactly when you're heading towards the stairs. Every time.
Yeah, I don't know why I picked it. I just picked it, but we're sort of based around a tower, and we have to go out and get magical items to feed the tower. Our last one made the area around the tower, like a forest and stuff, die. So it was attracting attention. And some people from the either Adventurers Guild, were going to investigate, and somebody from some local priesthood was putting these jars of glowing like holy liquid around in holes around the tower, trying to like seal it or something. Well, they were handling them very carefully. And of course, in the house cat form, my character goes in, and nobody really cares because nobody really pays much attention to a house cat. But there were some on the table. And of course, I was role playing a cat, so I just started pushing and knocked one off the table. That's what cats do. Well, there's a reason everybody else was handling them so carefully. It was pretty much like a magical, holy nitroglycerin. The liquid in the jar that I knocked over blew up, triggering the other ones around it, and then triggering all of them around the tower.
That is hilarious.
Yeah, I was kind of laughing as it happened. Then the GM started rolling dice, and cat barely survived. Barely.
Hey, that's why cats have 9 lives, right?
Yeah, I think you just used like six of them there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I like that. I'm now intrigued of no. Y'all are the monsters. Y'all have to protect y'all's basically y'all's dungeon from adventures. I like the concept of that. I might have to do something like that.
Yeah, you haven't even had a point buy system with a certain number of like monster points or evolution points or something we have. One of the reasons that plays is collapsing because actually getting played, he has to go through and reevaluate all that.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I love the concept of it though. That's
yeah,
a fun concept.
yeah.
It's like the concept of the oh no. Y'all are playing the villagers and y'all have to deal with the economy of it, the fact of adventures coming in, giving them missions, outside threats. Y'all have to figure all that out. I mean that's a dumber down version of it. Oh no, you just have to do the but like I like the concept of doing some of those things.
Okay.
So let's get to this viewer story that we have sent to us by Normal Sheet. He asked us to refer to him as Norm because he wants to think he's normal. So, so I was doing a pirate campaign for Pathfinder. I decided to do an armor hulked barbarian who specialized in overrun maneuver. We were at 8 level at the time, so at first it was a simple kill the pirates trying to raid us before they can board our ship. I jumped onto theirs after killing one of their buffer guys, a barbarian. A spellcaster came up from below the deck and cast confusion on me. Big mistake on them because my party just stayed on the other ship. And in the meantime, I ran over everyone on the ship, avoiding attacks because AC of 28, touch of 24, flat footed 22. Also, sometimes babbling like an idiot, my damage output was around 25 to 34 on average. And I could overrun until he fails. Busted character, and he goes on to say the fact the friend made him make a Gestalt version, and the friend was me. Because I wanted to have this overrun character in my campaign as an NPC, and we realized no, the party is not going to fight it.
Hmm. I don't blame them.
The story's kind of short because he wrote it in like 5 minutes, if that.
Yeah.
But he has told me about this story, and basically he gets such bonuses to overrun that as long as he can make the check, he can keep moving and keep overrunning as long as people are within a certain distance of each other. So his is a barbarian. When we made it Gestalt, we added, I forget what fighter we did, but we added a fighter archetype on top of it. And for those who don't know what Gestalt is, you basically take 2 levels at the same time, taking the best of both classes and keep going. So if you went like a barbarian wizard, you take the barbarian's hit points, but you take the wizard's skill per ranks, and you'd also take the wizard's like will save, barbarian's con, but you get all of the class skills for both classes. It's better for more experienced players and those who want a higher power game. But when we built him, we turned it into a level 20. He had like a plus 40, 50 something just to overrun.
Ooh.
And that's before he rolled the die. And for every consecutive overrun, he'd still be he'd only be taking a -2 up to a -8. I don't remember how we did it, but he could just keep overrunning. Like it was insane.
Yeah, and Pathfinder, you don't need cars to run people's asses over.
Nope.
Just a barbarian.
Out when we were gonna have it as the party needed to ride the train, and we were gonna name the character because it wasn't gonna be the exact character but inspired. We were gonna name him Train.
Hmm.
They had to watch out for the train that goes through the town.
Yeah, yeah, that.
Basically, the Juggernaut.
Yeah, it'd take Colossus to fight him.
Immovable object versus unstoppable force. Um, I do have something that I wanted to share because I want our viewers' opinion on it. So I was watching an anime a little bit ago, and I want to make an item based off of what I saw. Most people know how holy water works, right? Damages undead, even if they're incorporeal and stuff. But unless you have a magical item, you can't hit them, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you take a vial of holy water, tie a rope to it, and started swinging it like a mace or something, and you hit a ghost with it. It'll just go straight through the ghost, wouldn't it? Because it's not
Mm,
magical, except for the holy water that's inside the vial.
makes sense to me.
Basically, a holy water mace that works especially well on incorporeal undead.
Hmm.
Going in the anime, they then opened it up and hey, look, we have sherbet ice cream.
I
Not sure
think
how that works, but okay.
I think that'd be more of a flail than a mace.
Oh yeah, flail. Sorry.
But I think everybody gets the picture.
Yeah, I saw that name. It's like I kind of like that idea. That's a valid chain of logic. If it's incorporeal and can go through solid objects, other than things with ghost touch, but it's still affected by like holy water, why not?
And you can send your opinions on that item to gamersperience@gmail.com, all lowercase, or at Gamersperience on X, formerly known as Twitter. Our DMs are open.
You can also send what y'all think on our Discord. Which, in
Yes,
order to get to our Discord, how do they find our Discord?
I have an invite link that I set to never expire on our pinned post.
What about people who don't have X, formerly known as Twitter? Do we have do we have a link on it on our YouTube channel?
Let me check real quick.
Because that's one of those things that I do know some people they don't have X. If they want to try to send us stuff and don't have an email for some unknown reason, maybe they could get a hold of us on Discord.
Yes, I do have one in the description of our videos.
And our YouTube channel is the Gamersperience Podcast, correct?
No, Gamer
It's
Experience
just
Podcast. No,
okay.
the.
All right. There you have it, folks. Have we
And
gotten any emails?
gotten offers from Spotify and stuff, but nothing in from Good Pods that we made like the top 90 in like the gaming, an indie gaming of all time. But that's it.
Wonder what our offer on for Spotify was.
Premium for $0 for like 3 months.
Oh, lovely.
Give it one last check. No.
Dang. Okay. So, character stories. Let's see. Do I have any? It's been so long since I've played. Um, I'm trying to think of if I could think of any off the top of my head. I could tell about how I made my barbarian Zeus.
Go right ahead.
So, in Pathfinder, especially in the earlier seasons of society, there was, the summoner before the unchained summoner. And anybody who's played both summoners know exactly how busted regular summoner is versus the unchained. I was still new to the game. I had made a skald. His name was Marvok. He was a half orc, and I had just leveled him up to 2. I was having fun with him. Well, in this scenario, we had to fight somebody who had a summoner with an Eidolon. Well, the Eidolon went first, walked up to Marvok because Marvok was the closest of the party, and went for a slam attack and crit.
Ooh.
He killed Marvok outright. Max HP, he went through that and through my con. Max roll on a crit from an Eidolon.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I was level 2, but even still, that hurt. So I decided to make Marvok's brother, technically half brother, but they didn't care, a human barbarian named Zeus. Zeus, all he got from the report was his brother was killed by a spellcaster. So he went hunting for all spellcasters to see if any of the spellcasters knew who killed his brother. Because obviously all spellcasters know each other.
Hmm.
Didn't matter if you were a spellcaster of the divine or the arcane or even the occult. He did not care. And if you didn't answer his questions, he'd probably kill you. I've had to make atonements for him a couple of times, but as of now, he has come to terms with his brother's death, has learned that not all spellcasters are bad. Some of them can make him have some real fun. Those who can cast enlarge on him, which is a terrible idea because he is an intimidating barbarian wielding a scythe. I built him for it. While he doesn't hit as hard as other barbarians, or he can get his heat hit easier than other barbarians as well, he makes up for it in the amount of penalties he can apply to an opponent. I can make you shaken, demoralized, sickened, and I forget what the other ones are. But I can make you from going to have a plus 20 to hit people to like a plus 12, which those who play know that's a huge difference. Believe he's actually my highest level character right now, and I have no idea where he is because him, like similar to my monk, the very first character I made in Pathfinder, like disappearing on me.
Mm. Well, if we're talking about the first characters we made for Pathfinder Society, my first one I made, we're still relatively new to Pathfinder, was, of course, a cleric because the party I was going to be playing, run by a GM who is very not liked
He's
within.
a very lethal GM.
Yes.
Huh?
Fortunately, she's still alive, but needed a healer. I made one. Of
Hey,
course,
it works.
usually need time to feel out and play a character before I know what they're like. She's pretty passive, honestly.
Nothing wrong with a passive cleric.
Though clerics of Serenray are supposed to be more active and combat focused, but in Pathfinder, clerics aren't like D&D 5e, and you literally have to build a cleric to be either effective in combat or support, not both. At least as far as I knew then, because I only had the core rulebook.
You can make one of both, but it's it's not going to be as effective as somebody who's focused solely on one or the other.
Yeah, at first she was solely focused on one until I hit ninth level. It's like, you know what? I'm tired of having to run from combat. Multi-class into
And two,
Brawler.
odd choice. Why?
Because Brawler's a more versatile martial class. And I
And with
think,
martial flexibility, if
yeah,
you are fighting something that is fighting you all in darkness or something or invisible, you can take blind fight easier. Yeah, no, it makes you versatile. Not bad.
and you actually told me about like a fighting style that's more defensive. So now my first character, Maija, I know that's mispronunciation of the Finnish name Maya, but in her back I sort of retconned and included it in her backstory. She is now a cleric brawler with brawler's flurry that can actually go crane style.
Hey, it works.
And I mean, earlier in the campaign, she actually had her scimitar taken away because she was more dangerous to herself with it than to anybody else. I think she'll be going to be getting it back.
Well, my first character, me and my dad were playing a lot of Diablo 3 at the time that he tried to get me to play Pathfinder. And the character I was really having fun with in Diablo 3 was the monk. We have a running joke of by the power of guitar. That monk in Diablo 3 is beyond broken. I can't even get to enemies the most of the time before they die because I just have that much, aura damage and everything else. It's not okay. But I decided I want to make a monk because I've played monks in the past in D&D. I enjoyed them, and it I didn't feel like doing a rogue at the time. So I made a dwarf monk, and I named him Daruana because I can't think of original names, and I have to make concepts and gimmicks for everything because I'm that kind of a toxic player.
Mm,
Definitely don't have any inspiration for my archer named Robin of
no,
Lockley from the Hood.
not at all.
Probably my most notable character actually is Robin. Although
Yeah,
Toto might give decent run for their money.
You've mentioned both a few times.
Of all my characters, this is the ones I have most fun with. And so I made a dwarf fighter. Last time I checked, they're level 9. It's nothing big, it's nothing broken because I was still new to it. But he's one of those that I really enjoy playing. I don't get to play him often because I lost him for a year and a half because I swapped from one binder to another and I ran out of binder sheets. And when we were playing a lot of low level characters, so I just set my higher level character somewhere and then they got moved and then I lost them. I did find him again. I think he's in my binder. I have no idea where Zeus is though.
Mm.
I got more organized as I learned to play. But one of the first games I vividly remember is one of my favorite missions. Um, we ended up getting in there, and we walked into a room, and the statues came alive. Our fighter went to hit it with his sword, and his sword broke.
Ooh.
And so the fighter no longer had a weapon because the one of the abilities of the statues is, oh, you hit me with a weapon, well, I'm gonna do damage to your weapon. I think they're carrion statues, I want to say is the name of the creature. Real nasty little creatures, similar to like a rust thing. Unarmed strikes have no effect, they don't deal damage to me. So it was left to me, the wizard, and the archer to fight these because the fighter couldn't do anything. I ended up killing, I think it was 3 of the 4 statues because I just sat there and just flurried. That was one of the first games that I actually really enjoyed and learned. Oh, monks are actually pretty strong because when the first time as I played him, I wasn't able to do anything to the enemies because the rest of the party killed them faster than I could get to them, which is funny for a monk.
Yeah.
But he's probably you can tell by looking at him and any of my earlier level or earlier numbered characters. You can tell like where I've gone and how much better I've gotten as making characters and just playing the game. I am hoping that with the new year, I can actually get my game started back up, as well as Norm, who is going to try to be a GM. He was going to run a game. That way I have a chance to play. I'm hoping we can actually get the games set up and maybe run. With the holidays, it's really hard because, every other week somebody's got family things because of the holidays. So we kind of just put everything on the back burner.
Well, at least my Starfinder campaign is still going.
Well, that's a plus.
Mainly started as a way to play test my missions, but then when they play, they got beyond that. But mainly, this is for me to gain experience as a GM.
Oh, hey, that's all you can do is gain experience. It's not something that you could just say, "Ooh, I'm just going to do this and pick it up right off the bat."
Yeah. Of course, I asked one of my players what he thought about the game, and one of the things he mainly had to say is that he could tell I was new, but and then we both agree that's like the only way I'm gonna actually gain experience is by running games.
Yeah, that's the only way to gain experience.
Yeah.
Um, I still do like the fact of the gift that you got me, the Gaslands car. Um,
Yes.
I am looking forward to trying this out. You have my roommate and even our neighbors uh, intrigued by it, so maybe we'll have some stories about Gaslands,
Yeah.
which will
For,
be interesting.
for those that don't know, Gaslands is a post-apocalyptic car combat tabletop game that uses like Hot Wheels and Matchbox size cars. And of
Basically,
course,
Mad Max.
yeah, but Gaslands revolves around like a television show.
Oh,
And you move the cars with templates, you roll dice and stuff. I'm sure you can. I know there's videos of it being played on YouTube.
there is a game that I would like to acquire the books for and try to run because it is one of my favorite games. There is a Fallout tabletop version.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Uh, I do plan on trying to save up the money and getting the books, and I'm going to attempt to figure out, okay, how do we play? And if so, I would like you, not much, to join us in the wasteland.
I would actually like to join you in the wasteland.
If I can get everything set up, I actually plan on streaming that again at some point because I do enjoy Fallout, and I do have the other Fallouts now. So I plan on doing a blind run of okay, how far can I get, and how screwed am I going to be?
Hmm.
And I do want people to look forward to that on my streams. I want to try to get at least once a week a stream out. And people who've watched my streams before, when I say I'm gonna stream for like 4 to 6 hours.
Oh, I just remembered a story about Maja.
Oh, go on, tell. We are in character stories, not me rambling on.
Yeah. Um, there's this one Pathfinder Society scenario, first edition, where one of the first big combat we were fighting black puddings, which are a type of ooze. And of course, when they hit you, they deal acid damage to whatever, like the armor you're wearing and stuff. And of course, she had a breastplate, but she wore it under her, like, a traveler's outfit. Of course, she wasn't as really combat capable at the time, so she was getting hit. She got grappled. Needs another caster to cast freedom of movement so she can escape. But then somebody pointed out that it should have been doing damage. And it's like at that point, her traveler's outfit just like finally gave up and fell off, leaving her in her breastplate, camisole, and bloomers. And now she always carries an extra set of clothes.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if, well, I don't know how exciting of a story or funny that was, but
But no,
it's,
that does bring up a valid point as far as it sparked a few things in my head. So everybody knows Robin, my archer.
yeah.
The entire reason, most people don't realize it, but I actually have him multi-classed into one level of wizard. He got tired of looking at the spellcasters and asking them, hey, what spell did they just throw at us? That was a giant explosion of fire. What was it? Oh, we don't know. What do you mean you don't know? We don't know. He got really tired of always having to ask the spellcasters, hey, what'd they throw at us? Hey, what are they casting? Is that bad? Do I need to deal with that now, or do I need to deal with the big guy? Like what? He got tired of people not being able to tell him. So he decided to go and learn. He went to, and I had him take a level of wizard to learn spellcraft as well as other knowledges that he was lacking. So he can then attempt to determine, oh, that giant explosion, that was fireball. I don't like fireball. I know it doesn't do much to me, but it hurts my party, so I can't let you be casting that. And because of that, he actually was able to learn better indications of, oh, that's a spellcaster. I'm gonna save my shot for when they start to cast. I'm then gonna shoot them.
Because he knows how long it takes to cast certain spells.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Which is funny because we had a GM who did not like the idea of a non-caster taking spellcraft. Even though he took a rank in spellcraft, because it wasn't a class skill, they wanted to argue the fact of he shouldn't be able to learn that. That's when we found out that you do not have to take things that are class skill only.
No. And in society, you must run rules as written.
Yep. But it's one of those things of it. It's why he has that level of wizard. He fought a few golems that arrows don't do anything to. So in response, he's gotten golem bane arrows as well as adamantium tipped arrows. Just for the fact of dealing with things that he's run into that he doesn't want to have issues with again. Has he run into golems since he got the golem thing? No.
Of course not.
But he even has a swarm clasp. So he can technically shoot a swarm of a swarm because his attacks go through it. Goes through the swarm's DR and stuff.
Nice.
Now explain how an arrow hitting a swarm of bees is actually damaging the swarm. I don't know.
Hits enough bees as the arrow goes through, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess. But he's grabbed items, and that's the one thing I like in society that you don't necessarily realize until you actually think about it, there's a lot of things that people do that they do because they find and fight a lot of things. Like most fighters, they have, one or two different weapons of different properties because yeah, their main weapon's a longsword. Longsword doesn't do much versus, skeletons. Hence why they have the mace. That way they can still deal with skeletons. But that's something that, hey, that's a form of character development and growth.
Yeah, like my pure, well, actually no, I don't have a pure brawler. My brawler rogue actually got like cold iron and adamantine knuckles. So she can put those on and punch things and actually certain things like Fey and golems and stuff and actually do damage.
hmm it's really interesting on even now when I build characters, I make sure they have ways of dealing with, certain creatures. The one that I always forget is swarms.
Fuck swarms.
If you really don't like swarms and don't want to sit there and buy, a bunch of alchemist fire, invest in a Swarmbane clasp. It makes you immune to the swarm's distraction and allows you to bypass the swarm's DR versus things so you can still hit swarms.
That is a very good idea.
Mhm.
You have anything else?
Not off the top of my head. I really don't.
Well, again, this is probably going to be another short episode to start the year,
No, that's typically what we do at the start of the year, shorter episodes.
we did come back to the character stories.
Yeah. We
And
just, due to the fact that I'm not playing as much, I don't have as much stories. Not much. He's getting more stories, but he doesn't always think his stories are worth telling. Even though I tell him, "Hey, people want to hear it. We need you guys as listeners. Send us your stories, even if you don't think they're good. Send them in."
Gamersperience at gmail.com. That's GamerSperience at gmail.com, as in Google's mail service. At Gamersperience on Discord or even YouTube, Gamersperience Podcast.
Which has a
Or,
link to our Discord.
yes, also our X profile at Gamersperience.
We have multiple ways that y'all can reach out, and
And
we want y'all to reach out. We want
like,
to hear other stories.
well, actually, there was somebody that actually commented on our last episode on YouTube.
Really now?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up the comment real quick.
Hopefully, it's not a hateful comment.
No, it wasn't. It was a question.
Oh,
Yeah, 5488309. Here's a question: are the things you guys talk about too niche to grasp the attention of bigger audiences? And I replied, I don't know for sure, but I suspect so. Again, thank you for the question.
yeah. I'm trying to figure out what they mean by niche and larger audiences, because there's all sorts of things that people like and enjoy talking about as far as it comes with things with when it comes to Pathfinder, D&D, any sort of the games. I'm wondering if what they mean is the fact that maybe what we think about when it comes to those games, people don't think about. So it's not really grasping, maybe?
Or, yeah, maybe just the area we've gone in is just too specialized.
Maybe.
Well, I'm over here thinking it's just a little too general, maybe. Again, what do you listeners think?
Yeah.
And don't forget, we also have a Patreon. We don't
Oh,
have a.
yeah, we do have a Patreon, don't we?
Yes, we do. Don't have any paid members yet, so you can be the first.
I don't know. Most people are broke in this economy.
Yeah, but I'm hoping the economy will turn around, especially once energy gets cheaper and gas prices
Hopefully.
go down. Then I
Who
can
knows?
actually afford to drive over to your place more than once a month and play Fallout.
Yeah. Well, it's going to take me a bit to get everything, but I do plan on hopefully getting it, and I really looking forward to being able to, play Fallout.
Yeah, then maybe we can have some more character stories and more character
hmm
stories episodes.
Yeah.
Or if you want more of them, again, send us your stories.
Hmm. I still like one of the first people that sent us a character story. I still have that ingrained in my head of basically pulling a journey to the center of the earth kind of gimmick, a world under the world, without
Yeah,
being the Underdark.
yeah, I really like that story.
Hmm.
And with that, I'm not much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And this is Gamersperience. And as always, we invite you to have your own Gamersperience. In the world of gaming, a setting or genre carries certain expectations about the experience. What should be there, what shouldn't, mechanics that shape the experience can make it or break it. For this series, we take a look into them one at a time and at least try to unpack it. In this episode, to look at first person shooters, I'm not much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And this is Gamersperience.
And joining us today, we have a reoccurring guest. Yeah, brain's not firing. I'm tired. Shiguto, who's joined us for character stories.
What's up?
And like in the last episode, a friend of mine who wrote in a character story, Norm.
What's going on?
And if you recall, Shiguto has a short but intense experience, mainly with first-person shooters, and of course, like we like to ask all of our guests, Norm, what's your experience with gaming?
I've been gaming for probably about 20 years now, and I got experience in just about anything. Primarily first person, though. Same with me.
Which makes you good fit for this episode.
Mm-hmm. That's why I asked them both to be on, because, well, I do more role playing, you do more simulation.
Us two are more of the first person shooters. I am more of the casual play. Norm is more of the competitive side of first person shooters.
And of course, first-person shooters is actually not a genre; it's a subgenre of shooting games.
This is true because you've got stuff like first person shooters, third person shooters,
On-rail shooters.
Yep, looter shooters.
I believe looter shooters would be a sub thing of depending on whether it be first person.
You
or
got
third
single
person.
players first
Yeah.
shooters,
You-
multiplayers first shooters, battle royale first shooters.
Yep,
And like fixed position shooters.
Yep.
this is true. Yep.
All of which have way too many similarities, yet so many differences.
Yep.
Of course, looking this up, I found a Screen Rant article by Nicholas Straub that actually claims that Maze War was the first-person shooter sometime in the early 1970s when they added combat.
And here I thought one of the first shooters would have been Metal Gear. That's what I always thought it was.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be the first shooter. Yeah,
Metal Gear.
kind of looks like.
We looked it up.
Yeah, it kind of looks a little bit like the first Doom, like Doom 64, or just straight up Doom. But yeah, no, that made sense for the first shooter.
Yeah. I probably around the time where Pong was being put into places that weren't arcades because arcades really kind of fell off.
They did. It's sad to say, but arcades really did fall off. I mean, here in town, Spokane, there is, correct me if I'm wrong, there's one or two arcade themed places that are still in town that are like, you pay like $20 at the door and you get a card for unlimited play for as long as you're there. And if you somehow happen to quote unquote run out, you can just go back up and buy more time. So, but that's arcades.
Yeah.
This is first person shooters.
Well, there are
No,
were
there's
some.
first-person shooters for arcades.
That's just true, yeah.
Yeah.
You got stuff like the Alien games, the Halo ones, where you got the gun that's mounted at the back, and you're just aiming at the stream, stuff like that.
That would be technically be a first-person shooter, being on rails first-person shooter.
Yeah, it would be an on-rails FPS, yeah.
Yeah, like Time Crisis.
Yeah, 100%.
By that logic, would Pokemon Snap be an on-rails FPS?
Not strictly a shooter, but it has so many elements of it, I'd almost count it.
I mean,
I would.
you're shooting camera shots for a camera.
I would.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're
I would-
stretching it a
I was
bit,
gonna
buddy.
say, I wouldn't label Pokemon Snap as a first-person shooter. First-person.
You almost
Game?
convinced us
100%.
at the start, and then you just started falling off. You're stretching it a bit, buddy.
But still, out of all of the Pokemon games and things like an on-rails FPS, which are typically hunting-like games.
True. It can be considered an on rails. I'll give it
on
that.
rails.
I'll give it that.
I'd say Pokemon in general could be considered on rail because you're going out hunting for Pokemon
This is true.
and you're throwing a ball at it
But
to try and catch it. You know what I mean?
yeah, but
So by that logic,
I think that's more of a stretch than Snap, because on Snap you can't really deviate as much as you can in the actual Pokemon games.
But
True.
what are the elements of Pokemon Snap that make it like other first-person shooters?
Well, the way I see it is, I have very little with the on rails other than the times I've been in arcades where you're walking, you're on basically like a cart, like a safari thing, and you're hunting rhinos, elephant, lions, and you're just on a fixed path, and whoever gets the biggest animal, it's and that's how I saw it as far as the fact of in Pokemon Snap, you're out in basically the Pokemon Safari on an island, taking pictures of Pokemon in the wild,
trying to get the 151.
trying to get all 151 Pokemon pictured, and you're then graded on said pictures. So I would say it's closer to an on-rails hunting style of Pokemon game.
Yeah,
And it is.
100%.
Yeah, it certainly has a first-person perspective.
That it does.
I don't know if you have like an ammo counter in terms of like how much film you have.
Yes, you had a film count.
Yeah, you had
That's
film. You had film count as well as a treat count, so you could use it as bait.
Yep.
Fair.
So that'd be like the secondary fire, like a grenade or something.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Use one of the ones you'd use a treat to get the Slowbro to throw its tail into the water and turn it into a slowpoke
into a Slowbro.
That's fair.
Or the only way to get Kangaskhan to actually remove its young from its pouch was to throw a treat.
So it was more of a strategic on rails.
You had clear objectives, you have clear targets, you actually have like a quote-unquote targeting reticle.
Yep, you did.
I mean, we can go on and on about Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm trying
But
to bring
This is a first-person shooters episode.
Yeah.
So let's get back to that.
What I was trying to transition into the elements that make a first-person shooter.
That is true, and we covered a few.
So
An ammo count of some sort, I would assume. I can't think of any first-person shooters that don't have some sort of ammo system.
most first-person shooters do have an ammo system. And from what I've seen about a lot of other first-person shooters like Doom, Destiny, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, just to name a few, all of them are either like in a post-apocalyptic, i.e. Doom, or war scenario.
There's also
Destiny.
the futuristic. However, there is one
True.
blaring thing we do need to think. First-person shooters have guns.
They do. Yes.
Not necessarily.
Not all of
What
them.
first-
Borderlands, it has a sword. Call of Duty, it has a sword.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
weapons.
I was thinking Heretic. There are no firearms in Heretic.
This is true.
Yeah, no, you got a
Heretic
point.
is a first-person shooter without
I have
guns.
no idea what Heretic is.
It is basically like the fantasy version of Doom.
Yeah, no, it is.
You had a
It really
bunch
is.
of wands.
So technically, in that aspect, you can consider
It'd be a
the-
high fantasy first-person
Yeah.
shooter.
You can consider the wands as a gun because you're casting magic.
But shooters must have ranged weaponry. They don't need to be firearms, but they have
True.
to be
So
ranged.
would that make Gauntlet Legends and third-person shooter then?
Yes.
Oh, with the archer, yeah.
But no, all of them. In Gauntlet Legends, everybody has ranged attacks. The entire gimmick of it is ranged attacks.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
no,
a
it's true.
third-person shooter then, but we're talking about first-person shooters.
This is what we call tangents, and I'm
Yup.
good at them.
Yeah. Back on track.
So here's my question. Difference between a first-person shooter and a third-person shooter. is obviously you're
Camera
in
perspective.
camera perspective. What about the one that's in between? That it's right over your shoulder? Because that's not classified as a third-person shooter.
So
But it's not a second-person shooter because the second-person perspective would be looking at the player character and what's behind them.
Yeah.
You can't have a
So-
shooter when you can't see what's in front of you.
most of those views that I know of, you can change it between first and third.
Yeah, same here.
And it would be more classified as a like 1.5 in my opinion.
So similar to Metal
Yeah.
Gear,
Yeah.
which is considered a first-person shooter, except
Slightly changed camera view.
yeah.
Or like the Battlefield series, or at least Star Wars Battlefront. You can switch from
Yeah,
first to
true.
third.
How does that change the shooting aspect?
In my opinion,
Because doesn't COD have that?
yeah.
God has it, especially in BO6.
Black
the
Ops
zombies.
6. Yep, Black Ops 6 zombies, you can change from first person to third person.
And it-
In my opinion, third person's a bit harder to operate than first person, but that also depends on the person. Because I've heard of some people who play it better in third rather than first, but it all
also
depends on the person.
It also drastically depends on the game.
True.
Between Call of Duty and Fortnite, I can play Fortnite in third person far better than I can in COD, and vice versa with first person.
Mm-hmm.
Because Fortnite did make a first person mode.
I did not know that about Fortnite.
Yep. A lot of people, at least a lot of people I know personally, don't do the first person because it messes with your mobility. When you're
Yeah.
first person, it changes how you're going to move. While third person, you see yourself moving.
Is
Got
because in first person, you have a much narrower field of vision.
Mm-hmm.
Is that why anytime that we play an FPS, y'all tell me to bring up my field of view?
Yes.
It's a lot easier to see everything versus so narrow.
So other than obviously some sort of ranged projectile launching mechanism and ammo count, what really defines a first-person shooter? Other than, you know, the obvious of, hey, I'm in first person. And for those that don't know what first person is, it's basically how you see the world.
The first person is the camera view is essentially your face. For those
Yeah.
who
through
don't,
your eyes.
yes, through your eyes.
Really, to me, it'd be more. I classify things like Call of Duty and depending on the view of Fortnite, I classify those more first person than
I see those as more first person than, say, Metal Gear.
Doom. Because there's some Dooms where you change it to third person. I think Doom 3 was third.
Doom 3 is third person,
And so I saw that more as a third person because it changed the aspect of the game.
but in a lot of people's opinions, Doom 3 was the literal worst Doom.
Yeah. Oh, it changes mobility. That's another
Yeah.
thing that defines what a first person is your mobility.
And lack thereof, the versatility of the mobility or restrictions of mobility. What do you mean by no mobility for it?
Bit of both. Yeah.
So in Call of Duty, they don't really have vaulting unless you're in third person. And if you do, it feels weird because you're not used to the camera going sideways.
Mm-hmm.
While in third person, your body may go sideways, but your camera stays straight.
Yeah.
Interesting.
In first person for Black Ops 6, when you're vaulting over a ledge, it will literally look like you're vaulting over and kind of shift as you're going up and over.
The camera will move with you.
The camera will
While
move
third
with you.
person
Third person, the camera will just stay there as your character
moves.
vaults over, and then it'll zoom back into where it should. In third person, when you're going up, it'll be where it is, and then as you're doing the vault, it'll move away slightly. You vault over, it'll move back, and you just keep going.
So mobility based on camera motions.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people, they can't handle first person because they get sick.
Yep.
From motion sickness.
It's why I can't do VR.
Me personally, I'm just a fan of first person, just because that's what I'm used to. So and that's what I've always played on is first person, and I have done third person, and I've absolutely disliked it every time I have. But that's just me.
Do you think?
Good job.
Do you think the first person perspective makes it more immersive than like a
A
third
little
person?
bit, yeah. A little bit, yeah. Because in first person, you can essentially. So take Doom for example. I'm gonna use Doom Eternal. If you're in third person, it's kind of like you're watching the Doomslayer go about his,
Murder
demon
rampage.
killing rampage, because angriest man alive, main target demons. In first person, it's like you're
Like you're the one doing it.
Exactly. It's like you're the one doing it. I feel like a first person is a little bit more immersive in the feeling aspect. Like you feel more in line with how the character is supposed to be thinking and stuff like that.
It's like why God of War isn't a shooter.
Exactly. That's why God of
It's
War is
a
third
story.
person. Exactly.
So, so would the big difference be the fact of first persons typically don't have a story?
No,
Yes and no.
because you
It
have
depends
first
on the
persons.
version of it.
Yeah, you have first persons like Doom. The Doom franchise, other than 3, is a first person story driven game. Technically, you could count the Call of Duties and Black Ops as a story driven first person because of the campaign.
No, not just that, but look at zombies.
Exactly.
Zombies have a whole storyline now.
Mm-hmm. Jeez, zombies have a storyline spanning multiple games.
Yep. But it's like why what's the name of it? Crap, I can't remember the name of that game.
Which they thinking
It's a
of?
third person shooter. But it has this Gears of War. It's a third person shooter. But it's not way out third person, it's closer into that half area.
Mm-hmm.
So over the shoulder.
Not quite. It's like
So like Warframe?
similar, yeah, like Warframe.
Okay.
But it's driven by the story.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't complete the story quest, you don't move on. While with Call of Duty, you have both directions to go.
So does that tie into the fact of Call of Duty is more directed towards a MMO more so than single player?
They're more directed towards MMO.
Yes.
So
And
does
that's
that make a
the-
difference as far as when it comes down to the lack of story? Are the ones that are lacking story more directed towards MMO?
I would,
And how does that?
Yes and no, because you got stuff like Apex Legends, which is a battle royale, but it still has some story aspects to it because of, like, say, the character backgrounds and how some of the characters tie into characters from different games, i.e., one of my favorite characters to play in Apex, Valkyrie. Her father, I believe, was one of the main bad guys in the Titanfall 2 storyline,
Which happens to be your favorite game?
which happens to be my favorite game. Yes. Oh god, I could talk for days about Titanfall 2.
it really does depend on that aspect though.
Yeah, it does.
Because Call of Duty has been driven off of MMO for a long time. And Ghost was a big example of why they need to stick to more zombies.
Mhm.
Because they got rid of zombies in Ghost. It turned into an alien themed style of Ghost.
And there
Or
were
style
some
of zombies.
yeah, and there were some people who hated it, some people who loved it, and some people
others
who
were
just
neutral.
didn't care.
I was neutral. It had a story for Ghost. It didn't have a story for the rest of the Call of Duty.
Don't get me wrong,
I mean, wasn't the game kind of named after him?
It was named after him, but they left it on a cliffhanger.
yeah,
And they
Oh.
never created another one because it tanked that hard compared to all the others.
Oh wow.
But that's part of the reason why storylines are important.
yep. Because
Zombies
storylines can give
make
you
or break.
make or break a game, give you details about a character that you didn't know. If you just say like Call of Duty, if you're just doing Call of Duty for the multiplayer,
Mhm.
you might hear a voice line from your character or just see a character like, where did this person come from? And you won't know unless you do the story aspect of it, which is the campaign.
Like the character Ghost
Exactly, because Ghost
or Soap.
or Soap. Take Ghost for example.
So
Don't worry.
Soap?
Don't worry.
Soap is a main character of the Call of Duty franchise.
More specifically, the Modern Warfare line.
Yeah.
But needs to say, take Ghost for example. There's a reason hardly anybody knows who Ghost's real name is, unless it's the group he rolls with, and there's a reason he has his face constantly covered. Because
he's got a Joker smile. Gotta be.
no, if you really want to know, and
No.
spoiler alert for
No, we won't put spoilers.
It's not really a spoiler, it's common knowledge now. The story for Ghost is the reason why he's called Ghost is his alias, his actual name. That person is considered dead,
Sounds about right.
which is why he goes by Ghost.
Yep. Call of Duty, the Call of Duty skull.
Yep.
Famous skull on Call of Duty.
The famous skull
That is
mask.
Ghost.
Yeah, I'm aware.
That whole game of Ghost, that's where it all came from.
Yep.
That was his backstory. And although it was a great campaign, I loved the campaign of it.
Oh, the campaign was
It-
glorious.
they didn't really do a bunch of multiplayer and didn't do a lot of zombies.
There
That's where they tanked.
were a couple Call of Duty games that were just not good.
What are some of the other first-person shooters other than Call of Duty? Granted, I would
Borderlands.
probably
Borderlands.
think, I would think Call of Duty is probably one of the biggest FPSs out there.
I would have to
By
disagree. Yes, it's one of the biggest. It is not. I would consider there's another one that's around the same level as it, and that would be Destiny 2.
Third person.
It's still third person.
He was talking.
At some
First
points,
person.
Destiny 2 is still first person. It has both. There are some parts in it. Say you're not on your Sparrow. You're just running around. You're in first person. You hop on your Sparrow or the hoverboard. You go into third person. You're using the grapple from the new Strand subclass. You're still in first person. Your supers, those are third person. Some supers are, some supers aren't. Take the Titan bubble, for example. That goes into third person, and you see your character extend their arms out and bubble.
So what are some of the other big ones then?
Solar super for Titan. Flaming Maul. Your person just literally, boom, hammer. Still in first person. But that first person lasts for about a second before you go into third person, and you see your character slam the flaming hammer of death down.
Other ones are like
Halo.
Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah. Rainbow Six Siege is a bit more of a tactical first person from what I've known.
If I had to say out of the three of us who would be the best at Rainbow Six Siege, it'd be him.
It would be Chaos, just because of how tactically he thinks.
It is pure tactical. You cannot go guns blazing. Not like Call of Duty.
Not,
So I can't do what Shiguto does.
no.
No. In that one, you want to
Be tactical.
barricade.
You want
Find
to
a
It's basically how I normally
Yeah,
play
you
COD.
want to hold up in a specific area with 2 or 3 other people, barricade it, and watch every point of entry to that spot.
like you would do with your shock charges in Call of Duty.
Shock
Yeah.
charges, prox alarms, blast traps.
Mm-hmm.
You were going to say something?
Halo is also a big one.
Halo
It
is
is
a
true, yes.
huge one.
Yeah.
I forgot about Halo.
Halo is up there.
I think Halo probably started like the big craze for FPS.
Halo is what got a lot of people into FPS and what drove Call of Duty to go big.
Yep.
People talk about how toxic Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was, the original one.
That ain't got nothing on Halo lobbies.
Halo lobbies were the top of the toxic.
Oh, yeah.
Kids nowadays will not know the Xbox lobbies and just the amount of cussing and slurs that were in.
Oh
Which
yeah.
started
A
with
Victorian child would not survive a minute in a OG Halo lobby. They would die of shock within a
Yeah.
minute.
Halo 2 lobby, because original
Ooh,
Halo...
those were especially bad.
Yeah, the original Halo only had local multiplayer.
Yep.
You have to hook up other Xboxes.
Yep.
Yup.
That was back when they didn't have online completely.
You had to hook other systems up to each other.
So would that mean that Halo is the reason FPSs are as big as they are today?
In my
I would
opinion,
say,
yeah.
yeah.
They grew as big as they are because of Halo.
And
Would you concur with that? Not much.
Yeah, I think so. It's just
Yeah.
because...
I can't think of any FPSs before Halo,
Doom.
but after
Doom.
well, other than Doom, but Doom only had one iteration,
Two.
one or two iterations
Two.
before that.
you had Doom 64 and Doom.
But I can't think of anything other than maybe Doom that was big.
Before that was
Before
big
Halo.
That was
Before,
that
yeah.
big. No.
And then after Halo,
Everything went big.
Call of Duty, Gears of War. Those are the only two I know of.
And that brings up a thing of a lot of people mix up what third and first persons are.
They really do.
It's why I asked for the differences between first,
It's-
third, and over the shoulder.
It's really hard to define the difference between first and third
It is.
for that reason. Because if you look at games like
I know one of the biggest ones I have issues with, Metal Gear. More so Metal Gear Solid line. Metal Gear Solid is a third-person thing, but it's considered an FPS, a first-person shooter, because when you go to actually aim your gun, you're in first person.
Yep. same
Because
with-
trying to actually like hit fire in that third-person camera in any of the Metal Gear Solid games is a pain in the ass.
It's kind of the same way with one of the newer games that came out recently called Helldivers 2. It's
Straight hip fire, isn't it?
no, the game is your character is in third person, but when you're firing, you can tap L3 or R3, one of the two, to go
If you're on
into
PlayStation.
Yep, you can go into first person view with your gun, but that's only aiming and that's only firing.
So does that make a difference in a first-person shooter? If you're normally in third person, but when you're firing, you go to first. Does that change how good it feels as far as when playing?
Yes, me personally, I would rather stay clear of stuff like that.
So you don't like Helldivers 2 because
The
of
only-
that mechanic?
The only reason I like Helldivers 2 as much as I do is plain and simple, just a pure level of shenaniganry you can pull off in that game. Oh, you got a big ass monster coming towards you? 500 kilogram lawn dart of freedom just blowing up in its face.
The mechanic of that is what turned Fortnite from third person solo to a first person as well. Because they introduced that mechanic.
Yeah.
They introduced scopes where you zoom in, you go into the scope.
Yeah. Going back to Helldivers 2, yes, it is a technical kind of looter shooter because you are going around collecting supplies, shooting, getting better guns, getting better armor. However, you have the one planet in the middle, Super Earth. And then around it on three sides, you have robots, bugs, and space squids now. And any given time you're looking at that map, you can go to a sector, click on the you can hover over the sector, see how many players, actual players, are in that sector at a time. I think one time when I was playing it, I hovered over a bug sector and I saw 43,672 people in that sector alone. And you can go on to click, you can actually click on the sector to view the planets in that sector, and you can hover over a planet, essentially see the same thing of how many people are on that planet. And the thing about Helldivers 2 is it's all operated by a single person. Game Master Joel is a benevolent SOB because he can change or he can make stuff appear, make stuff disappear.
So congratulations, you're a pawn in his game
Literally.
of God.
No, literally. You literally are. Prime example. One of the times I was playing with some of my
You're
all my
too bad
friends-
at the game. You don't get to respawn.
No. One of the times when I was playing Helldivers 2 with my friends, we were fighting the bugs. All of a sudden, big armored bug started charging at one of my friends. All of a sudden, just went poof. Just straight up poof. Popped out of existence. No blood, nothing, just charge, disappear. And it was like, it would disappear for a couple seconds, reappear 30 feet that way, charging towards someone else, and then it would disappear again, and then reappear like 30 feet a different direction, charge towards someone else.
Okay.
And Joel can choose what happens on planets.
Okay, enough about the particulars of Helldiver 2. What other mechanics would there be in first-person shooters can, like, make or break the experience? Like
I'd say skills.
Aiming.
Aiming, it goes down to something that makes or breaks the first person shooters is frames per second, including aiming wise.
Yeah.
The other thing I know of is drop.
The drop shots.
Drop shots. Oh, God, drop shots. are so
Aerodynamics of the
annoying.
bullet dropping.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Bullet distance,
I
travel
know-
distance.
Sniper Elite, there's a setting where you can have it to where, where my crosshairs here, that's where it's aiming.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could do it like actual sniper and has drop shot.
Yeah.
As well
Bullet
as
drop.
wind.
Yeah, bullet drop. I remember back in, I believe,
Does that change how the aspect of casual or
Yes,
very much.
competitive?
very much. Because I actually have a small little story about that. Back during Warzone in Modern Warfare 2, is there was one sniper that if you were aiming down sights like 3 miles away, it didn't matter how far away you were. If the enemy you were aiming at was in your crosshairs, the second you pulled that trigger, they were dead. There was no bullet travel time, no bullet drop, and there was one sniper that did that. Every other sniper that you found or brought into that had travel time and bullet drop. There was just one that was the second you clicked that button, they were dead.
And the older Call of Duties didn't have bullet drop.
They didn't have travel time. They didn't have bullet drop. It's just straight bullet.
It wasn't until probably the mid-teens of the 2000s that they finally introduced it.
I'd say anywhere from 2013 to 2015. Sound
Yeah.
about right?
Roughly.
One of the other things I can think of as far as that changes an FPS, at least for me, is real versus fantasy.
Yeah, I can see it.
Call of Duty versus Borderlands.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, a gun that you could sit there and just hold and never runs out of ammo?
Or that you throw and the gun itself becomes a literal grenade.
The only problem I have comparing those two is Borderlands to me is more of a looter game than anything.
It's
Borderlands
a looter
is more
shooter.
of a
There's-
looter
But
shooter.
is that not a subgenre of first-person shooter?
It is.
It's not actually.
Really?
So that is its own actual subclass, just like FPS is. The more subclasses of FPS itself is battle royale, single player, and multiplayer.
So there really is a big difference within the fact of, just because you're in first person doesn't make it a first person shooter.
because they're all under shooter games, but looter shooter like Borderlands, it's so drastically different, especially in all the mechanics, than Call of Duty or even Gears of War.
Another thing, in my opinion, that would make or break a looter, or no, not even a looter shooter, just shooters, period, is the experience you have in the game. Like with people going absolutely try hard and just obliterating you, people not doing anything, just AFKing, or hackers.
Hackers
Here
are-
I thought you would say campers.
Campers, yes, they're annoying. However, they're
playing the game.
they're playing
Here's
the game
my
their
question.
way. They can be easily dealt with if you know how to do it.
Both of you have a lot more experience playing first person shooters. What is actually the difference between a camper and a sniper?
A camper will, no matter what they do, they will always stay in the same spot.
Is
So
that
it
what a
doesn't
sniper
matter.
does?
No, because so take Nuketown. A sniper will sit in, we'll say, the blue house, looking at the window, but he's also going to be aware
Of
of
his
every
surroundings.
other surrounding. While a camper is going to go into that room where the window is, go around the bed, and sit there.
A camper will sit in one spot, will find a spot that only has one way in, and they will literally watch that door or watch that opening.
They have a
So,
like a
wall
hawk.
to their
So
back.
speaking of Nuketown, what about in the garage? You've
In the
seen where I
garage.
do it, where I lay prone and I aim down that one hallway. Would that be considered camping?
No,
To me, no, because you have so many open ways of getting to you. Just because you block them off with like a spring mine or something doesn't mean you're camping. You are preparing yourself for, you heard that go off, you're moving.
exactly. A
You're going to
camper
move to
will
either
not
replace it or do something else. Camper won't move. He won't go replace it unless someone kills it or unless he kills someone and he's there to do it.
Yeah.
And you don't have a wall to your back. That's my biggest thing. You don't have a wall to your back, so you can just sit there and go.
You don't have a wall on almost all of your sides except that one spot that you're watching. That's the difference between a sniper and a camper. Sniper, once they know they're compromised or they feel like they can, they'll move to a different spot.
That's what I do.
Exactly.
They will
A camper
keep
won't.
moving.
A camper won't. They will stay in the exact same spot. Prime example of this, again, Newtown. The car, middle of the map, on the one side. That one, either
The
back,
Jeep?
yep, either back corner of those fences is where campers will be.
Yep.
Usually they will be prone and they will stay there for as long as they can.
Now, campers are overly annoying. I don't like them, but it's part of the game.
It's
If
part of the
you
game and
can't
they're easy enough to deal with.
If you cannot adjust to a camper and get them out of where they are, then go a different direction.
Pretty much.
So is that something that is just in at least multiplayer first-person shooters?
I have never played a lobby where there hasn't been at least a camper.
I mean, hell, even in Destiny 2 PvP, where you have 3v3s or 6v6s with, mind-boggling abilities, you'll still get campers using overpowered guns and are just hard scoping, watching through their sights at a specific spot and firing their weapon at the slightest amount of movement.
So so far our list for what makes a first-person shooter, range projectile thing that launches them. You're in the view of first person, campers. I think that's about all we got because we keep going on tangents of the differences in the shooters.
And
Right?
usually I'm just too polite to interrupt because especially because I'd be cutting in the middle of something because everything seems like it's the middle of something. Now that I have a break, what about weapon choice? Does the choice and availability of weapons change the experience?
In my eyes, yes and no, because the type of weapon you choose can determine how your playstyle is. Take me for example. In Call of Duty, I am usually a SMG main, so I'm quick and aggressive. Chaos over here is more tactical and more long range, so he'll be using stuff like LMGs or snipers and just picking people off at a couple hundred yards, couple hundred meters, getting collapsed almost all the time.
We won't talk about that game.
I think it thoroughly depends on competitive or not.
Yeah.
When you go competitive,
You only use meta guns.
no, you have, especially Black Ops 6 now, you have to be versatile enough to use any gun that's handed to you.
Yeah.
I use weapons like the XM4 and SMGs that run out of ammo quickly. I don't run scavenger because I like the dexterity feat.
Yeah.
And so I have to be versatile to, I'm out of ammo, drop and pick up a random gun.
Yep.
I'm personally versatile, and they've played with me. They see that I pick up weapons all the time because I run out of ammo.
The only weapons he doesn't pick up are mine because they're not
Traditional.
mobility.
Yeah, they're not mobility and they're not traditional.
So that brings another question. Does the mobility in those things affect how good it is? Because I know we mentioned the fact of, going over obstacles like vaulting, and just how does whether or not you're moving slow or fast, does that change how a first-person shooter is seen?
No.
I'd say yes and no, because in certain instances in like Destiny 2, you have like the triple jump, the strafe jump, and don't even get me started on the mansplaining in that game. I will go off on a tangent and I will get pissed. I don't even want to get started on that, but the mobility in Destiny 2 is astronomical because there are take the hunter in Destiny 2. The hunter has a triple jump, and there's a specific exotic piece of footwear called the Stompies that increases your mobility and the distance you jump. Like there were times when I was triple jumping, I couldn't manage to jump. I switched to Stompies. The first time I tried doing the same jump, I make it.
So I would thoroughly say it depends on the game.
Same.
If you go to older Call of Duty, mobility didn't matter about what gun you were carrying. But
So you could run as fast as with a
anybody
pistol
else
as if you're carrying a sniper.
or a rocket launcher. But now, in the newer Call of Duties, it thoroughly depends on what you're carrying. If you have a pistol, or if you have a SMG and a rocket launcher on your back, it'll take into consideration the rocket launcher on your back, and it'll slow you down.
My sniper class has got the sniper and then the siren special. I move really slow. The sniper, as soon as I put that away and take out my siren, I'm moving a lot faster. Yeah. Or if I take out my knife, I'll move even faster than that.
It's why with my knife build in BO6, I have SMG pistol knife with all the mobility perks. Because now I am the fastest on the field unless someone's running something similar. But if I switch that SMG to, say, an LMG, it'll almost cut me in half, speed-wise. And then it also depends on the switching mobility of switching your weapons.
Yeah.
Pulling out an LMG is a lot slower.
Similar to
even
what
away.
Not much brought up as far as in Call of Duty, you have multiple forms of pistols, What if you didn't have that? Would that still affect where you get, here's your LMG, here's your sniper? Does that affect as far as, yes, you have different types of guns, but different types of those types? Does that change how things work with the first person shooters?
Take Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal, for example. You don't have your loadout. You have the wheel of what weapons you can choose.
So similar to like Bioshock.
So, yeah.
Would Bioshock be a first person?
Yes, I would consider it a first person. You?
I would consider it more of a third
than
anything. because
You're only ever in first person.
while that's true, the reason I say third is because it's not a lot of first persons, especially nowadays, they all have multiplayer. All of them.
Yeah.
And most of those, so if you go back a decade, yeah, it's first person.
Yeah.
It thoroughly depends on the decade.
I mean,
So time period takes into consideration
Yeah, yep.
as far as at least what a multiplayer, because there still is single first person shooters,
Yeah.
right?
like Doom. Going
Well,
back
my
to
first
Doom,
thought would be Sniper Elite.
yeah, that too.
Nowadays, I can't think of a new game that came out that was first person.
No.
That's not multiplayer.
It's not multiplayer or doesn't have the option of multiplayer.
Well, to be fair, I can't think of a whole lot of games that are coming out nowadays that are just straight solo, that aren't remakes of older games.
I mean, yeah.
due to it, the money right now in making video games right now is multiplayer.
Yeah.
Especially
So-
trying to do cross-platform. I think Baldur's Gate was one of the last ones that came out that was only solo, but even still, you can do multiplayer. It's only up to
Mhm.
4, but
and it's an RPG.
Yeah. Going
Yeah.
back to the topic that you brought up of what weapons can do what, like I was talking, Doom has the weapon wheel, but you have different weapons for different scenarios. Like sometimes you'll have to use Old Reliable in Doom, which is just a normal shotgun, or sometimes you'll have to do stuff from range, so you'll take out
that
the
that
like,
brings up a
the
valid
rail
point.
gun cannon.
That
Gears of War.
it's something that I noticed, at least in COD, at least my little bit of experience, different maps. So different settings, different guns are better on those maps.
Yeah.
Oh no, 100%. Different maps
Nuketown,
or in different guns.
LMGs, not great.
Not unless you have someone behind you keeping track of you.
Or
Yeah.
first take
But
that
like
game
Scud,
mode.
Sniper, and an LMG,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Take game mode from Call of Duty for example as well. It also depends on that too. Say you're on a map that's great for snipers, but you're playing a game mode that's not. Would you still use a sniper or would you use something else?
Well, I don't know because I didn't play that.
Exactly.
My experience in Call of Duty have only been the past 2, other than Zombies, which is Cold War, which the only reason I have is for zombies, because that's
I
the
know.
only one that has zombies.
I'm saying this based off of Black Ops 6.
So what he's talking about is more like if you get Scud, which is LMGs and snipers,
Mm-hmm.
but you get kill confirmed. Are you still going to run sniper?
Yeah.
True, because
Depends on the person.
yeah, true, because you can make points for other people to drown,
Yep.
or shut down people from gaining your team's points.
Or it's like how I play domination.
Domination, I
I-
would not run a sniper on a domination.
I leave it to you guys to take care of the points, and I just go start and killing.
You just go on a rampage.
If I'm doing something like domination or hardpoint, I'm probably going LMG or assault rifle.
And I know you will take care of that. So it really also depends on
Who you're
Team.
playing with.
Mm-hmm.
if you're by yourself, it changes everything
So-
about it.
Another aspect, at least for multiplayer, people that grief. Does that make or break
Very much.
the FPS?
Yes, very much so.
As far as how does that change it?
It changes skill levels.
Yeah.
It's like if someone went on to League of Legends.
Well, League of Legends, if you have somebody sitting there feeding an enemy person, they're only going to get stronger from them getting kills.
Yeah.
That's that I see as a completely different aspect than great, you get more kills. I mean, yeah, I guess with the I forget what they're called, score streaks. I mean, yeah, especially if somebody gets like chopper gunner.
Yeah. Or if you're running 4 of them like I do.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
If
let's
I have
just
someone griefing,
let's,
what's up?
let's just hold it for a second. What
You got it.
is griefing?
So griefing
That's actually a
is-
good point.
Griefing to me is where you have someone who is either AFK and moving every once in a while to stay in the game, but getting killed, and someone is purposely getting those kills to increase themselves.
For me,
Or
it's something.
someone who is quite literally purposely running up to an enemy, not shooting them, and getting killed.
The way I see griefing is more for the fact that with League, people that literally I'm losing my lane and they're just flaming in chat and literally just clicking on the other side of the map and just walking and just dying to turrets because they're losing and they want out.
But
But by the same aspect, could that be people who, because they die, a bunch of times, like we've done it in one of our games where we kept getting spawn killed, we just left the game. Would that be griefing?
So that, in my opinion, royally depends on what is happening.
Take the game me and you played, for example. We loaded in with a full team on Red Card and Black Ops 6.
Everybody DC'd.
But me and you DC'd, and that game was a...
absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's putting it lightly.
I think that's too specific, though.
So it's like
I would think griefing is hampering your teammates in a way
Purposely,
that is only to do it harmfully. If you are at least trying and just having a really bad game, I don't see that as griefing. If you're going out of your way to harm your team, I see that as griefing.
Yeah.
So
No,
it is
100%.
a griefer is a purposefully malicious player.
Yeah.
To be fair, by just the definition of malicious, me running around just trying to get killed on one of the maps while I'm holding a Molotov could be seen as both griefing and not.
But
I would
that's
say
also
not
a
because
valid
you
strategy.
have a valid strategy
Yep.
behind it. If you were running around with your gun out, not shooting, not trying to kill him, and you're just getting killed, that's griefing.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm just running around with the Molotov, dying, dropping said Molotov, and getting 2 or 3 kills
Somehow being the top of the leaderboard by just suiciding.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
still can't believe
that's
that's how that
difference.
I still can't believe that that's how we ended up winning. Is if me and you were running around with Molotovs, we were top of the leaderboard by suicide.
But at that
yeah,
point,
that's-
at that point, you weren't trying to be purposely malicious. You were actually trying to be strategic.
exactly. So it goes down to you're not trying to get the kills. You're not trying to help your team. You are purposely dying just to die.
So a good example would be the dude who every time they could would run the exact same way, knowing there's a sniper there, just to get sniped.
Which
That's a yes and no. If he had it,
On Scud.
that
I-
also borders on the definition of insanity. Continuously trying to do the same thing, even though you know it won't work.
Yeah, because
Okay, I'll give you that.
yeah, because
The amount of people I see keep trying to go down the one side.
yeah, because griefing requires intent.
it does.
It does. No, wholeheartedly
And so-
requires intent.
Like I've gone against a sniper where he keeps hitting me, but I'll go back there because I know I will get hit, and I've done it. I've died about 6 times, got him, and he never went back
Mm-hmm.
because I wouldn't let him. So it really does depend on the intent behind it as well.
Okay, another point of controversy, this time with weapons and availability. How do you feel about grenade launchers?
They're a valid strategy.
Valid strategy, and in my eyes, sometimes can be situational. Or-
So my big thing with things like grenade launchers or missile launchers is their friendly fire.
If not,
If I
balls to the walls, go ham.
if my teammate is running and they have a missile launcher and they blow up and they launch a missile and I am 2 feet next to where it detonates and I don't take damage, go for it.
Exactly.
If you
Hardcore
are
mode?
running and knowing for a fact that what they are using is going to kill your teammates in the blast fire, no.
Now, take Modern Warfare 2 or 3, for example. Shipment on non-hardcore. A valid strategy
Go
was
for it.
the grenade launcher that had like 6 to 8 rounds in the mag and just go on a corner and just pop, 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 and pray to God you get a kill.
It's a valid strategy if it's not competitive. Because
Exactly.
in my eyes, hardcore mode is competitive.
Oh, yeah,
you
no,
are borderlining
100%.
competitive, and that's where it turns into use it. And if you can use it without killing your teammates, more to you.
Use it at your own risk.
Okay, I think we're about to wrap up here. So, to recap, first-person shooter. Things that are required are a first-person perspective and range weaponry.
Mm-hmm.
Something you expect from first-person shooters, at least in multiplayer, is definitely camping.
Definitely.
You're always going to have campers
Camp-
no matter what kind of shooter it is.
Camping, griefing, and tryhards.
Also, you're going to get hackers from time to time as well.
I don't think you can get a game nowadays that's multiplayer that you don't have hackers.
Oh, yeah, no. No, there's no way.
But do you also expect it to mainly be in like a post-apocalyptic or a wartime setting?
In the mainstream right now for first persons, Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think, other than Warframe and Destiny, there really is any sci-fi.
Cyberpunk 2077 is technically a shooter, technically first person, not post-apocalyptic, and not wartime. Granted, it's also considered a looter shooter just because
I
of
was
how
gonna
you
say,
play the
it
that-
would
game.
be more looter.
But
I would
it's
think-
still a shooter.
But
Which
we're
is
talking
true.
about first person, not looter shooters. That's a different episode.
That's true. I mean, technically, I'm wrong, but not wrong at the same time.
Yeah, because
It's
Halo is sci-fi, but it's a wartime setting.
Exactly.
it's
definitely-
wartime sci-fi.
Wartime is definitely one to expect.
Yeah.
There are a lot of shooters, especially first person, that are war based
Yes.
in some fashion.
For obvious reasons.
Yep.
And typically PvP.
Yeah.
More so than PvE.
I mean,
Nowadays.
hell, even Destiny 2 is
Wartime.
considered wartime just because of what's
Mhm.
Going
happening
on
on
in the
in the storyline. Yeah.
So I don't think there's any of the shooters that aren't wartime based.
Because even if you branch off into like Borderlands, it's still wartime and it's
Sort of.
post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
And,
It's post-apocalyptic sci-fi wartime.
and technically in Doom, you're at war against demons.
Same with Gears of War. You're at war with the
And some sort of infested type
Yep.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name of it at the moment,
I mean, zombies, it's a push. You're a war against zombies. It's like,
but it's post-apocalyptic.
Yeah,
It's
that's a-
post-apocalyptic
that's a-
survival is what it is.
Okay.
yeah, no, I can't think of any that aren't wartime.
No, neither can I.
Wartime is a staple.
It is. 100%.
However, if any of our listeners can think of some, please let us know.
send it in.
And of course, these episodes are by no means exhaustive either, because I recognize that there's gaps and huge gaps of my knowledge. Nobody can ever know anything, so we can come back to these episodes. And if you think we should, if there's something we missed, again, if you can think of any proper first-person shooters that aren't either post-apocalyptic or wartime setting, send them to gamersperience@gmail.com, all lowercase, at Gamersperience on X, formerly known as Twitter. We do have a YouTube channel, Gamersperience Podcast, and also a Discord server, links of which are in every video on YouTube in the description and on our pinned X post.
Or if we got any information wrong.
Yeah, let us
Yeah,
know if
that
we got
too.
anything wrong.
Yeah, that
That's
too,
good, yeah.
especially. And thank you, Norm and Shigudo, for lending your vast experience of first-person shooters to this episode.
Of course.
And with that, I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamersperience, and as always, we invite you to go have your own Gamersperience. There are times where we need to record an episode, but have no clue what to make it about. Once again, in the name of consistency and for our infinitesimal audience, we take a leap of faith and hope something comes from this episode. Here to make it exist in some capacity, I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And this is Gamersperience.
I actually really like that intro as far as to signify, hey, this is a leap of faith episode as far as anything can happen. Any sort of tangent I end up going on, and just more of just us chilling and relaxing and doing what we originally wanted to do with the podcast, is just talk about our love for gaming.
Yeah, and I think we've just been so wrapped up in trying to make it more professional and slicker, and we just kind of forgot our roots.
I get that. Granted, I love, the fact of we're trying to keep on somewhat of a schedule as far as, hey, this month is character episodes, hey, this month, but with the holidays just wrapping up and just life getting as chaotic as it has, at least for me these past several weeks, I've got nothing in my head for once.
That is rare.
I don't like it. As of late, the only game I've really been playing is Magic with my friends. I'm currently working on a mono white deck, using Preston the Vanisher. It's a deck that we're just gonna flicker a bunch of stuff. We're still getting used to the new bracket system, because instead of being a levels 1 through 10, it's now a tier 1 through 5. We both like it and dislike it at the same time. I'm hoping that they put a little bit more definition between the brackets, because I've got a deck that, well, based off of what it can compete against, it's a tier 4, but based off the cards that are in it, it's a tier 2. So what is it?
Something that I'm going to pretend to understand.
Yeah, it's not. I don't like where it's at right now as far as the bracket system. Personally, I'm hoping that when they, release more information of more defined lines, it'll be easier to determine things. Other than that, I actually started finally to be able to play some Pathfinder.
Oh wow! First or second edition?
First edition. Got another friend of mine who wants to try and start running a second edition game, like me to join. I got to try to find the time for that. But Norm, we had him on last episode or the episode before last.
Last episode.
Yeah. He's GMing it, and he's never GM'd before. All he has is playtime under his belt. We did the first episode or first session last week. A little bit of a hiccup to get it started. He wanted to start at 2. We didn't start till closer to like 4, but that's every game. But he knocked it out of the ballpark.
Oh wow!
I gave him a little constructive criticism as far as, because he wanted us to go down path A for things as far as our line of questioning, but the way he made us get to path A was more of like path B, and then he had to kind of turn us towards path A more. How he had it, instead of everybody, well, you all meet in a tavern and such and such. So as y'all are traveling through this, commonly traveled through town, as you enter the town, you're handed a note which has a number on it, and told, when the town meeting calls, if you are unlucky for your number to be called, you will be given a quest from the lord of the town.
Oh, I almost thought it was going to turn into like the lottery.
It's more of a, congratulations, you're being voluntold to go clear the castle.
Have you read the lottery?
I thought lottery was a gambling system that people use to try to win money.
The lottery is actually a short story.
Oh, did not know that.
And if I really told much about it, I would give away, and I don't want to give away. Yeah.
That's fair. But that was the only hiccup, as far as, because he wanted us to like the Lord, but the Lord was forcing us to do his dirty work kind of thing. But as far as keeping all of the players on track, the scaling as far as the monsters he threw at us for the combats, how he went about the party deciding, ooh, let's split the party. He was able to, well, while they're in combat, since you said you weren't going to be entering combat, what are you going to be doing while they're in combat for the, it was 3 rounds, 20 seconds that they were in combat, basically. I'm going to continue doing this. Okay. So as far as keeping the party managed, he did really well. He wants me there because I am an experienced GM, but I'm playing 2 characters, but he limited me on what I could play, because he wants to get a little bit more experience under his belt as far as GMing before
shenanigans.
But before he lets me go, full throttle shenanigans. I'm still playing, some shenanigans here and there. But he's handling it really well. I think give it, after he's done with this campaign he's running, because it's all homebrew, he's gonna make a really good GM. I have really good faith in him.
Of course, I don't know if you've ever played a game that I've ran before. Have you?
Yeah, I've played under you 3 times, I think. 2 of which was Starfinder.
Yeah, because I love Starfinder.
Yeah, and you just have confidence issues. That's it. At least last time I played with you, is your only issue is you beat yourself up and you're too hard on yourself.
Somebody has to be.
Yeah. But that's the only issue I see with your GMing, is you're too hard on yourself, and you just need to pick your confidence up a little bit more. That's it. You've got the basis foundations with, more years of experience. You'll be able to deal with more shenanigans.
I think my main problem, though, is that I don't think fast enough.
It's a thing that it can be both good and bad, because you can use that. Okay, I'm thinking of a solution. Just kind of give them a side eye. Are you sure you want to do that? And some players might, actually no, I don't want to do that. And then that's a whew, I don't have to deal with that bullshit. You mentioned before we started recording that you started playing a new game. What'd you start playing?
Recycling Center Simulator. It was on sale in Steam, and I could afford it. It's
Why did I have hopes that it wasn't a simulator game? This is you. You love simulator games. I thought you finally picked up like Pokemon or something like that, and just like, nope, simulator. I'm not surprised it's a simulator game. Why was I hoping for something else?
I don't know why. I just love simulator games.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with loving the games that you love. There is nothing wrong with that.
This point,
Unless you like 4th edition D&D. Then there's something wrong with you.
yeah, or you haven't played any other edition of D&D yet.
Although, to be fair, we can't say that part, because if there are people that they decided to join in at 4th edition and their first experience in D&D was 4th edition and that just turned them away, we can't fault them for that. We can't.
No. I actually started reading some of the 4th edition books because I found them at half-price books. Go figure. Then I started reading into Pathfinder. Then it's like, I'm glad I never started playing 4th edition D&D.
I did find something interesting out.
Ooh.
So you remember how I was thinking of getting the Fallout stuff?
Yeah.
From the one game store. So that one is similar. The one that they sell there is closer to like Warhammer 40K, but there's another Fallout tabletop game that instead of using a 1d20 system, it uses a 2d20 system.
Oh.
Yeah. And there's a website. It's through only like one company, so I have to, buy the dice and everything because they use specialty dice for some of the rolls and mechanics.
Is it Fantasy Flight?
I don't remember the website off the top of my head, but there's videos of people playing and it looks really cool. And so I'm going to do a little more research when I actually have time, because right now I'm in college stuff. Part of why my time is being eaten away as much as it is the past few weeks. But I do plan on trying to get into that to give people something else, because I really enjoy Fallout. I'm looking forward because I keep hearing things about the new Fallout game, a new Fallout game coming out at some point, and I'm looking forward to it. Although the game, I've pre-ordered it, I'm really looking forward to it. It comes out March 20th. It was supposed to come out on Valentine's. Was Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I'm really looking forward to being able to play it. I have pre-ordered and I'm going to be getting it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Assassin's Creed Shadows. None of it was very good.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy around it right now, but one of my friends, one of the last conversations him and I had before he sadly took his own life, one of the last conversations we had was what if they ever made a Assassin's Creed game in feudal Japan. Part of the reason I play Magic as well as Assassin's Creed is because of him. Because of the Assassin's Creed set that came out, I made a deck in honor of him. So some of my biggest things for gaming is because of this one person. Sadly, they took their own life, but one of the last conversations we had was, well, what if they brought in the Black Samurai, Inosuke, I believe is his name.
It's Yasuke.
Oh, is that? It's been so long since I just know because he loved feudal Japan, and when he found out about that, he literally did so much research into it. He was a huge fan of anything Japanese, especially feudal Japan type era. Like he knew all of that, and he brought up that would be a perfect time period for it, and for them to just happen after his, years after his passing, to have a game like that in development. I had to play it.
I thought the next Bethesda wouldn't make the next Fallout until after they made the next Elder Scrolls, though.
I think right now they're working on both, more so for the fact of just to get the base work done. But I don't know. I'm looking forward because I've heard rumors about both. I love Skyrim. I'm not a huge fan of Elder Scrolls Online, which is where a lot of their development went. But I am looking forward to more Bethesda stuff because I do enjoy Bethesda, including all of the glitches. Lately, I've been watching a lot of videos of people doing challenge runs of Cyberpunk 2077. So I might start playing Cyberpunk 2077 again. I haven't beaten it yet, but I do have a character built, and I might pick it back up, beat it, and then start maybe doing some challenge runs at some point.
Yeah. I got Starfield free with my processor purchase.
Oh, nice.
I did not really like it. Yes, I got
Eh.
it for free, and I still want my money back.
Well, I will give you your money back of free. But now lately I've just been more so watching people game. I haven't had time to game. Last time I gamed was probably 3 weeks ago. Actually, no, I take that back. Me, Shiguto, and Norm, we did the 3v3 on Valentine's for about an hour and a half.
Oh,
Because for Valentine's Day only, Call of Duty had the third wheel game mode, which I found hilarious. But we did that for a little bit. And so that's the last time I technically did any sort of gaming. I've already completed most of the battle pass for COD because that's what everybody's been playing. But now like nobody's playing, and I just don't have time to play.
reminds me of an episode I want to make.
Oh,
Time to play, all about making and finding time to actually play games.
yeah. I started playing my Switch a little bit more here and there when I have the time. It's more picking up. Can I catch a Pokemon real fast? Hey, I got a Pokemon. That's about all the time I've got. Me and Shiguto are doing a kind of like a rival lock thing in Scarlet and Violet. Basically, we're making our teams, and every time we go to fight a Team Star base, we battle each other to, get warmed up for the intense battle.
Hmm.
But I'm waiting on him again. Same thing with our black and white playthrough. I'm waiting on him because oddly enough, having no time, I still have more time to play than him.
Are you looking forward to the Switch 2?
I don't know how I feel about it because I heard a few years ago that Switch was going to be the last system they do. Now they're doing a Switch 2, which I get. They have to keep, making things new. I don't play my Switch a lot to begin with, so I don't know if I'm going to be getting the Switch 2. I've loved Pokemon for 20 plus years, but Pokemon just doesn't bring me the same kind of joy anymore. So honestly, I might not get the Switch 2.
I know for a fact I won't. Last time I
Um,
turned on my Switch 1 was just to see
Mhm.
if I needed to charge it.
Yeah. Like I hate saying this, but like Nintendo just it hasn't been hitting the same. I would much rather boot up my Wii U, which was an absolute flop in the sales department. I would rather play on my Wii U or boot up my N64 or GameCube and play something nostalgic than play any of the new stuff,
I think Nintendo's just becoming the Apple of gaming.
which kind of sucks. Nintendo used to be good, and I don't see them being as good anymore. I get the games out for a while, but like I have better graphics on the Wii U than I have on my Switch right now. My entire game for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I'll be playing, all of a sudden everything's fuzzy, and there's no way for me to fix it. And then after a while, it goes back to normal. It's something with the games themselves. They're so buggy that it's bad bugs. It's like they're regressing back to before the N64. Like it's not blocky, but it's not crisp.
Whereas I think that consoles in general are already on borrowed time.
Well, with everything with PC stuff, I can see it. Part of the reason I haven't been able to stream is I can't play any of my games right now on my PC.
Why not?
Something's going on with Steam. I don't know. Last time I tried, it said I needed to update, but my games were already up to date. But it won't let me play because I'm not playing the up-to-date games.
I think
It's like a vicious cycle of something.
I probably another Microsoft thing, just to because they're forcing people to go to Windows 11 and abandon
Wouldn't
10.
surprise me. But I can't do any of my mods because Vortex isn't allowing any of the updates for things, or I'm playing the wrong version of the game because all the games got updated. It's hard for me to keep up with everything because I don't know what I'm doing.
I mean, I could hook you up with Linux, but I don't know if
I don't know how much of my stuff can run on Linux.
Linux actually has a really great compatibility tool to let you play Windows games on Linux.
Might have to look into it.
Yeah, because
I'm gonna get another friend of mine to probably help me get all my mods at least operational again.
that'd be good. But
I miss playing some of the games. I do.
I think the market is going to segment hard into only two areas: mobile and desktop for gaming.
Oh, a lot more games are becoming crossplay. The issue is, I mean, crossplay is nice, but it just seems like the variety of games just has gone downhill. Like there's not as many good games anymore. And I don't know if that's due to the fact that I'm getting older and I just prefer nostalgia games over the new stuff, or if it's the fact that games just aren't the same.
I think you need to look at indie games.
That's what people keep telling me. Because I remember the big titles, all these new games coming out, but like I don't see any advertisements. And even when I'm looking like through the PlayStation store, most of the games look like shit. I did find one that I do plan on getting because it looks nice. I played the demo and it feels, kind of cool to play. I forget the name of it, but it's like a Dark Souls like game, but more of like take Dark Souls, but add the mechanics of like Gauntlet Legends as far as like the aesthetic, like blockiness and cartoonish like, but it's not. It's hard to describe. I don't remember the name of the game. And where's my phone? I can look it up because I have the app, so I can look up the games I have downloaded.
Seriously, at this point, AAA games are just almost complete shit.
And they're just, oh, here's a new FPS. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's why you need to look at the indie scene, like Stardew Valley. That's such a fucking banger.
Stardew Valley is actually one of those that looks cool and ones that I kind of want to try because it looks cool.
Try it.
Here it is. Morbid.
Morbid.
The Lords of Fire.
Okay, that sounds pretty damn metal, just from the title.
Yeah, but it's a Souls-like game as far as like in difficulty. But even the trial, like it seems like it's an old school game, but it's new.
And it's an indie title?
I don't know.
Sounds like
it's
it.
by Merge Games Limited. I don't know if that's an indie title or not.
Might not be indie, but I think it's probably a small studio.
From the creators of Morbid, The Seven Acolytes. Experience a blood-soaked action adventure with Souls-like elements. Face vile monsters and wade through oceans of gore as you battle and defeat the Lords of Ire in a grim world of pain and suffering.
Yeah, I swear that new good games are going to come from small studios and indie developers.
Yeah. Well, I heard that Marvel Rivals, because I played that a little bit, it seemed kind of cool. They just fired like a crap load of people. From what I read, they got rid of like an entire like US division. I'm looking right now at my list of games as far as games that are I enjoy and I think should get a little bit more love. One of them is Portal Knights. If for those of you that are looking for something that's like Minecraft but a little bit more RPG like, Portal Knights. It's cheap, but I really enjoy it. I don't play much of it because I just don't have time, but I think Portal Knights is kind of underrated.
Stardew Valley, I cannot recommend that enough.
Wonder if I can get that on my system. You said Stardew Valley, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that expensive. It's only $15. Supports up to 4 people online.
Yeah, so I can play with you. Help you out.
Is it crossplay?
I think Eric just made it. I think Eric, if he hasn't already, I think he's in the process.
Because if that's the case, then I might get it. And then to play this game on PS5, your system may need to go through an update. Though it's available on PS5, some features available on PS4 may be absent. So, what kind of add-ons is it? No add-ons? I might look at it. I hear a lot of good things about it, and that's the one thing I want is I want more games that I can just play with friends. That's not PvP, not these just so sandbox games. I want games like Gauntlet Legends or what are some of the ones I played? Any of the games that were like Baldur's Gate. So many games off branch from that. Was it Dark Descendants or something like that? I don't know. I'd have to go find where I have all my PS2 games because there's so many games that they're better. And I don't know if that's the nostalgia or the fact that they thought more of what would keep people actually playing that didn't require, update after update after update after update.
Well,
But like
now I think it's just more they're trying to squeeze more money out of people using with less investment.
yeah.
Oh, not crossplay. Does not support crossplay.
Damn. Like I wouldn't mind for them to do like if they were to do Skyrim but actually make it to where you could make it multiplayer, like you and your friends could go and play Skyrim together. I think that would be actually really cool.
Of course, I really do recommend the PC Stardew Valley anyways, mainly because you can mod it.
Now, I can't get any of my mods to work right now.
But just try whatever version you want. If you like it, you can get it for PC.
Yeah. I know Shiguto is really looking forward to the new Monster Hunter that's coming out.
I've seen gameplay of Monster Hunter Rise live streamed. I don't know if I'd enjoy that kind of game or not.
Yeah. It's not for everybody. But I want to be able to play games with my friends that, I'm not having to go and shoot people in PvP from like COD. Zombies has just gotten boring for us. Like I want to be able to play like a barbarian or a fighter and mow through kobolds or goblins with my, friends throwing fireballs from behind me. Like I want to be able to play like Pathfinder or D&D in more of a sandbox kind of setting. Like with Baldur's Gate. I like Baldur's Gate, but I want it to be more like the games I used to play.
I don't know what to say. I don't know if I could tell you like, oh, things are get better, because I'm pretty sure they're not. Unless
companies don't make games like they used to.
No, not the big ones. And the smaller ones don't have the resources for like a Pathfinder or D&D license.
Yeah, which sucks. But like if they were to do some of the older games and make them more like modernized, I think some of those could be really good. It's going to bug me on those PS2 games as far as what they are.
I think if they take older games and not just remaster them, but actually add content that makes sense and is just as good as the base game.
See, that could work.
Yeah, I think that'd really do well.
So Dark Alliance and Dark Alliance 2 were games originally for PS2, and they're from Baldur's Gate, which I find hilarious because you can also get, at least for the PlayStation, you can get Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2, as well as Baldur's Gate's Dark Alliance and Dark Alliance 2. But I know there was another group of games like Dark Alliance from the Baldur's Gate line. I actually watched somebody do a challenge video trying to see if they could basically make a character in Baldur's Gate 1 and have them survive in a permadeath run from Baldur's Gate 1 through Baldur's Gate 3. And sadly, I fell asleep before I could finish it because it was like a 9-hour video, I think. But sadly, I can't find it anymore. I've tried looking it up to finish it, but it's just not there anymore. I don't know what happened. Knowing YouTube, they probably copyrighted it and had it pulled.
Probably. Of course, I'm going to have to start saving all over again for Planet Coaster 2. Yeah, my plan was to just put $5 in my Steam wallet each month until I can afford it.
How's that going?
Not very well, because I bought Recycling Center Simulator. Which, to be fair, I really like that game.
Well, that's good. It's good. It's good that you're finding games that you still enjoyed. My issue is I'm not finding the games that I will enjoy as much as I used to.
And before
And
anybody asks, I am not planning to on getting City Skylines 2 anytime soon.
oh, why not?
They need to fix the game.
Sounds about right.
Probably need. Actually, I think it's more just fixing. I think they really need to just go in and completely overhaul that game.
I think that'd be cool for some games. Just overhaul it, redo the graphics, controls, just give it a true update. Add more content to it that's not DLC.
Like, yeah, don't just slap a band-aid on there. Go under the hood and completely disassemble the engine.
Disassemble it, rebuild it.
Yeah. Fix what needs fixing, upgrade what you can upgrade, where it will actually make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think if certain companies would take games that, were hits and reamp them, I think they could do really well. I think if Nintendo were to do that with, say, like Donkey Kong 64, where you could play as Donkey, Diddy, Tiny, Lanky, I can't remember the other Kongs. Like, I think it would do really well. Honestly, what I would love for them to do, because I'm sorry, I loved Pokemon Colosseum and Gales of Darkness XD. I loved those games. I would love for them to take us back and have us have to deal with Shadow Pokemon again. Give this generation of Pokemon players that are just walking through and saying, "Oh, these are easy." Have them deal with Shadow Pokemon. Oh, that type chart out the window.
What are Shadow Pokemon?
Shadow Pokemon are Pokemon that have been abused so much to the point that their hearts are completely closed off from love. And the entire purpose is to free all of those abused Pokemon, show them love, and open their hearts.
Sounds about right for a Pokemon game. And what makes Shadow Pokemon so different?
Shadow Pokemon have things called Shadow moves. That Shadow moves, they will hit you and do neutral damage in Colosseum, no matter the typing, because it's untyped. In XD Gales of Darkness, Shadow moves are always super effective.
Oh boy.
And are basically powered up moves of some already existing moves. Like there's one, Darkness, it's like Darkness Rain, where basically it summons a thunderstorm that damages you like hail, but it's a little bit stronger because it's always super effective against you.
It sounds like abusing Pokemon makes them stronger.
Yeah, but it's wrong. That and like it had mechanics where you had to use the snatch 'em machine, where basically you steal other people's Pokemon. Like you're Team Rocket, but trying to be the good guy. So you're a Robin Hood kind of like character. I'm gonna steal your Pokemon that you've beat so much that you've closed their heart, and I'm gonna take them and open their heart.
Like Pokemon SPCA. PSPCA.
Pokemon Protective Services.
PPS.
But like I enjoyed it because you don't get to really choose your Pokemon. No, there is a set list of these are all of the Pokemon that are in the game. We'll take a third of that, and that's the Pokemon that you can catch by taking them from other trainers. And there's some that if you don't catch them that one time, you don't get to catch them until the post game.
But you could bring in Pokemon from other games.
Not until post game.
Oh.
And more so, you could take the Pokemon that you catch in XD and Colosseum, and you could trade them to your Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald saves. Although I think it was only Ruby and Sapphire. I don't think Emerald had a transfer over. It was the only way you could get the Johto trio in Gen 3 is through Gales of Darkness.
Oh.
But like, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed Pokemon Stadium and Stadium 2, where you can train Pokemon in the game, have them registered as a team in those games, and battle with them. You could do the same thing in Pokemon Revolution. And that was the last Pokemon game like that. I think it would be really cool if you could do that. But you can't exactly do that anymore because now you have to use the Pokemon Home stuff. And you can't even use the first one for the DS. I forget what it was, but it allowed you to move Pokemon from Diamond and Pearl. You had to put the Pokemon into the app, and then you could transfer them over to Black and White 2. I forget what that app was, though.
I wasn't nearly as heavily into Pokemon as you are.
I'm nowhere near into it as much as I was.
Because
I've
it's gone downhill.
it has, and I hate that because it's been a big part of my life. Even Zelda has gone downhill. I have the newest Zelda game, the
Tears of
not
the
Breath
Kingdom?
of the Wild, yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. I've gotten through the tutorial. That's it. I I miss the days where it's more of a linear path. And I think that's one of my issues with a lot of these games. Is they've gotten so open world because they want you to, explore and do all this, but those games' foundations were here's the story, explore the story. And now it's so open world you can come to the story back, anytime.
I think they
I was
do
just
that.
running around and catching Pokemon in Scarlet Violet. I walk up to the gym. Most of my Pokemon are level 25 or higher, and I just mop the floor with the gym.
I think companies are doing this whole open world thing not to enhance the game, but just to just pad it out with more quote unquote content.
Yeah, and this even some of the stories are so shitty. It's not. It's like they don't put the love into the storytelling anymore.
It's just become cold and all about just getting that money. And they've forgotten what made them the money in the first place.
Although to be fair, Nintendo does nothing like it originally used to.
Make money?
No, well, so Nintendo originally started as a playing card company,
Yeah,
and
I
then they
know.
moved towards love motels, and then they moved to minor electronics, and then into video games.
And it's the video games where they found the most success.
Yep.
And you said you wouldn't be able to talk enough to fill an episode.
Said I didn't think I could because nothing came to mind, but you're right. I'm good at going on tangents.
Very good.
Let's see how long Chaos is going to talk this episode.
And I mean, it mostly worked out, and I think we should probably about wrap it up here.
Yeah, I've got things I have to do anyway, so
Yeah, if you have any questions, comments about what we talked about,
I've got a question for our viewers.
okay?
If y'all could make a game, what kind of game would y'all make?
Of course,
I'm genuinely curious.
and you can send the answers to gamersperience@gmail.com, all lowercase, or send us a direct message on X @gamersperience. We do have a Discord and even a Patreon. Patreon.com/gamersperience. And, of course, Lord Greyhawk, as he usually does, has some comments from last episode.
I would love to see those, but Discord is not wanting me to be able to view anything.
Yeah.
Need to fix that.
Yeah, he noticed that, he supposed not many of us played the original FPS games just based on the ones that we didn't mention. Like, we didn't mention Wolfenstein 3D, which was basically
forgot Wolfenstein was even a game.
Yeah, it was basically the precursor to Doom. And then there was a Quake series.
The what?
Quake.
No clue.
Pretty much a successor to Doom. It killed Cyrix.
No idea.
Then Unreal Tournament, which is the Unreal Engine's namesake. I kind of wanted to mention the Medal of Honor series that started on the PS1. As far as
I forgot about Medal of Honor. I played Medal of Honor Rising Sun with my dad. I completely forgot that. Oh, to be fair, I thought Medal of Honor kind of turned into COD.
No, they were a separate series. Just Medal of Honor just ended because Call of Duty became much more popular.
No, that's fair.
There's a real Army game made by the U.S. Army for recruiting.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, they actually made a first-person shooter kind of game for recruiting.
I'm curious on how to get my hands on that. I want to see what the Army dubs as an FPS.
And then he pointed out that there's aerial dogfighting games are a lot like first-person shooters.
Yeah, I could see that.
Mentioned Battlezone, an arcade cabinet where you look through a pair of goggles and drove a digital tank through like a green wireframe world.
That's old school. Leave it to Lord Greyhawk to show us some of the older stuff.
Oh yeah, because he's been around a lot longer than we have.
He's been gaming longer than I've been alive. I think he's been gaming almost as long as me and you have been alive.
Yeah, and of course, those reminded me of a Larry Bundy Jr. Fact Hunt video where he mentioned Alien Resurrection for the PS1. It didn't really get much recognition, but Argonaut actually set the dual joystick control scheme that all modern first-person shooters use now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, just wanted to mention that before we go, and once
Yeah.
again, have any questions, comments, corrections, what have you? Just want to say hi or how good we're doing or not
Or
doing.
bad.
Yeah. Gamersperience, all lowercase, GamerSperience at gmail.com. X, direct messages are open at Gamersperience. And we do have a Discord and a YouTube channel.
I forgot we have YouTube.
Yeah, I almost forgot too for the last episode. We have Discord invite links that shouldn't expire on both our pinned tweet and all of our YouTube video, quote unquote, videos. And of course, like I mentioned, the Patreon if you actually want to support us financially. Let us get like better equipment and be able to record in person and stuff. I only have
Maybe
two
actually hire an IT person to help me with my computer issues.
Yeah, that too, maybe. We have 2 tiers right now. We have basically just supporter tier at tier for $1 or more a month. Gives you access to like uncut episodes. All I do is loudness normalization, then I put it on there. Warts, everything that I normally cut out or silence that I compressed, it's all in there. You get a supporter role in our Discord, which if we actually get some, maybe we'll start like private streams and channels where you can talk to us directly.
Oh, we have on our Discord channel a private stream thing. And I have used it before when I've been playing games that aren't Twitch friendly, or I'm just playing something a little too grotesque and I don't feel like talking to Twitch. I've used it once or twice, not a lot. But if y'all want to see us play something, if you're one of the forget what tier that was, just send a message.
And of course, we also have our postcard tier, which you get everything in the supporter tier. Plus, every month, I already ordered the postcards. We will actually handwrite you a message on the postcards and send it to you each month. Of course, sometimes I might have to go over, drive down, and poke chaos to actually write something.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but I'll get it done. And with that, I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And this is Gamersperience. And as always, we invite you to go have your own Gamersperience. You can tell I haven't actually written this intro. And
Wait,
for the
we're supposed to write an intro for us just going off the rails?
Yeah, and this is what it's about. It's going to be a new series called See Where This Goes, where we just maybe
That's
guess,
a terrible idea.
maybe just us try to stay within gaming, but otherwise, let's see where this
That's
goes.
an even worse idea. If we're
Yeah.
allowed to go off of gaming, it could go anywhere.
I'll try to keep you on as best as I can. I'm Not Much 23.
I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamersperience, and let's see where this goes.
I thought you were just actually talking to. I didn't realize you were doing the. I like the intro for this now.
I'm not going to write down this intro because that wouldn't be in the spirit of the series.
No, it wouldn't. But I do admit the fact that just like is he recording now, or
we need an on-air button.
just randomly in mid conversation and we're live, just randomly in mid conversation, so nobody has context whatsoever of what's going on. Just random, just talking. We're live and just hey, by the way, let's see where this goes.
Hey, that's the series. Last episode actually kind of inspired this because like it's been so long since we just sat down and talked with gaming. And the other person on the voice is Sunseeker 44.
Hello, hello.
Secretly, we're all recording this in one day because trying to find the time is a pain in the ass.
See the
Huh.
previous episode for more details.
Actually, that's the next episode. This one's gonna come first because this is gonna
See
be
the
our
next episode for more details.
Yeah, see the next episode. Here's
Yes.
the hint, guys. We're talking about finding time for shit.
Yeah, that's going to be next episode, which we recorded before this one because we knew that we were going to be so off kilter that we couldn't really focus anymore.
Yeah, we before we even started recording this, we were talking politics, which I don't mind talking as long as it's civil, but I'd rather us not do that on these episodes, primarily because I don't want there to be a huge argument among our listeners.
Yeah.
But
Politics
do-
and religion and family are the three things that are just start the most arguments.
Mhm.
Who your starter Pokemon is, that's a big division too.
Okay.
It's
If we're gonna
Totodile,
talk
and I'm
Pokemon,
right.
if we're gonna talk Pokemon,
Yeah,
I
because
want to know y'all's opinion on the news Pokemon ZA that's coming out.
I've looked at it. I don't know how I feel about it. Haven't
co-
pulled the trigger to play it and try it.
they're coming out with a new Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon ZA. It's
Like a 3D.
we're going back to
world.
the Kalos region, so back to X and Y region.
Is it going to be a 3D open world more bullshit?
Think like Arceus.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
Legends
yes.
Arceus kind of style.
Dark Souls Pokemon.
With one of the mechanics that they added where you can now run around and like dodge with your Pokemon. Like if you're running in a circle, your Pokemon will follow you and can actually dodge attacks.
Dark Souls
I'm-
Pokemon Breath of the Wild.
Yeah. I'm actually kind of excited about it because it has people are going to hate me for this. One of my favorite starters in it. Chikorita.
And let the flame war
Chikorita is the-
begin.
Chikorita is my second favorite, but I don't know what it is about Totodile. I was like, that's my dude.
I think my favorite starter has to be Bulbasaur.
Bulbasaur is good. Like I anytime I've played Pokemon, there's a very high probability I'm choosing the grass starter. Unless I'm doing Diamond and Pearl, then I almost always choose Chimchar because there's only like 2 fire types in the entire game. Chimchar and Ponyta.
I never had a Game Boy. Let me rephrase that. I never had a Game Boy Color. I really wanted one. I got a Game Boy Advance. And so my first experience with playing an actual Pokemon game outside of like an emulator was Gold and Silver and Crystal. So those are even though I've been dealing with Pokemon since elementary and middle school. Those were the starters that I just kind of fell in love with
Mhm.
because that was like my first experience. And I've noticed I'm a water type girly. I don't know what it is. I just love water types. So.
Well, so you started literally in the generation that had, you want to be decent in this gen? Great, you have to start Totodile. Because Rage was so powerful in the early gens, it's not funny. Like Totodile and the Feraligatr line was just so strong in those games. It's phenomenal. But if you want to go and redo it and do like Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil is the better option. And you can still run Totodile in that line. But like part of the reason Chikorita gets as much hate as Chikorita does is the first 2 gym leaders have strength against you.
Right.
And then the
And that makes
7th
sense.
gym leader has strength against you. But it's neutral for the most part for everything else.
Yeah.
So you have 3 of the 8 gym leaders in the first starting aspect that they're strong against your starter. It's part of the reason Chikorita got as much hate as she did. I think if they, with the addition of Fairy type, if they would have given Meganium the Fairy type,
Mm-hmm.
I think Chikorita's strength would have gone up so much higher that it would have been better.
That makes sense. I can see that.
Yeah.
I mean,
But-
yeah, it'd be 4 times weak to poison, but Chikorita is, and just the entire line is just bulky, and
Mhm.
it's not meant to, you know, be this strong heavy hitter, just pound fit. No, Chikorita gets both light screen and I just blanked. Wow.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
she-
I always felt like Chikorita was a lot more balanced in that regard. Whereas, like with Totodile for me felt more heavy hitting, especially if you got
Mhm.
for Alligator and Crocodile. It was
they are both heavy
tanky.
hitting. Yeah.
And
They-
I guess maybe because I'm like a petite girl, I'm like, yeah, tanky.
I
No.
do like the Bulbasaur's secondary typing, but
Grass poison was very strong. In the early gens, it was the most common type, I believe, other than water.
Mhm.
Let me check my board. Yeah, as far as dual types, I don't see any that are higher other than maybe rock ground.
yeah, but I actually remember to this day my mom and sister coming back from the store. They threw me a box. It's like it was Pokemon Red. It's like, yeah, thanks, but I kind of need a Game Boy to play this. Well, I found out she got a Game Boy Color, so I got her old like OG black case Game Boy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Jealous.
the one where you had to tilt it right into the light just right to
So you
actually
can
be
see
able
it.
to see the
Mhm.
damn thing.
Oh, good luck doing it on car rides. If you didn't have that thing, you had to sit there and wait just right when you're passing the streetlights. Up, I can see. Up, I can
90s
see.
struggles.
Oh, I
Up,
can
I can
see.
see.
Not anymore. Oh, light. Up, nope. Up, light. Oh, nope.
Heaven forbid your parents says, "We're gonna take the freeway home." No, 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 no. Can we stay by the lights just so I can sit? And we're on the freeway. And you're
That's
just
what.
on the
Yeah.
freeway. There's no lights anywhere. You're struggling to use the headlights from the cars behind you so you can see enough so you can save so the battery doesn't die. Oh, and then if you're on a long car trip and your batteries start to die,
You're
you have to
fucked.
beg your parents, "Hey, can we
Womp,
stop
womp, womp,
by a gas
womp.
station and get more double A? Well, we don't have money for double A's. You should have grabbed some from home." I didn't realize that I was gonna be on this car this long.
It's like, and I took the ones that we had at home, all of them, which happened to be 4.
Yeah.
I will say though, just on the topic of Pokemon, that being able to play Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2 again on the Switch has been so nostalgically wonderful.
Yeah, my friends won't play Stadium with me, but that's
Rude.
because I have it for the N64. They won't play it with me. My roommate, I said, "Hey, we'll battle. It'll be easy. It's not that hard." As I you know, almost 6-0 him.
Exactly.
I'm sorry my Persian knows Slash. What's your problem?
And another obsession I had, because in a way it was kind of like Pokemon Stadium, was Pokemon Puzzle League. I would
I
spend
love Puzzle League.
I love Puzzle League. I was so thrilled to see it on the Switch. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, I probably played that more than any of my N64 games other than Banjo-Tooie.
So one of the only games I was allowed to play after school, on the rare occasion I was allowed to play games, was Puzzle League because it
Oh,
was a thinking game.
exactly. I
I
could fight,
loved it.
I could battle, and I could play Tetris at the same time.
Mhm.
Yes. And the little 3D puzzles, I love them. Oh my goodness, I love Pokemon Puzzle League. I play at
No.
least once a day.
I think I'm still trying to hunt down a Pokemon puzzle for my N64.
Oh, you know what? I went looking for it because one of my writing friends, Lilium, had given me her N64, but I didn't have the right converter for it, and I was looking and that was the first game I looked for, and it was like hundreds of dollars. I was like, absolutely not.
I
And
got
now
a
I
steal because I managed to find an OG copy of Gauntlet Legends.
oh my god.
So I got OG Gauntlet Legends.
That's
I think for one of
impressive.
the games, because one of the game shops up here do refurbished
Mm-hmm.
like ROM cartridges.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the original game. It's a ROM version of it. So you can find ROM versions for like a fraction of the price.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want the OG, go OG. But best steal I got was we managed to find in one of the game shops an OG red and blue
Oh my goodness.
for Game Boy. I grabbed both of them. So I now have red, blue, and yellow all for the Game Boy Advance or
I've
Game Boy Color.
never played a single one of them. Not one.
I still have because I found this at a hand-me-down shop and I wanted it because I recognized it.
Mm-hmm.
Lady was grabbing it for her son and I was like, damn, because she grabbed it before I could run up and grab it. It's like, damn it. I wish I could have gotten that. It's like I was gonna give this to my grandson. Do you know anything about this? Like, yeah, it's for a game that's my age. It came out when I was really young. You're like, oh, it's not one of the new Pokemon things. Like, no, that's for a
No.
game that most people don't even have anymore. I
Yep.
happen to have that game. It's like, oh well, here you go. It's only a quarter. Here's a quarter for you as well. What?
That
So
is
I
a
got
steal.
the Pokemon red, blue, and yellow gamer guide for a quarter.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
It's
welcome.
in really bad condition because it's almost 30 years old, but in the back it still has intact all 151 stickers.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
that itself makes it like a little bit more expensive. The condition sucks, but as a collector's item, it's actually worth a decent amount just for the fact that it has all of the stickers still
stickers.
intact.
Yeah, welcome to retro gaming in 2025.
I know, right?
Makes
I'm
me
literally
wonder.
I'm looking to see like I got curious to see like what the current price is for Pokemon. There's like $8.99, $2.14, $5.99, $99. It's crazy.
Makes
Mhm.
me wonder how much the NES in our shed and the games are worth.
Find out.
Yeah, no. There's so many collectors that are trying to acquire the older systems because they are the level of nostalgia it is to sit there and have to blow a cartridge out, stick it in, hit the power button for like an N64 or an NES and hear the just straight boot up
Mm-hmm.
of anything. It hits different. It's why I like what Sony did for one of their anniversaries. You can change your PS4 and PS5. You can change the settings to the sounds of any of the previous PlayStations. So I have
Oh,
mine set for
yeah.
PS2.
I was gonna say, oh man, I missed the PS2 boot ups. It was so pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Though I miss the PS1 more.
PS1 was good.
I never played on the PS1.
I still have most of my PS2 and PS1 games. I just
My
only have PS2.
my neighborhood friend had a PS1. We would play a lot of King of Fighters, Tekken, a lot of the early fighting games we loved. We played on that. And then he got a GameCube, so we were playing like Spyro, things like that. So
I just could never get behind Spyro.
I couldn't either. It was not my favorite.
I think the best one I remember playing for like the GameCube was Wind Waker. Legend of Zelda Wind Waker.
I hear a lot of good things about Wind Waker because I asked my followers like, okay, I'm playing Ocarina of Time for the first time, but what other Zelda games other than Majora's Mask,
Twilight.
obviously, do I need to explore? And they did
Twilight.
not disappoint. They showed up. They probably named every Zelda game out there, but I heard a lot about Wind Waker.
So in my opinion, my favorite Zelda games are in the order of Twilight Princess, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker.
Okay. Okay.
That's about it because I don't care for most of the others. I like Majora's Mask, but I'm sorry if you're gonna play Majora's Mask, you have to 100% it.
Yes. And that was one of the starting points of where gaming was stressing me out, was
Mhm.
because I got tired of this stupid moon crashing into me after
You
3
had to
days.
reset the day, and you had to reset the day for all of the stories and stuff. Your better option would be do all of the dungeons, restart the day, pull up a guide or something, and just sit there and go through as much of the different side quests as you can,
Mhm.
because it'll take you. I think if you know exactly what you're doing in everything, you can 100% the game. I think it's in like 5 cycles.
Yeah. I've seen it do it. I watch speed runs and playthroughs. And in fact, that's just one of the things that got me think is like maybe I need to get back into gaming. Like being able to watch and see how other people do it and playthroughs and things like that. It was just like, man, I've been playing this game wrong my whole life. Like, doing it wrong.
Most people, when I tell them my favorite Zelda games, they're like, why is Twilight number one? I'm sorry, you get to turn into a wolf. Wolves are one of my favorite animals. Also, the music score alone for Twilight Princess, I'm sorry, cannot be beat.
Yeah. A good soundtrack can really make her,
Mhm.
a
We
really good
Not much and
experience.
I have talked about this in one of our episodes where we talked about music and gaming.
Yeah, gaming music.
Mhm.
It's our most popular episode so far.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I believe so. And I don't know if you ever heard Bar Silence. It's a podcast about like gaming background music and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I want to get the host of that on for another gaming music episode, but his availability is so sparse.
That's fair. I'm trying to get other streamers and podcasters on our channel. It's hard. I still find it hilarious that we've been doing this for 3 years now. I still
Yep.
find that hilarious.
3? Oh,
Is
it's
it? It's
4.
Oh, it says season 3, episode.
I Yeah, that's my fuck up. At first, I
What
couldn't
day is
believe
it?
we. Yeah, at first I couldn't believe that we've been doing it 4 years either. But yeah,
Yeah, no, we started this back in like during the coronavirus and everything, and just we did it for fun, and now it's one of those things that I look forward to, just like, okay, it's getting closer to the end of the month. I need to message not much, see when we're recording, or 9 times out of 10 it's not
me
much messaging me.
messaging
Hey, when's
you.
your availability to record? Oh fuck, I got to record an episode. Sometimes I'm proactive about it, but then I
Also,
forget to message.
I wonder how many people name their pets after like their favorite game characters. That would be an interesting. Have you guys ever asked your audience that before?
No, but considering the fact that my dog's name is Ronnie from the witch, the Winter Witch or whatever from
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring, and my cat is named Melania from Elden Ring. One of our birds is named Lysandra from League of Legends.
That's awesome.
Um,
My
that's not
dog just came in, and my dog is named after a book character, and that's what made me think. I wonder how many people name their pets after game characters.
That's a
that's
really good
fair.
question. So
But not just that, how many people have named like their pets and stuff in games after their own pets?
Or their children. I have
Melania, what are you doing?
I have a classmate, an alumni, who named her son Auron from Final Fantasy, and I just remember thinking that kid is gonna be so cool to all of his.
One of my first Pathfinder characters is actually named Daruana,
That's awesome.
which is a Goron from Ocarina of Time.
Which that's where I'm at right now. I'm in Goron City, so
Oh yeah,
I'm
that
literally
music.
about to fight the boss.
Oh, what is that? Dodongo?
Yeah.
No.
the big
No,
Dodongo.
yeah.
Yeah.
We had to like roll out of the way. It
Yeah.
crushed.
Do you have the Hylian shield?
Yes.
Okay, it makes it so much easier fighting it with the Hylian shield than trying to do it with the wooden shield.
Yes, no, I
Because literally you just sit there, you just crouch, and he'll just run over you. But you want to make sure he doesn't push you into the lava.
exactly. I actually watched a playthrough first because I was like, okay, psych yourself up, Seeker, you got this. Like,
If you
that's all you had to
need
do.
any
Just had
help,
to jump
if
to
you
the
need any
side.
help, send me a message. I have done Ocarina. I've done most of the 3D Zelda games.
It's it's so funny because it's not that I'm like terrible at gaming, it's just that I become so anxious that I mess up very easily.
Have you-
Let me know when you if and when you do Twilight. I would love to see your playthrough of Twilight.
So one of the things that I'm gonna start doing here soon, I got myself a gimbal, but I'm also getting a couple of things so that I can start recording, streaming, things like that. Because I kind of I am a book girl. I love to read. It is a thing of mine. It's a lifelong passion. I'll never stop reading. But I'm not very big on like bright neon lights and things like that. So my particular gaming setup is supposed to be like I'm a disheveled librarian. And so not very many female gamers in that regard have that sort of aesthetic. Everything's pink or purple or sky blue or white, and just
Or waifu like.
yes, and I'm 35 years old, and it's not that I have to heal my inner child or anything. I'm very happy with where I am, but I
You
would
just
say
want to be
that
a librarian.
yeah, my decor is a little more mature, and I'm very thematic as someone who was going to go to school for interior design and decorating, things like that. And so mine's a little more thematic. And one of the personal, and I'm also very artistic as well. So one of the things that I'm working on is turning my PS4 covers into book versions so that it looks like a leather bound book. Like it's gonna be
That
slim,
just
obviously.
sounds so cool.
I thought it would be because then I could display them like on a shelf near my desk and things like that. So like I found an old like librarian catalog drawer, and so like that has all of my acrylic dice that are
Melania.
in cords and things like that inside of it. And everything's like dark and moody for me. But I'm not if every time I see dark and moody, it's like witchy. I'm not witchy. I
No.
love I love witches, but I'm not witchy. I just want it to feel like I'm in a cozy library. So,
There's nothing wrong
like,
with that.
I
Now that
really
you mention, I don't think I've seen anybody who has that kind of aesthetic. A gaming
exactly.
librarian. Like,
So, and I feel like my gamer tag just I need to find something that's gonna like reflect that. But like one of the things that I've been doing is collecting maps of either my favorite book worlds or my favorite game worlds. So I have with oddly enough, what started this was neither a book nor a game. It was Hominoptera's map. So I have a map of Hominoptera. I have a book. I have a couple of bookmarks, but I got Ashley Manor from Resident Evil. It looks really, really cool. Um, Etsy is just a fantastic place to find those resources. And so, like, I want to plaster the maps, like behind my monitors. I have like a dual screen monitors because my game space is also my workspace, so I have to keep it quasi functional, but I also want to make it aesthetic. And so,
yeah.
one of the things I really want to start doing, and this is long tangent short, is to kind of start getting into streaming and things like that and just share more of my aesthetic because I firmly believe that there are other women out there like me who don't really do the super girly things or like super anime things, being part Asian myself. I have a globe, I have a statue of Athena because she's my favorite goddess. I have my favorite set of dice. My first set of dice that I got because they're metal and really pretty. So shiny math rocks get displayed,
Of
and
course.
some of my favorite books. Like I collect a lot of I do part of my hobby is thrifting hardcover books and things like I got a couple from Arthurian Legends. Like I have one for Gawain and the Green Knight, and just, displaying them alongside of like my gaming stuff as well. So my dad got me a Cricut for Christmas so that I could work on making these really pretty like gold foil covers that I could add. And Michael has like, faux leather, and I've been learning bookbinding techniques so I can turn these little slim, PS4 game covers into like book versions. So far I did Kingdom Hearts. I've done God of War. That one is a little more Art Deco in its design. Um and I think I'm doing Shadows of Mordor next. And just I want to make it something that, my users and viewers can see and view like while I'm playing these games. But I do see that I get the most interaction when I'm doing retro gaming. So like when I'm talking about playing Ocarina of Time or Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie and things like that in those Super Mario World games. A lot of people seem to be the most reactor towards that. So I'm really hoping to find some sort of middle ground where I can start streaming and things like that. And so people can see what I'm doing and see what I'm gaming and things like that. So my whole setup is a work in progress, but I'm very happy with her so far. I even got a retro keyboard that's Bluetooth, and it makes the most satisfying click clack noises when I type on it.
And here I am, can't understand any of this because I am not aesthetic at all.
That's what you have me for, though.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. With most of my gaming setup, I literally have posters all over, our home.
Everywhere.
I Pokemon everywhere. I'm trying to get more of the other games I enjoy. Like I've got a couple of Zelda ones I've gotten. One of them I literally got from GameStop because like, hey, what are you doing with this? Because I really like this. Like, well, when it comes down, we're just gonna be throwing it away. It's like, could I get it? Like, sure. Come
That's
back
awesome.
in 2 weeks because that's when that poster for the game's coming down. So I have a Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom that you would see at GameStop hanging up on my wall because GameStop dude was really chill. I'm
I think
trying to find
Hyrule is
more.
my next map that I want to get.
I'm trying to get more Fallout
Okay.
as well as Skyrim. I would love to get the Skyrim map poster because that's cool.
Oh yeah,
But
Baldur's Gate. That was the other map that I was going to get.
I don't think I would go for the Baldur's Gate map.
It was a little boring looking, and I think that's why I haven't gotten it yet. But I have
It
like a
is
list.
boring looking.
I'm looking on Etsy to figure out what all I've got because I have them saved so that I can follow
And
them.
here, all I have on my wall are 2 Lego patent filing prints that my sister got me, and a Lego color chart because it helps me for my bricklinks. That's it. Otherwise, it's just old wood paneling because I live in a trailer.
I will say, men have a much more simplistic approach to design and aesthetic than women do. So if it's plain and simple and that's what works for you, live your best life.
More it's just
no,
I'm too lazy to
that's part of the simplistic aspect of it.
Yeah, that's the simplistic side.
yeah, I'm too lazy to decorate because I don't really give a fuck.
Yeah.
My
Though I-
ex-boyfriend couldn't even invest in like dish towels. He was using a set of bed sheets to pull a hot lid off of this. I was like, you really are a simple creature. Get some dish towels.
I'm not that bad.
Though one aesthetic choice I do have a strong feeling about, I hate RGB.
Yeah, I'm very like my desk. I got a Secret Lab desk because I wanted something that was sturdy, something that would last me a long time. Something that I felt was worth the money, especially with me doing dual monitors. And it comes with an RGB strip, but it's a soft amber glow, and I can change the brightness of. I just wanted something that was like cozy, because I'm sorry, I can't do the bright neon pinks or the reds or the blues, and it hurts my eyes. I wear glasses, hopefully not for much longer. I'm supposed to be getting LASIK surgery soon, but I can't. I can't. It has to be a soft, either white or warm white color. I can't do the crazy colors, which is why building a PC is going to be interesting for me.
Yeah, I had
find
to
it funny.
actually.
Both of y'all hate that, and yet if I turn on my light strip on the desk, it's just gonna light the desk up. But my keyboard is, currently alternating colors as it's going down, and then behind my monitor, we have a little nook that's perfect for what we still haven't taken down yet because it gives great lighting for
Mhm.
just like a soft like mood lighting for our
Yeah.
entire thing. The Christmas tree.
Our Christmas tree is still up.
I'm sorry.
Listen, audience, we listen and we don't judge, but the Christmas tree is still up.
Yeah,
But no, I still have my Christmas tree up because it cycles between the multicolor and white, and it's
Mhm.
a soft enough thing that it lights up because we have a very, and I mean very open floor plan. So it
Mhm.
just lights everything up, and it's a great thing instead of just having like one random light to kind of like give that ambiance of light so it's
Mhm.
not pitch black, especially at night.
Right.
Especially for the fact that our source of natural light is not good because it's a basement.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
yeah, but I'm just glad I was able to find a case that not only not have a glass side because that will break, but is also all black and actually has a slot for my DVD burner.
Oh, you
That's
burn
nice.
DVDs?
Yeah, mainly as I mean, I've burnt like one so far as like backup of stuff I really don't really want to lose, like older Gamersperience episodes.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I hardly ever use that drive, but I do want to have it.
Yeah. That's the other thing that I've noticed. Like, you don't see much anymore, especially on computers. Like, you almost never see DVD drives or CD drives.
Because
Y'all,
they're
y'all remember,
obsolete now.
hoping to, be able to play games on the computer and hope that your disc isn't fucked up?
Yes.
I don't know where. I still have the Scooby Doo Mystery of the Sphinx computer game.
I want to say that and it wasn't really a game per se, but it had game aspects to it, was Dangerous Creatures Microsoft. If you want to raise a future zoologist, that is the game because I learned so much about animals that I still use to this day. It's crazy. And it had like it was very interactive. And when my disc broke, I was devastated because they just like that was supposed to last me forever. Like I just thought that, CDs and things like that would be forever. And now
Nope.
they're not. And it's like, what?
Everything's digital now. So one of the old computers I had, it just completely just full thing died. But this thing also ran Windows 95. So it was old. But I forgot to take out one of my favorite games out of it, which was Lego
Oh
Island.
no.
And so
Oh,
when we got rid of it, it wasn't until afterwards, like, I can't find my Lego Island. Well, when's the last place you had it? Well, I was playing on the computer when it went and died on us. And that was like a
Oh.
week later because we had ended up getting a new one and I was going to play it. I didn't have my disc anymore. So I'm still trying to find a Lego Island. I can't even find like ROMs or anything of it. Anytime I look, it's not the right game. And I hate it because it was just one of those games I enjoyed playing.
yeah, but without disk drives though, you don't have disk read errors like our original Xbox did towards the
True.
end. It's
Mm.
like I couldn't get very far in Fable because I always just chick, disk read error.
I had that issue with my PlayStation 2. And so I
Apparently,
looked
if you
up,
open it up and go inside, there's like two potentiometers that aim the laser that you can adjust.
or if you can either adjust them or try to clean them. In order to clean it, you need isopropyl alcohol and uh, Q-tips. I had Q-tips. You had to be very, very careful and gentle because that's something you just can't, wipe. You have to gently wipe because if you put any pressure, it screws up the angling and everything.
And then you have to fuck with those two potentiometers.
Thankfully, due to the fact of me knowing how to micro solder, I know how to not put pressure. So I was able to clean the lens and worked fine because my lens got dirty, so it wouldn't run any of my PS2 games. So I had to clean my PS2, and that's something that people just don't know how to do much anymore. Have y'all noticed that? Like,
My PS4 gave me more problems than my PS2 did, and it got to a point where I was like, I was ready to chuck this thing out the window and go find a
yeah,
PS2 again.
we can't have like what we used to have. Well, game won't work. Have you tried blowing it? It works. Now we have to have like coding degrees just to be able to fix some of our games for our newer systems.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's almost like these companies don't want you to fix it and just want you to buy new.
And capitalism, baby.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. It's just like I can still work on any controller in my house except for the PS4 and PS5 controllers we have because I don't want to deal with that motherboard. But what I don't want to do, my roommate has no problem doing. If he takes it apart for me, I can fix it from there. I'm not taking them apart.
Yeah.
That's
When
too
I
much
was
of a
at
headache for me.
19, having to do full disassemble, reassembles for practice, that got tiresome after a while.
I think I only have one of my GameCube controllers that I haven't fixed and worked on, but all of the other GameCube controllers, because I didn't know how to control my temper when I was young. So I've broken my fair share of controllers. What gamer hasn't?
I haven't yet. I'm very surprised
Yet.
because I am very.
That's the key word right there. Yet.
When I talk in my cozy community, I often joke that I'm like Genkai. I'm like a crotchety old lady, crotchety old martial arts lady, and I like to punch things. That's why I like fighting games so much. It's because it's so my anxiety. It's a
I
joke.
want to see what happens if you were to play something like Dark Souls.
Oh
You
my
like
god!
fighting games, but your anxiety, just like how is Dark Souls going to be handled?
I know. I've honestly thought about it, and it's so funny because like I can't remember. I don't think I've ever not with the Super Nintendo, not with the N64, not with the PS2, and definitely not with the PS4. I've never broken a controller. No, and the joke is that with my anxiety manifests as anger, and so I get very very angry. I get just and it's my nickname is She-Hulk, and I'm now that I'm thinking about it, I'm
A
legitimately
She-Hulk
impressed.
librarian.
Yes, I'm really impressed that I have not broken anything yet, not a TV or anything. Oh my goodness.
I'm kind of jealous.
I have a really fantastic TV in storage. I call it the space TV. So my ex-boyfriend is not we managed to stay friends for after everything, and his idea of a grand gesture is buying this like 72-inch TV for me. So it's the TV is bigger than I am. I'm only 5'1", and I am hoping to get it out of storage and into my room because I moved in to where I'm at now earlier this year, and I'm still not technically fully unpacked. Obviously, by the time I'm ready to buy my house, I'll be fully unpacked. So I really
Yeah,
would
you'll be
love.
fully unpacked just to have to turn around and pack again.
Exactly. So one of the things I really, really want to do at some point is to get it set up with a really good sound system so that I can game on it, so that I could get like that theater experience. And I want to play Dark Souls on it just to see.
You
I
want to
will
look.
say, I did love the Resident Evil Essentials that I had gotten because I played Resident Evil Outbreak, Resident Evil Code Veronica, and Resident Evil 4 when not long after it first came out. So I survived Resident Evil 4 because I'm a backseat gamer. I will look up how to do anything, and I told my boyfriend at the time, I was like, "Don't shoot the merchant."
Shoot the merchant. Always shoot the merchant.
He listened to me until he got to the very last chapter, the very last save level, the very last boss. And he's like, "I wonder what happens if I shoot." So he shot the merchant, went on about his merry way, lost to the boss, was gonna re-up on his supplies. No merchant. See, this is why we're not getting married because you don't listen to me. But I do, I'm not someone who likes to be scared, obviously. I have anxiety. I can literally have a heart attack and die. But if I can research it before so that I know what's coming, which is so ironic because I have a weird obsession with phasmophobia, even though I've never played it. I love watching people play it. But the the spook aspect and the anger aspect of it, I'm just curious to see. I'm like you. I want to see how I would react to that, but I want to do it on my big TV, my space TV, and see how freaked out I get.
But as far
Stay
as
tuned. Stay tuned for that.
sound systems go, though, look for vintage stuff, like maybe like early mid '90s. That's probably like the pinnacle of like sound. Honestly,
I know. I agree.
like
I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I have like, well, from our storage unit, I actually brought back the about probably mid '90s Technics receiver. I plug it
Okay.
into my computer, plug it into a couple Bose speakers I actually got from there. It sounds awesome. Even
Quality.
yeah, even if it's just mainly putting through the sounds of like whatever video I have in the background as I'm planting my canola, so I get the good diesel sounds of that
Oh, must be
tractor,
hard.
and
I
then it
don't know anything
almost
So
about
sounds like a
cannolis.
Then it almost
one of
sounds
the
like a
things you also
vacuum
have to
as
watch
the
out for,
turbo comes in.
if if you're playing on older systems, you want to also try to find an older television
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because
CRT.
certain
CRTs.
TVs, they just can't handle the old school graphics. It
They can.
looks so bad on some like newer televisions. It's not even funny.
But they're
It's
so.
like the Switch playing all the retro games. They maintain their retroness.
Hmm.
But CRTs are just so far to find anymore.
They're also heavy. I don't miss having, again, 5'1". I weigh like $150, and picking one of those up was so difficult.
So the
Uh,
TV that
comical.
I use for playing my old school systems, the TV itself is like almost 15 plus years old. But if I were to plug in my systems to some of my newer TVs, they look off, like so off. It's not funny.
Yeah,
I
I can see
have to
that.
play it on one specific television that I have, which is funny because I have, several. I think of every screen in our home, all but one of them is technically mine because I have dual monitors for my computer. We have one for my retro gaming, one for guests to use when they're gaming. I have one in or two in our bedroom. Our roommate has one in his room because sometimes I'd like to play, but my client and whatnot, they want to watch stuff, so they'll watch stuff on one screen, and I'll be gaming on the other. Holy shit, I have a problem. I got too many fucking screen. What the?
Yeah,
And the
that's
worst part
funny.
is I have only paid for one screen out of out of our entire
Mm,
home,
gaming though, gaming.
and that's my main
It gets
computer
and it
monitor. It's
taketh
the only one I paid for.
and the
Everything else is like,
technology
oh, we
taketh.
got new ones here. Okay.
Amazing.
All of our screens are hand-me-downs, like all of them. I think that's the funniest part about how many screens I have is the fact that all of them are hand-me-downs, and I've given screens away, and I still acquire more.
Actually, back when I lived in Indiana, I actually won a couple TVs from the arcade.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was just building up ticket after ticket after ticket because I didn't really see much I wanted. It's like, oh, a TV. Hey, I have enough tickets.
Hey, you got a TV now.
Yeah.
How much money did you have to end up paying to get all of those tickets?
Yeah, I never kept track because I know it would be, but be so tragically high. But the thing is, I don't pay to get the TV. I pay to play the games. The winning is just, it feels so awesome to win.
It basically what you did is you paid money to work for a television.
Yeah, because the winning just was so
I still remember
intoxicating.
getting kicked out of one of the arcades and getting banned from Chuck E. Cheese. Y'all know what is it, the Wheel of Fortune thing, where it has the light that goes around in a circle and you have to stop it to hit the jackpot.
Cyclone.
Yeah, that's one of the names. I was really good at that when I was younger, and so at the Chuck E. Cheese that we went to when I was young, it had 3 of those machines, 3 of those games. I went and was hitting the jackpot on all 4 sides of my. I had just finished the second machine and was moving to the third machine when they said, "Hey, no, you can't be cheating. You know, go to your parents." And so they banned me from that game, but they didn't have enough grounds to kick us out.
Apparently, they must have set it wrong because you can set that to have like a payout rate.
Mhm.
I'm aware, and it's one of those things of there's a certain setting that you can change in it. The issue is I've gotten to the point that with how those work, because I found out later, either you hit it 1 or 2 lights ahead and you'll hit jackpot, or it's 3 to 6 lights if you want a worse payout because it changes the speed. I had gotten to the point because, neurodivergence and autism, I could see it and hit it. I was scarily good at it. That one of the other places, they had it to where it was actually impossible to win the jackpot because they didn't want anybody winning the jackpot.
Quit winning with your dice rolls and your jackpots. Good grief. Lose.
I think the main reason we got kicked out of the Chuck E. Cheese and banned was I kept cheating at all of the games, and they didn't like me going under the machines and grabbing all of the tokens that had fallen, or taking and just grabbing all the balls in skee ball and dropping them all in the $10,000 or the 10,000 point hole.
That must have been ice ball.
It's the one that you take the ball, you roll it up the ramp, and
Yeah, there's
In the
skee
hole.
ball, and then there's
Skee
ice
ball.
ball, which is like a reskin of skee ball.
yeah, they later put plexiglass so people couldn't do that.
Oh, so you're the reason why that area has cages and plexi and shit.
Well, the issue is, if you're thin enough and you get the right machine, you could still just walk up, put your hand up and over, and just drop the ball in.
I am far from skinny enough.
I'm aware of that. I'm not. I still have the reach. I can do it. That's why I'm not allowed in arcades. It's not as bad as the person who just they pulled what Deadpool did in the movie, where he just took and just started throwing them in. If he got the accuracy for it, why not?
I was looking up something while you guys were talking. I wanted to see local arcades because I live in a very small town and we only have one, and it's actually was built by my doctor. So
Your doctor built an arcade.
yeah, so her and her family started a local arcade slash bar. It's kind of like a multifunctional space, but it's literally like a giant arcade because it's a small town. There's really nothing for like kids and adults to do. So
Yeah.
I was just wondering, like, how many other arcades are there still left? Because I have fond memories of going to downtown Disney to the tower. It's like 5, 6, 7 stories of arcade games and things that they did.
So the arcade that we used to go to when I was a kid, I called my mother because she still lives in my hometown, or one of, because it's complicated. Sadly, that arcade closed down. What's funny is I still have tokens from that arcade somewhere. Like, I still have their tokens, which I find hilarious. But now all of them are going electronic, where they, oh, here's your gameplay card, and you have to use the card. It's like, whatever happened to
No.
using old-fashioned quarters and tokens? Like,
This one is the same way. You have to go, you put in the quarters, and it gives you the tokens, and it's the greatest thing ever. I'm so glad
it's
that they're
so
doing that.
nostalgic to sit there and you pay it and you get a bunch of tokens, or the push machines where the prize is more tokens.
Yes.
And just
It has
hearing the tokens falling, just it's so nostalgic.
that was my favorite
Or
part about going to the bowling alley, was going to the little arcades or the movie theater. We would go and play Tekken at the movie theater before our movie started. Oh, I miss the 90s.
yeah. And then there's a token action games where the token becomes part of the game. I love
Yeah.
those.
Yeah, where
Those are
you
so
like you have to line up the slider, drop the token, and it goes and jumps, and you have to get it into the right slot to win the tokens or the tickets or whatever.
That's so awesome.
Or like the what was it, Pinko machines?
Oh yeah, Plinko.
Yeah, I still
Ah,
liked one of the things that they had to do at the Chuck E. Cheese, because they used to you'd have all your tickets in a bag, and you'd weigh the bag to see, okay, how many tickets. People would
mhm.
put note cards, and
Awesome.
they'd fold it up and throw it in with all of their tickets to
Mhm.
add extra weight. So they had to start searching through the tickets to make sure there was no note cards in it.
No
I remember
cheating.
I remember that because somebody came in with like this huge bag of things, and they started going through, and they're like, "Well, just wait, we want our like," and they just started pulling note cards out because it was throwing off the weight. The note
There's
card, like
never
each note
profit.
card added like 4 or 5 tickets each.
Yeah, because depending on the weight of the paper itself, absolutely, I
Mm-hmm.
can see that.
It's one of those things. Just like people in the '90s were like crafty when it came to running scams and stuff. It's just like, who would have
Yeah.
thought,
There
in
are
that era
Nigerian
to do that?
princes and cardboard. Good
Yeah,
grief.
no,
Yeah. But
that's just part of '90s life.
well, for the raw recording time, I think we're reaching about an hour, so I think
Oh
it's a good
wow.
place to cut it off. We started with Pokemon, ended with arcades and 90s scams, so that's where it went.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, what for our more older listeners, what are scams that y'all know of from the '90s, or what scams did y'all run in the '90s?
Ooh, I won't
That's
tell.
my question. Like, what are some of the other scams that got run in the '90s that people know of?
Yeah, you can go ahead and send us those at gamersperience@gmail.com. GamerSperience at gmail.com, as in Google's mail service. We're on X at Gamersperience. Our DMs are open, and I'm hoping to actually see something in there that's not spam.
Yeah.
We have a Discord, Gamersperience. We have a YouTube channel, and in the description of every YouTube video and on our pinned X post, there should be an invite link that does not expire. And we even have a Patreon if you want to put your money where your ears are.
Just roll it up and put it in your ear. That way your money will go with your ears, all right?
No, I mean,
You
send
could
it
also
to,
probably just do like a resin earring with shredded up money.
yeah, or no, I'm thinking more like try to financially support us so maybe we can get some better
Better
equipment and sound.
like better mic and stuff.
Yes, maybe our voices can sound as good as Sun Chaser 44's
Yeah, her mic is really good.
or
It's like a really cheap headset that I
Sunseeker.
got from Walmart.
Who,
I don't know
who,
why.
who did we have that like holy crap, their mic setup was just so nice.
Oh,
It sounded so
that was
professional.
Sean, the Backseat Gorilla, and that's
Oh.
because he streams. He has a really good setup,
Yeah.
but that costs money that we
Which
don't
we don't
have, which is why I started a Patreon.
I'll show some ankle if I have to. Whatever I can do to help. Here's my wrist for good measure. It's very thin and demure.
Mm-hmm. It's a librarian's hand.
Yeah, I'd flash everybody, but then that'd drive people away with my pasty white flab.
The
What are you
beacons
talking
are
about?
lit.
If you get it in the right lighting, it'll definitely blind people.
Yeah.
Gondor calls for aid.
The beacons are lit. And also tell us how do you like this format of just bullshit?
Bullshitting.
Yeah, because
It's similar to me going off on my random tangents, but this is like, if y'all want to be part of this, it's more of a chill thing than our normal episodes. I kind of enjoy it, where we're just sitting, we're just talking, we're just bullshitting, and just have fun.
Yeah, I think it makes a great second episode every month because we
Yeah.
don't really have to do much research. We just start talking, and Chaos Assassin just tries whatever way he's thinking. So yeah,
It's not my fault. I have issues.
yeah, it's just how you're born. But
Yeah.
again, just thank you for coming along for the ride to see where this goes. I'm not much 23.
I'm Chaos Assassin. Thank you, Sunseeker44, for joining us for some episodes.
Thank you for having me. Pleasure's all mine.
And as always, we invite you to have your own Gamersperience. In the world of gaming, the players mainly have two separate but equally desirable experiences. One is through computational devices, taking input through buttons, joysticks, and mice, and is displayed on a screen. The other is on paper and cardboard, with dice, plastic pieces, and pencils on a table. We represent both. I'm not much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And this is Gamersperience.
Today we have a guest joining us. Soul. No idea how to pronounce the last part of your name, Soul. Sorry.
It's okay. Just call me Sunseeker44 for now.
Sunseeker44. I will try to remember that.
Of course, the same thing I like to ask with all our guests, especially the first time on here. Think you could briefly tell us your experience with gaming?
Yes, so I have been gaming since I was very, very little. I have really fond memories of waking up one Christmas when I was, I want to say, 5 or 6, and I had a Super Nintendo under the Christmas tree with a couple of games like Jurassic Park, Super Mario All Stars. There was a Goofy Island, the Disney game or something like that I had, and I would spend hours and hours and hours playing on that thing. Like that saw me through a good chunk of my early childhood. And then of course the N64 came out and that was another big thing. And again, preteen memories of going to Blockbuster and getting the newest anime and whatever video game I wanted for the N64. And then I would grab like Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo too, and I would just jump back and forth between the two of them. And of course, then the PS2 came out, and that was a whole new thing. So, whole new evolution of graphics and things like that. And it's been an evolution. And then it kind of came to this trickling halt as my anxiety took over. And now that I am tackling that, getting back into the swing of things, I've got my PS4 now. Lots of RPG gaming, lots of action adventure, puzzle gaming, things like that. And then I just recently decided to get the Switch OLED so that ironically I could go back and play like my childhood favorites on the Super NES, the Super Nintendo, and the N64. Like I almost exclusively got my Switch to be able to play those games again. And so it's been really great to get back into gaming now that it's been 35 years of that I've been around this rock, be 36 in July, and still enjoying it the way that I used to. So I'm really hoping to get back to it on a more regular basis.
I was about to say, based off the fact of being 5 or 6 and waking up with an NES and then seeing, I was about to say you got at least 30 years experience of gaming.
Yes.
But to get to the topic of this episode, how do you find time to play anymore?
Mm. It's so interesting because that is something that, like me personally, I've been trying to get back into because I work full time and I'm pretty much a full time college student as well, studying psychology. And it's been daunting. It's so funny because I always think back to like how did I have time as a kid? Like, what what was I doing that I had time to game? Because it feels like as an adult, there just aren't enough hours in the day. But I find that if I do something like that, like after work, it's a great de-stressor.
Unless you play like League of Legends or Call of Duty and
You know, stress
some-
inducing.
But no,
Something to get the
I
blood pressure up.
I there are days that while yes, I have time to game, it's not just trying to find the time, it's trying to find the desire and drive. Because
Mhm.
there are times that after I'm done doing what I need to do with my job and everything else, I'm just too tired to play. So not only trying to find the time, but the motivation and energy is the
Enjoyment of it.
hardest part.
How do I go back to enjoying this? Like, isn't that why I got into gaming? Is because I enjoyed it. Like, why can't I enjoy it?
Yeah.
So that it's because your brain is fried. You're usually mentally and emotionally drained, if not physically, depending on what type of job you do. My job is very mentally and emotionally draining because I deal with angry people all day. So it's
You're in customer service. I am so sorry.
well, I'm really good at what I do. I've had one. I work in car insurance, and I had a licensed agent was like, "You're really good at this. Like, do you want to come work for me?" So it's like there are good days and bad
Like,
days, and so
out of curiosity, for our viewers and stuff, like what level of customer service are we dealing with? Are we dealing with like Target like people where they're just snotty and stuck up, or are we dealing with like Walmart people that they're trying to scam every system? Like,
it's a bit of both. So I deal with non-standard auto insurance, and so we deal with people that are high-risk drivers. They're not very financially responsible. But on the flip side, I'm also trained to assist licensed agents. So that's kind of where the target people come in. These are people who believe that they know what they're doing, but they maybe need help. And they're just a little condescending about it and things like that. And so not much can verify that he see the kind of things that I've dealt with on a daily basis. It's a lot of lack of common sense, unfortunately.
If you
yeah, no,
think people are intelligent, work customer service.
you
Exactly.
don't even have to work customer service. Just look at Tales from Tech Support. That
Exactly.
alone, I'm sorry, but you don't call the IT people, complain that your computer's not working when you're in a power outage. How are you a CEO of the company if you don't have the common sense to realize you can't check your computer when you're in a power outage?
Yes.
Like,
And as someone who also does IT, yes.
Wow, no
It
wonder
is exactly like that.
no wonder you need gaming to de-stress.
It's nice because I mean I am part of a cozy gaming community and it's been really fabulous, not just because of the type of games that they do, but just the community in general, because it's nice to deal with supportive people with like hobbies and things like that. And so, and it also kind of helps me stay accountable and like making time for myself in gaming because I think that's important too. It's like gaming can be a form of self-care. You know, I dated a guy who dealt with so many stressors, not just from work, but from home life as well. And that, like, as soon as he came home, that's what he would do. He would sit down and game because that was his self-care. And so,
that's what I use for my self-care, and I've had to pick it back up because I was neglecting myself.
exactly. And I felt much the same as like I wanted to belong to community and feel that sense of camaraderie and like if I were to like get into a multiplayer game that I would have people that I could go to and do that with and it's been wonderful. And so like late at night and I think the other thing that's nice is that there's people from all over the world in the community and so like the server is always active, there's always somebody around and different genres to explore. Especially like I've never done cozy gaming before. I like to punch things and I like to drive fast. So
So games like Cyberpunk,
I love fighting games. I love racing games. I love good old fashioned RPG
adrenaline
games.
game,
How about Burnout?
I love Burnout. I was so excited when I got into my Switch and I got into the Super Nintendo when I saw like Bite 64 because I used to play that with my little neighborhood friend all the time. And I was like, oh my God. Like it was just, just pure dopamine. It was a shot of dopamine for me to like go back and like see old titles and things like that I used to play. Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Earthworm Jim, which I used to think was a fever dream. I thought that I was just crazy as a child and I just made up a space earthworm man, but it's real and
No,
it's the thing.
I
They also had
Um,
a
remember
cartoon
Earthworm.
series.
exactly. Castlevania, love with the advent of Castlevania Nocturne. I've loved going back and playing the old Castlevania games. That has been a lot of fun recently. Um, and just there's so many titles to go back and explore, and it's like, how do I make time for it? So
Mhm.
I have discovered that it seems to be like at night after work. That's my de-stressing time for me. If I'm not going to the gym, then I'm like last night I was going to sit down and do some admin work for my website and I ended up gaming for like 2 or 3 hours on the Switch. Like I was like, you know what? Let me just beat this boss really quick. Blah blah blah.
Oh, you beat
Um,
that boss, and this next thing shouldn't take long. It just
it,
quickly do
yeah,
this, and then next thing you know,
It's 3 a.m.
what was I
it was.
doing?
It
Oh, I
really
need to get some sleep.
it really was 3 a.m. when I realized that. I was like, this is a good place to stop. Let me so,
Looks at the time. Oh, hey, it's 3 a.m.
mhm.
No, no.
And then it just kind of becomes this juggling game of like, okay, well, how do I make time to game but not spend like 3 to 6 hours gaming at 3 o'clock in the
Well,
morning, knowing I have to get up in the morning.
the,
So
the the
it
best way I've found to find time to game is I've been setting days aside,
okay.
because technically I work at, damn near 24/7
Yeah,
because I'm a caregiver now.
that's all right. Caregivers, you
Um,
guys are heroes, unsung heroes.
Saturday I spend for my video games, and Sunday I've been setting aside for my tabletop games. So the one game I was running kind of fell through because the person who's had the Hero Lab and everything, his hard drive deleted everything.
Oh no.
So all of their characters, all of the NPCs I had made, everything gone.
That
So
hurts. That hurts
we're
my
having to
heart.
start my game from scratch. I'm gonna do a different story this time, but I'm alternating to give because he started running a game for me that way I could play because it's been a while since I've played. And so Sunday afternoon is our time to do some tabletop. And I've been trying to make Saturdays the day that I sit and I actually just sit there and just play my video games.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, finding time for yourself to play is one thing, but finding time for multiple people to come together at the same
Mhm.
time.
That is the hardest part, I think, with gaming. Is yeah, you can game solo. It's easy to find time for you. It's a lot
Mhm.
easier to find time for you, but trying to find time for 4, 5 plus different people, that in itself is really difficult.
Especially with tabletop, because I ran into
Mm,
that issue too. Because I just recently got into D&D. I'm a light domain cleric, woohoo! And we had this really great campaign that we wanted to run, but people kept dropping and joining and dropping and joining. And it felt like we were treading water. We weren't really able to progress very well because we needed a certain amount of people in our party to do so. And I I regrettably had to leave. I was like, I I need some sort of stability. And
yep.
I have been searching for like the right party to join ever since because I loved it. I'm a dice goblin now. I had got
If
my first
anything, I'd say look
miniature.
up Pathfinder Society.
I'm gonna have to because this was I did it as a play to pay because I wanted someone to teach me like the very basics. I had gone to New York Comic Con last October with Rowan, and they had a one shot, like learn to play. And he was supposed to join me, but he chickened out because he's a goofball. And I did it by myself with a group of strangers, and we had a blast. I was like, I love this. I need more of this. I want more of this. But it's exactly like you said, like being able to coordinate so that people will commit to it. I think that's why the pay to play was a little more successful, but I didn't want to keep giving out money and money and money and money just to, tread water and not like get my money's worth.
Yeah.
And it sucked because it was so cool. And me and my little centaur, we've got adventures we want to go on. And I felt terrible that we weren't really able to go anywhere with that.
I think
I
scheduling is the main killer of tabletop role playing games groups.
that and
Agreed.
holidays.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sorry, I cannot count how many times we started it in like March or April, and we've been playing all year, and then Thanksgiving happens, and up it's Thanksgiving week. We're gonna do family stuff, so we're not gaming this week.
Then Christmas.
Oh, something came up, so we can't game the week after. Oh, we're going out of town for Christmas. Oh, it's Christmas week. Hey, it's New Year's. We're just having a party. We're not gaming. And then by the time it's February, just like, where were we in our game?
Yeah, exactly.
I have lost so many games due to the holiday season because, well, yes, we're all gamers. We enjoy playing with. We also a lot of times enjoy spending time with family, and so the amount of games that end up just dying due to the holidays
Or
is
students,
another big issue.
because like around December it's also exam season. So it's like, oh, sorry guys, like I've got to study.
You have your exams that come up. Like everything happens around the holiday season. It's just like this
Mhm.
sucks.
I wish there were and it's not even really just that, it's just the willingness to commit. It's like, I know that it is a hobby, but you also, to an extent, have reasonable expectations of committing to your hobby.
Mhm.
It's like, if I say I'm going to show up for this, I'm going to do everything that I can to show up for it.
Yeah.
Like with this podcast, it's like, hey, you want to do it? It's like 3 o'clock. Boom, I'll be there. I even got here a little early just to make sure.
Wait, 3 o'clock. That
So
means you're on the other side of the coast.
I am. I'm an East Coast girly.
Nice. I was
So
born
much.
on that
Too,
side of the coast.
too
I was
many
born in North
hurricanes here.
Carolina.
That's where I'm at. This is North Carolina. Hello.
Hello.
And that is
What
nowhere
Greetings.
near the biggest time difference I've actually had to coordinate with a guest.
No, it's not. Well, we
Ryan from the Encounter Table
yeah.
podcast, he lives in Beijing.
Oh,
That's a 15-hour difference.
yes, it
That one
is.
was a troublesome one to coordinate.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He stayed up a little later than usual. We got up much earlier than we usually would.
No, we started that at like 7 o'clock our time, so 10 o'clock y'all's time.
Hmm.
Which
That's rough.
at that time I had to set multiple alarms because I wasn't waking up until 10 or 11 our time.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm surprised we actually got that together.
I'm glad we did. He gave a
Making
lot of
time.
insight.
Yeah.
That yeah, we made the time, and I think that's a big thing with it is if you have the motivation, like, hey, I want to do this, you will somehow find the time.
Exactly.
And that's something that you can tell with people if they're constantly making excuses, they don't really want to be part of it. It's one of the things I'm trying to explain to my friend because we have this person that they're learning and they're a part of the game,
Hmm.
but on the weekends they go and visit I think their family or something
Hmm.
down in a town like 3-4 hours away, and they do that every weekend.
They make
Well, we
time.
play on the weekend, so they were in
Mhm.
it for one game, and like the past 3 games they haven't been a part of. And so it's one of
They
those things
missed
of,
out.
okay, do we really want to keep them here because they're not showing up, they're not
Hmm.
committing time for this.
Exactly. And again, it's one of those things, it's like it's okay to make it casual. There's nothing wrong with casual, but I think even in terms of like a group setting, it does take some level of coordination, accountability, and being able to commit to it for sure.
It's one of the things that I think it breaks games is the fact that lack of communication.
Yo, communication, or rather the lack of communication, is the death of a lot of things.
Relationships.
Yes.
Kind of surprised my Starfinder tiny group is of, well, 2 people is actually going on as long as it is.
Oh, I forgot you were doing Starfinder. How's that going?
That's actually going pretty well. Last session, I kind of had to make something up last minute because I just couldn't really think of anything. I finally did, and now the players kind of want to kill off their characters and play Space Dragons.
Space dragons.
I
Yeah.
could see that.
That sounds
I think that's
exciting.
another aspect that finding time to prep for games, especially if you're running games.
Oh,
I think
yes.
that in itself is so much more difficult than trying to coordinate all the players because you have to then think, what are your players going to do? Which that means you got to learn your players.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a lot of things that just it's hard to do all of that. It's hard to sit there and make a game, especially if you're not very creative.
I definitely think it takes a certain type of person. Like I love world building. Not much can verify this.
Yes.
I'm a huge world builder, lore crafter, and it's a passion. I think. I think you have to have a bit of a passion for it, and being able. Me, I have management skills and things like that. So part of my job is knowing my team, how they work, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and how I can use that to the company's advantage. And I think it takes a lot of people don't realize that you can utilize those skills even with your hobbies. Like you said, with when it comes to like game masters, things like that, being able to learn your players and know and being able to anticipate what they may do and how you can throw them for a loop or how you can really challenge them is such a crucial skill that I think most people don't take advantage of the way that they could. And I think it's not something that you see very often because people are not applying it unless it's like part of their job. Obviously, you're not getting, well, most people are not getting paid for it if it's your hobby, but people like, my dungeon master Crystal, that's what she does for a living. So, that the people pay her to be, a storyteller for lack of better words. And it's not easy at all. It's very hard work, but I don't know. I find it rewarding, honestly.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've had it because one of the people they knew me, but they've never played tabletop with me.
Hmm.
So they were wanting to learn, and they didn't they did their party they were had everybody play what they wanted to play, and they looked at me as like, well, you're experienced, you can play anything, right? It's like, yeah, all right, can you play a tank? Yeah, I could play a tank. What he didn't realize is, well, yes, rogues and roguelike characters are my specialty. When it comes to playing MMOs, tanks are my specialty. And so he had me build a tank in D&D 5th edition. Something I didn't know with the barbarian in 5th edition, because this is before I played Baldur's Gate 3. Barbarians add their con mod to their AC. Well, he had me roll my stats, and I rolled 3 18s.
Whoa.
You've seen me do it before, not much. You've seen me roll my stats. The other stats were like 14 and lower, but the fact that I had a barbarian with an 18 strength, 18 dex, and an 18 con, I not only hit as hard as the fighter that we had, I was also almost impossible to be hit. And
Womp
even
womp.
if he did hit me, I still had the HP for it because I rolled good on my hit points as well.
Hmm.
And so he found out really fast that he didn't like me He
Dang
started
it.
trying to build things in the game to kill me because that's how much he hated me. I was using knives as a barbarian because I was supposed to be, tank. I'm not trying to outshine the I'm not trying to outshine the rest of the party. The issue is my dice didn't let that happen.
Right.
And so the race I was the Triton, which got a bonus to its strength and con. So I'm sitting there with, 18, 19 AC, and he's just not able to deal with me. And I think part of that is the fact that he didn't realize how good I am at being versatile. And I think that can make or break certain parties as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have a player that nobody likes, nobody wants to play with them.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't make it a priority to find time to play with them, will they?
Nope.
Nope.
Not much. You've played with a DM that they were hated by most of the people we play with because they had a knack for killing characters.
Yeah. I was almost a casualty of that.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things of we lost because they had switched locations to the main location that we all played. We ended up losing people that didn't have the time to show up because they saw that he was running a game and didn't feel like losing their characters.
Mm-hmm.
So
It only takes one person.
Mhm.
So if somebody is kind of a, well, for lack of a better word, real shitty player or just sadistic or something, you're going to be more inclined to not find time to play with that person.
And it's not just that; it's. I have a feeling it's hard to find time to play with people you don't enjoy playing with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a shitty player. Players who have characters that let's look at, say, like a paladin. Paladins are lawful good, but if they are playing the lawful good as a snotty, uprighteous, pompous prick, nobody wants to play with that. At least nobody I know.
Yeah.
But if that's how they play, it depends on how they play their characters as well. I have a couple of characters that people don't care for playing with because of how I play them. But I also have people that love playing with some of those characters because of how I play them. One of the
Mm-hmm.
best examples is Toto,
Uh,
paranoid Tengu with a god complex.
perennial channel character.
I don't know how he has survived as long as he has. He is a joke, but this joke has turned into a thing. A lot of people hate him. A lot of people love him. There is a player who they want to try and kill him because that's how much they dislike him. And then other GMs are just like, how is he alive? This is hilarious. So I just can't roll stealth for any of my baddies because he's in the party. How do we get around this? And so they have to think on their feet, which is fine. But it's just one of those things because he takes a lot of energy out of me to play because I have to be kind of that sporadic, scatterbrained
Not the
god
typical.
complex. Yeah.
You have to act, and that can be exhausting.
Yeah. Which, I love playing Toto because he's a paranoid bird with a god complex. I don't play the god complex. He just brags about the fact that he can look at people and they will explode. So don't tempt him to look at you.
I was gonna say, aren't you like naturally scatterbrained?
I have to up it by like an 11.
Ah, give the spinal tap treatment.
Mm-hmm. But it's one of those that it's hard to find the energy to play certain characters.
And that can make it hard to find the commitment
Mm-hmm.
to want to do that on a regular basis.
I love playing Toto, but Toto takes too much energy. And
You
as
like
of
playing
late,
Toto, but Toto
I
don't
don't
like
play him
giving
much.
you. Yep.
How do you find the time to game? Not much?
Well, I am in the very unique situation of being technically self-employed, but the
Oh.
kind of work I'm in, I have a bricklink store, is highly volatile, very seasonal, and really dependent on the economy. So I ain't doing shit for business right now, so I have nothing but time.
Oof. I think the one upside to me being a caregiver is the fact that I'm a live-in caregiver,
Okay.
and so I have time to game, but I try not to game when I'm technically taking care. It's why I set Saturday and Sunday aside for my gaming.
How much? When is your busiest time that you see that you've noticed?
Busier? End
Mm-hmm.
of the month / beginning of a new month, because that's when usually people find out they have money left over. Coming up when people get a lot of tax refunds, and like right after Christmas when people get like gift money and stuff.
I just want someone to give me a giant Lego Star Wars X-Wing for Valentine's Day. That would make my life complete. Like,
I got
Mr.
one of the
Mis-
Lego things I wanted for my birthday. I wanted the DeLorean from Back to the Future.
Oh, yes, that would be
So my
fabulous.
roommate for my birthday, because there's a Lego store in town, we went and he grabbed the Lego DeLorean, and I had to babysit my late brother. And that night, I had built the entirety of the Back to the Future DeLorean. I built it in like 4 hours.
That was me. I got my mom got me my first Lego set for Christmas 2 years ago. It was a Lego Orchid, and I don't know what came over me. I just forgot reality. I sat at my kitchen table in my apartment and I just started building, and I was done in like 2 hours. I was so hyper focused on it. Nothing else mattered. I just needed to build this.
I think my
And
record is for Christmas when I was young. I was given the Connects roller coaster, the one that was like 4 or 5 feet tall.
yes,
I built that in like 6 hours.
that's impressive.
Yeah, but if
I
you can,
still have most of my Connects.
but if you can find time to build that, I'm pretty sure you can find time to play games.
Listen, don't
Yeah.
judge me, okay? I like to build things. I miss my calling as an engineer.
Yeah, I like to build things too, but that's not what this episode is about.
I was thinking, just like, for this episode, it's supposed to be us finding time. We sure are going on a tangent.
Yeah, and I've been trying to steer you back to the topic.
I'm trying.
Well,
You know,
that's most of my job on this on when I'm on the mic.
Sadly, but true.
Yeah.
I think honestly that the reality is that there are so many little factors that go into making time for gaming. Whether it's the type of people that you want to play with or obligations that you have, your job, even your health. There are some people that are so unwell that their victory is getting out of bed and standing there for 5 minutes and then going back to bed.
And
So,
motivation.
exactly.
That's
So,
with one of my clients. That's one of their issues. Is just getting out of bed is a hassle,
yeah,
but they're getting better about it, which I'm happy with. They are trying to get better. And that's all you can ask for some people that have issues like that.
exactly. Some people will make excuses, but there are plenty of people that do have legitimate reasons as to why they can't make time for a game. Like for me, it was literally crippling anxiety. Like bosses that I used to be able to beat. No, I'm playing Banjo Tooie, and this game it's very simple. It's very straightforward. I played this as a kid. I spent countless hours on it in my early childhood. And the fact that I had put off beating this stupid giant green man that I know I've beaten before purely because of my own anxiety. I was like, I'm literally like neglecting my Switch because I don't want to fight this man or this boss in Zelda. I'm playing Ocarina of Time. I've never played Ocarina of Time before.
You've
My
never
goal
played Ocarina?
Never. I never, even when I had an N64, I never bought this because my parents bought me the games and I was stupid. I didn't know that I could ask for the games that I wanted. So I've never, my brother had all the games, but I did not. And I grew up watching him play, but I had never played. And so, like, one of the things that I've been doing is going through and playing Ocarina of Time. And I noticed that I will put off playing something if I get anxious when it comes to like a boss fight. I will watch a bazillion playthroughs and I'll still struggle to like sit down and do it. And it's so funny because the reason I was able to do it last night is because I was listening to music. And I was like, let me just put my music, let me put some AirPods in, let me just beat this stupid band so I can move on to the next level, next world. And I did. And so, but that just kind of boils down to it. Sometimes it's not just the fact that I'm making time for my own mental health because that in of itself took a bit of energy out of me. But then I also reinvigorated myself by being able, it's like a reward, like, okay, yay, great. Now I get to move on to the next world. And it's just, I find it fascinating to me as an adult, having played this game from start to finish with no problems, but ignoring and neglecting and like setting my Switch aside because I don't want to fight this boss was like a real problem to overcome. So I'm honestly like really proud of myself for that little victory because it's a disorder. It impacts every aspect of my life, even something as simple as beating this stupid green man. I don't even remember his name. It's like Grungo or something like that. But it's interesting to see how people with like disabilities or things like that, health issues, what they're doing, how they're making time, even if it's just a little bit at a time to get back into for their own physical health, mental health. Some people with hand injuries will play video games because it stretches the muscles in their thumbs and things like that. And again, I think that also just kind of ties back into with making the time to commit and, holding yourself accountable. Even though it's a hobby, why spend the money on this thing if you're not going to use it? Hold yourself accountable, make time for it. So it's the health side of it really fascinates me as far as time management goes.
Yeah,
I
and
think one,
I think that's a good point to end this on, because
well,
not
I
everybody
do.
comes from the same place, and we all find
I,
different ways to set aside or make or find time for gaming.
I do have one more comment
Okay?
because I know this is something that one of my friends does, and I want our listeners to really listen to this part. Don't beat yourself up if you can't find the time or energy to play games with your friends or you don't have time to game. If life gets hectic and busy, get what you need done, but don't forget to take care of yourself as well.
Always be kind to yourself, first and foremost. Live your best life.
Even if all you can do is set aside to play a game on your phone for 5-10 minutes while you're on the toilet or something, that in itself can help you.
Excellent point. So, I'd like to ask our listeners, how do you find time for gaming? Or,
Other than the toilet, because everybody has time to play games on the toilet nowadays.
yeah, go ahead and tell us, gamersperience at gmail.com, GamerSperience at gmail.com, as in Google's mail service. We also have an X account at Gamersperience. Our DMs are open there. We also have a YouTube channel, Gamersperience Podcast. Even have a Patreon, patreon.com/Gamersperience.
Patreon.
I sometimes forget that last one, but Discord, Gamersperience.
Still need to fix my Discord.
Yeah, every single quote unquote video and our X post has a invite link that should not ever expire. And with that, I'd like to thank. I already forgot.
Sun something.
Yeah, sorry.
I remembered it said sun.
Yeah.
Sunseeker 44.
Yeah, Sunseeker44. Thank you for joining us, telling us how you find time to play, even with your issues.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'd like to have you on again. And
Call me anytime.
with that, I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamer Experience. As always, we invite you to go have your own gamer experience. Some of the best conversations are unplanned. I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamersperience, and let's see where this goes.
Very simple. And I like it.
Yeah. And we have Shigudo on as well.
Oh, yeah. I forgot he was here.
Hey, man. Hey.
Which is funny because he's sitting right next to me.
You and your antics.
It's not antics. It's my brain doesn't like working, okay?
Your brain's a special case.
I'm aware. Just like you're special when it comes to Baldur's Gate.
Hey, listen, buddy. Listen.
I'm sorry, it took me how long to get you to not have to run Karlak because of your huge boner for her? Speaking of Baldur's Gate,
I'm glaring at you.
I'm aware you're glaring at me. Are you saying that so for the people who can't see us?
How do you spell that?
What part?
Karlak?
Karlach, I believe.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'm actually due to Baldur's Gate patch 8 coming out. Crossplay is available. Hence why we're all playing Baldur's Gate again. We're actually able to play with Norm, who we've had on a few occasions. He's on Xbox, but Shiguto and I are both on PlayStation, and so we've all been playing Baldur's Gate together.
Oh, I think you were talking about they just updated it for crossplay.
Yep, that was the big thing with patch 8. They also added new subclasses for all the classes they had. So some of them are good, some of them not so much. You know, like every class, there's some archetypes that they just don't fit.
They're good. They're bad.
Then they're ugly.
But sometimes the other ones are the most broken.
Yeah. Makes me curious, what our viewers enjoy playing most when it comes to tabletops and video games like Baldur's Gate? Off picks, or do you go meta-like picks?
For a specific game or just in general?
Both.
And you can go ahead and send your responses to gamersperience@gmail.com. That's GamerSperience@gmail.com. Or send us a DM on Twitter, or, well, X, formerly known as Twitter, @Gamersperience. Direct messages are open.
Don't we have YouTube as well?
Yes,
Put
we
as
have.
a comment on our YouTube.
Yeah, they can. It's Gamersperience Podcast. And if I remember, I should have the quote-unquote video of each episode up the same time as it's up on all the other podcast platforms, which is now the second and fourth Monday of every month.
Yeah, we're up to 2 episodes a month, guys.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to schedule with me.
Yeah.
We scheduled this episode and it's like, so are we doing 2 episodes this month? No, we did that last month. Oh, okay. Because it's so hard to get me to, actually have time and
do stuff.
Yeah. And all I do is sit on my ass. That actually makes me curious. When people are playing games, I know there are some people that they play on their bed, they play on the. How do y'all prefer sitting when y'all are gaming? Like, for me, it all depends on how my back is. But most of the time, I prefer laying on my stomach because it doesn't hurt my back.
Sitting back, laying back in a comfortable position is what I usually do.
What about you? Not much.
I usually slouch in my chair. Sometimes I sit up when I have to.
You have to sit up, lean forward when it's getting serious.
Yeah.
Get that forward lean going on.
I don't know why. I think that in itself is just a
collective hive mind thing for us gamers. It's the all right, I gotta lock in, lean forward.
It's a meme.
But how is it anytime you do it, you actually start playing better?
That's the thing. I don't know.
But I
guess you're just slightly bit more focused, or you're closer to the screen, can see shit.
On the kind of games I play,
or you just turn into a Jedi and just know what everybody's doing.
Yeah, the kind of games I play, I don't always have to lean forward. Usually when I do, I'm trying to follow a line of grass to bail.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Because how does that work with simulation games? Like, do different games have different types of, like, in like shooting games or competitive games, when the gamers lean forward, they focus better. But what would be like the equivalent of that for simulation games like what you play? Not much.
Like in Derail Valley, if I'm coming into a town or a curve where I know I really need to slow down, I lean forward, I make sure to drop my throttle and increase my brake. Or when I'm coming into the town where I need to drop off my current cargo, I sit up, pay attention. It's like, okay, where does this need to go?
Interesting.
Or in Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, usually when I get a ride research that will really help me with the scenario, like Corkscrew Roller Coaster or the Maze.
Speaking of like the roller coaster like games, which do you prefer, Roller Coaster Tycoon or Thrillville?
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Like hands down.
Yeah, I've played both Thrillvilles on PS2, but there are some things I like about Thrillville, but it doesn't give you nearly as much creative liberty or engineering liberty as Roller Coaster Tycoon or the Planet Coaster series.
I think the thing I liked with the Thrillville game I played, it was Thrillville Off the Rails. It was for the Wii. And I actually really enjoyed building the coasters and then just sitting there as I'm, in the seat playing through it, going with the motions and everything.
Mhm.
It's hard to fuck up building a coaster in Thrillville. It's very easy to fuck up building a coaster in Roller Coaster Tycoon if you don't know
So
what
you
you're
like
doing.
it more so for the realism.
What?
You like it more for the realism.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Well, there's one of the contraptions in Thrillvilles where you just stop on a thing and it just kind of like hammer drops you into the next section of the track, which I don't think you can actually do with actual coasters.
Well, you can simulate it with a drop track.
I
No?
think there's like one or two coasters in the actual world that do stuff like that. I just don't know where the hell they are.
Yeah. I think that is one job I would never want to do. Roller coaster tester.
Well,
You get paid like a lot of money for that job.
I know. I'd want to do it.
But
Maybe.
thing is, by the time they actually put people in there, they've already tested with like sandbags and dummies and stuff.
Yeah, and they do tests with people as well as with it depends on the track, but there's some of those jobs. It's like, how do you even get into some of those fields, like water slide tester? How do you apply for that?
Yeah, how would you even apply to work as a water slide tester?
Yeah.
Like a lot of the like.
There are also other testers that aren't family friendly to be talked about.
Hey, this is a PG podcast. Shut
Why
the
do you
fuck
think
up.
I'm saying it like that, man? Huh?
Except for cussing.
Yeah, bro. What the heck?
Fuck off. But no, like there's certain jobs I'm genuinely curious. Like, how do people get into them? How does somebody get to be a water slide tester? Is there like a website that we could just apply? Or is it something that you gotta like know people to do?
I'm guessing it's probably you have to know somebody. Because I could test water slides to make sure that bigger, fatter people can actually make it through.
That's one of the things that I've noticed, that a lot of water slides don't actually take into consideration.
Yeah, so that's why I need to test water slides. I represent the average American.
I think the worst one is I was at one of the parks and they ended up having to block the water a bit and then have a sudden rush of water to go down because guy got stuck. He was heavier set. He got stuck on the slide and there wasn't enough water for him to keep going down.
Yeah.
So they had to stop, the slide so, they could get him out of the tube. I've only ever seen it once, but like I've also seen people, the inner tube ones, where you get on this tube. And I have seen so many people fly off of them. It's not funny. I've flown off of them.
Whoa.
The local, the closest water park like place to us, I won't go. Every time I have gone there and gone to the water park section, I have gotten hurt, or somebody I am with has gotten hurt.
Boulder Beach?
Yep.
I've never been there.
Last time we went, Elfness, me and her went down one of the slides and we came out and she ended up getting somehow underneath me and bouncing her head off the bottom of the pool.
Oh.
We had to go to the emergency room.
Ooh.
She had to get ambulanced out because it gave her a concussion. Like, every time. You play any good games lately, Shigeta?
Recently got back into some of the older Monster Hunter games that I used to play.
That's because you wanted me to see what ever the Rage Pickle was.
That was Monster Hunter World. And the Rage Pickle is...
Looks like a pickle with legs.
Yeah, he not fun.
When he called it a Rage Pickle, I was like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Then he showed it to me.
And then it made a lot more sense, didn't it?
Yep. I told you to cut off its tail. You said no.
No! That will make that fight 10 times worse.
Great. Now I need to look up the Rage Pickle.
It'll be fun. I tried Monster Hunter Wilds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Apparently, I like using the bow. It's fun, but I am starting to get back into League. People are indecisive on whether or not that's a good thing or not. But one of the events that I started in, which was Spirit Blossom, well, they're doing basically another version of Spirit Blossom, and it's wanting me to actually start playing again.
Is that the Devilho that you're talking about? The Rage Pickle?
Devil Joe, yeah.
You find a picture of it?
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like a pickle?
That's not a very good picture. See if I can find a better one.
That makes me curious on things for our viewers. What are games y'all have quit or stopped playing that you ended up starting to play again? What caused y'all to go back to those games? Nostalgia, new season of some sort, different update, a re-release on a different system?
Usually for OpenRCT2 for me, it's because there's new track pieces.
Oh. So is that the kind of updates that happen in your roller coaster games? New tracks?
Well, just Roller Coaster Tycoon OpenRCT2 rather, because yeah, it's an ongoing project.
Cool.
Recently, the go-kart got a lot more new track pieces.
Ooh, sounds like fun.
Yeah, because it used to have just the straight station platform and the tiny turn. Now they have small turn, medium turn, large turn, and both flat, ascending, descending. There's level to steep, steep to level. Oh yeah, there also was the level to gentle, gentle to level, and the straight uphill. And now there's diagonal, level to straight, well, level to gentle, gentle to level, gentle to steep, steep to gentle. The steep, though, just looks really fucking ridiculous on a go-kart track.
That just sounds kind of cool and interesting at the same time.
Yeah, except they haven't updated the go-kart sprites to actually correctly tilt on these steep sections.
I could see where that would make it look really weird.
Yeah, and the go-karts go up a steep slope slow as fuck.
Yeah, it's uphill. Everything likes going uphill slowly. Because you're kind of defying gravity?
Yeah, but go-karts especially. There'd be no real go-kart track that would have track that steep, either up or down.
Talk about tracks and going up. It reminds me of, I gotta remember where it was, but it was one of the times that we were driving across country and seeing, the U.S. It was somewhere near Mount Rushmore, because I remember we saw it the next day, or was it the day before? But we went down, it was like a 5-mile long or a mile long slide or something, where we got on this track like thing. You could lean forward to go faster or lean back to slow down.
Oh, Alpine Coaster?
Maybe.
You know what this reminds me of? You remember when I did this? This was me going over to Utah, Salt Lake City. I believe this was it was either Salt Lake or Park City. I believe it was Park City for my my dad's cousin's wedding anniversary / 50th birthday, and my dad's cousin took me, my dad, and a friend or two of his mountain biking at a ski mountain over in Park City, because it was back summer, no snow, yada yada yada. And at the bottom of the mountain, where you get all the tickets for all the different things, obviously was the stuff to get up to the top of the mountain for actually mountain biking down. But there was also a thing for a little mini roller coaster that kind of snaked its way down the mountain. It was kind of like a individual 2-person carts, I believe it was. And it was the coolest thing ever to see it just stand at the bottom of the mountain, look up at it, and just see these little red dots going down the mountain.
That just sounds cool.
Yeah, there was zip lines as well. And by God, the bikes that we got for going down that mountain, good Christ almighty. Those bikes cost more than my car did.
That's saying something.
Yeah, and had a whole like 10, 15 minute little having us get actually used to the bike. Literally, the open area in front of the shop, they had us right around, change gears, brake, everything.
Yeah. Why do people like roller coasters?
Because they're
Adrenaline,
fun.
height,
Well, why are they
that
fun?
too.
What makes a roller coaster fun?
For me, mainly
Adrenaline rush,
forces.
G-forces, yeah.
You can get that in cars.
Not like
nobody-
you can on a
Not the
coaster.
one you get on roller coasters, which
Yes,
reminds,
you can.
No,
There's
no,
just laws
Michael.
that help prevent that.
Chaos. Back in my freshman year of high school, when the band took a week-long trip to Disney. I believe this was when we were in Universal. Unfortunately, these roller coasters no longer exist. It was a set of roller coasters over in Harry Potter Land called the Dueling Dragons.
Oh, I remember them.
One was built for kind of the ups and downs and bends and
Yeah.
stuff like that. One was built for pure speed and G-force. I had the great fortune of going on the one built for G-force. The one and only time my face slightly melted was on that roller coaster. Like the G-force face melt. That is the one and only time in my 24 years of life I have ever experienced that was on a roller coaster.
So we need to find it, and we need to put you on a slingshot.
I am so down for this.
Do you know what a slingshot is? Not much.
Yes, it's a ride with either like 3 towers and like cords with springs that attach to the car in the center of the towers. Of course, the operators tension the cables and push a button, let the car go, and it just shoots up in the air.
Slingshots into the air and just kind of slingshots a few times before it stabilizing out. And they kind of have a hook that goes up, hooks onto it, pulls it back down.
Yep.
My favorite part of those is when the operator messes with the passengers.
Oh, there's so many videos of that, but it's not just the
Hey,
slingshot.
you guys should check your seatbelts there. I don't think it's fully latched. Goodbye. Fully and before he even can finishes saying the word latch, he presses the button and they just get launched into the air, and the screams of pure terror are amazing.
I don't know what's better. The ones that do the slingshot are the ones like, hey, you're literally sitting there. You can see the video. They step on in like a harness thing, and they're just hanging above like a canyon, and just like a giant thing where they just swing you down.
Oh, Sky Swing.
Yeah. Or, when, they just drop you because bungee jumping. I don't know why people do that.
You see, what I want to do, I know this is going back to the water slides portion of this. You know those water slides that have the trap doors?
Oh, yeah, I've seen some
I
video of those.
want to go onto one, and just before the operator pushes the button, I want to tell him, push the button! Pushes the button. As I'm going down, wrong button!
Pull the lever, crunk.
Wrong lever! Oh, that'd be so great. Oh,
I think I would rather do the water one than any of the others.
really?
Yeah,
Why?
because water.
You know what? Fair point. Have a good day.
Knowing my luck with any sort of like the slingshot or side, something would break.
Knowing you'll get launched to Timbuktu and back.
That'd be impressive because that's on the other side of Canada.
I'm aware you'll get launched that direction somehow, some way. They'll have a giant baseball bat. You're right back to where you landed.
No, with me, it'd be a slingshot there. Ooh, croissant. Thank you. Whee! Just eating croissant. on the
My
way
friend, This is not Phineas and Ferb. I'm sorry. The first episode of Phineas and Ferb, the roller coaster going to France. Where else did it go besides France?
Space. I remember that.
No, it went to 2 different countries. One of them was France. I don't remember what the other one. I don't remember what the other one was.
Anybody want a croissant?
A croissant. Croissant.
Kind of reminds me of that one humorous roller coaster safety video with Patrick Warburton.
I think I actually know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, where part of it is like, at this point the roller coaster is going to cross the border, so please have your passports and IDs ready.
You just see some dude with a rolling stamp, just arm out, just arm outstretched, and all he hears is just the of the passport slapping it and rolling it, just. Thank you. Please come again. Has to do the same thing on the way back, so just switches his hands. Just
no, the way
thank you. Please come again.
No, the way I see it.
2 minutes later.
Hold it. We gotta stop
strip.
it. Wait, there's 12 people that went across. We got 18 here. Something's wrong here.
It's a number clicker on it as well for how many times it spins. Wait, we should have this many, but there's only this many. Someone did this illegally. Hunt them down, grab their bloodhounds. Oh my god.
Damn.
You know, me and a buddy of mine did something similar to this back in high school. We were just kind of BSing around, talking about stuff while in weightlifting class, and somehow got onto the topic of what we would design a tank to look like. And I actually remember one of mine, but it just got like overly technologically advanced for the time frame.
I remember tanks. The Flash game Tanks.
I know the exact game you're talking about.
You ever do the money glitch with it?
Yes. Oh my god.
I'm gonna drop a thing and then instant teleport, kill myself, have unlimited money, and just cluster bomb everything.
There was a game. I believe
I miss those Flash games. Those Flash games were fucking amazing.
Powder, where you could build stuff and have like different reactions go through and stuff like that. And there was a game, a tank-based game that was somewhat similar to it, and where the environment acted somewhat the same. I picked her up. I'm giving her love. Food, but I don't remember the name of this tank one.
Attack his face, kitty. Attack his face.
Mail.
Kitty. Give me my cat. Come here, kitty.
But God, the amount of time I spent on this powder game just making explosions, loading some of the pre-built things that people have done. Like in this game, people have literally made working railguns.
Oh, it's like people in Minecraft with redstone.
Come on.
They literally made
people
it to where
who
you could play Minecraft in Minecraft. Explain that one to me.
You can play Minecraft in Minecraft in Minecraft. You can load into Minecraft, build a redstone thing to play Minecraft, and using that Minecraft on a Minecraft, you can use that Minecraft to build the literal same thing.
They couldn't, because the Canadian box wouldn't let them for that.
I know, but I stand by the fact that people who can do stuff like that with redstone and Minecraft should just be straight up handed certificates of like mechanical engineering. Because just thinking about that is actively giving me a headache.
I think the most impressive one I've seen of play this in Minecraft is the people who made a Game Boy. And they made it to where you could play Pokemon up to Brock.
Up to Brock?
Yep.
Oh, good God.
You could play Pokemon in the style of a Game Boy up to Brock.
That is
impressive.
Honestly impressive.
Yeah, no, God. Like you wouldn't think that you could do much in Minecraft, but like there is so much you could do in Minecraft that it's hilarious.
So the funny
I'm
thing,
waiting for them to do like a Rails update so you could actually make better roller coasters.
They technically already have.
Yeah, but
Do you know what it is though?
hmm.
You can accumulate speed. People have made cannons with rails
Yeah, no.
of it just going back and forth in a circle and then just being launched. Like literally, I've seen videos of people doing it like this and launching.
Those
like,
have mods.
no, they don't.
I've tried those builds in Minecraft.
But
They don't work.
I've seen people launch a mine cart with a cow in it like thousands of blocks.
And yet somehow I don't play Minecraft.
I think you would enjoy it.
I think you would too. There's so much creative freedom in Minecraft. It's you want to be a dwarf? Cool. Build an underground base. Or like what I started doing, ma'am. What I've started doing in a server with some of my other friends is the seed that we got is kind of like a sunken lake with a little inlet and cliffs all circling this inlet, right? I am building a multi-tiered base in the mountain. Like I have one room that's my literally like 4 or 5 blocks from the actual top of where I start going down, which is my main just like sleeping area. Has stuff like my crafting bench, some cookers, some smelters, stuff like that. The next one down is going to be a lot of where I'm going to have like a lot of the like forging stuff because we have the Tinker's mod on, which so that's going to be a lot of where I'm going to be putting that. The next one down is literally just my storage area where I have like 30 some odd double chests.
You know, I kind of want to play Minecraft again now.
Right? But there are...
Funny enough, I did not realize that there was actually a somewhat story to Minecraft until another friend of mine said, yeah, no, we can go and fight the Ender Dragon. It's like, what's that? And he had to explain that there's technically a story.
There's, from what I know of Minecraft, there is a story within a story. The main story is the story of you spawning in and fighting the Ender Dragon. That's the main story. But then you also have the sub story of fighting the Wither. So the Wither is but no, it's like the main story of Minecraft is you going and fighting the Ender Dragon. Then you got the sub story of you going and fighting the Wither, because the Wither is a mateable boss it's a boss that you can find all the parts for, make an overworld yourself and fight it there. Like it has its own boss health bar and everything. So there's a lot of things that you can do in Minecraft. It's astounding. Another thing I like about Minecraft is I don't remember which version it was, but it had a little thing on it that when you were on the title screen, it had the Minecraft and then the little iconic yellow letters that were at an angle at the end of it. It said, you should try Terraria. And on Terraria, at that time, had the same thing. Terraria, little iconic yellow letters, you should try Minecraft.
That's hilarious.
Because the creators of both really liked each other's games. And since they were so similar, Minecraft being essentially the 3D version of Terraria,
no?
Terraria being the more story-driven 2D version of Minecraft, yeah, the creators loved each other's games and actively played both their own games and actively played each other's games.
Playing games reminds me of the thing that you said. Not much. I got a question for you.
Yeah?
If you could win $1 million, but you have to play one game and only one game for, what was it, 24 hours straight?
Okay, no. Here's the thing. What he's trying to say is, I saw a video one time that I asked him a question on. If there was one game you could play for 24 hours, and whatever currency you made in that game...
No, that was a different video. Because there was one that you had to play it for non-stop for $1 million. But I couldn't remember the time frame. Regardless, what game would you choose?
I think that's one of, if you could play a game for the rest of your life and make money, actual one-to-one transfer rate money from that game to real life, what game would it be? But you can also play other games, you just won't make money outside of this one specific game.
That one?
I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one would be Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Because I know how to make a lot of money in that game.
That's fair. What did you say?
For me, it'd probably be either Fallout 4 or Skyrim.
Me, I would say, I think I said something like
Cyberpunk.
it's either Cyberpunk or Elden Ring, just because of how quickly you can get 1,000,000 runes in Elden Ring.
No.
And considering it's a 1-to-1 transfer rate for whatever currency is in the game, i.e., runes in Elden Ring are the form of currency. It's what?
But my question...
You spend what? 5 minutes, get 1,000,000 runes, transfer it out, boom. $1 million in 5 minutes.
Well, that's going based off the fact that it's a $1 to dollar one. Doesn't have to be. Because if you actually break it down based off of the price of things, oh yes, you're buying a lantern for $2,000. Lanterns here cost like $20. So is one rune $1 or is one rune a penny?
From what I know of that video, the transfer rate would be literally 1 to whatever your currency is. 1 unit of currency of the game, i.e., take Elden Ring, for example. 1 rune would be $1 for wherever the hell you live. It could be $1 US if you live in the United States, $1 Canadian, $1 African dollar. It's a quite literal 1 to 1. Whatever you make in that game, when you decide to transfer it out, that number will appear in your account.
Yeah, I'd still have to probably say Fallout 4 or Skyrim.
Yeah, it'd be either Cyberpunk or Elden Ring for me. Both for me have a decent replayability. Hell, Elden Ring, I can make new builds, I can try new stuff. The amount of times you can do New Game Plus in Elden Ring is you can beat the game once, go back, play it again, go back, play it again, go back, play it again, all in the same character.
You know why I wouldn't do that?
Mm.
Because that is still a form of income, which means it'd be taxable by the U.S. government.
That's the thing. For this, the video said it would be not taxed. It would not be taxed.
Then at that point, if everybody chose Elden Ring, at that point, congratulations. The amount of inflation and everything, it's going to screw everyone over.
You know what? You're not wrong there.
Everybody has trillions of dollars. Well,
congratulations. The value of the US $1 has just dropped to like
nothing.
9 cents or lower.
Hence why doing the game that has, oh yeah, I can make $1 million in an hour. Why?
The amount of money I could make in like a park in Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 where like I set the objective like have fun or something, that would crash the US dollar so fucking hard.
It's why I'm curious.
The reason I'm laughing as hard as I am is because I know just how much money you can make doing that. It's
hence why I was asking,
is
it a $1 to $1?
I think it is. I don't remember.
I wouldn't do it that way as far as with certain games. Because in a lantern in there is like 2,000
runes.
Is 2,000 runes.
I think
that's
the one you're thinking of is the one just at the start of Liurnia, and I think that's like 200.
But still,
but that's me.
That's $200 for that. That can't be right.
And then you got games like Cyberpunk where you don't necessarily know the
look at Fallout.
What's the term I'm trying to think of? Not numerical. What's the term for money value?
Monetary exchange.
Denomination.
Monetary value. Thank you. You don't know the monetary value of a single Eddie. Because there are stuff that, like, hell, a burrito that you can get in Cyberpunk is like 50 Eddies. A burrito here, $5.
Yeah. But that's also in a world in 2077. That's in 50 years. I could see a burrito from a machine costing $50. In 50 years. Be honest.
You're not wrong.
A gallon of milk is almost $4 right now.
You're not wrong. Is milk really that expensive? Holy shit, it is.
Yeah.
What is the world we have come to?
One where money is power. It's why I would do Fallout. Because if it's a true ratio, I could buy a melon for like 3 bottle caps.
True.
Making technically the bottle cap worth more than the US dollar. And then some. But then I could, buy a sword for 1,000 or 10,000 bottle caps. Depends on the sword.
buddy.
Hey, it's bottle caps. That and with how much soda we drink, we'll be fine.
How much soda we drink? How much beer I drink?
A Nuka-Cola, depending on what your charisma is anywhere from like 20 to 40 bottle caps for Nuka-Cola,
Sounds about right.
and you get a cap out of it. Explain that one.
Easy. Post-apocalyptic logic.
Honestly, I think that they should bring back the barter system. But big corporations won't do it.
Mhm.
Hey, I need to feed my family. I'll work cashier for a few hours if it means I can buy a thing for food on top of my already working job.
I'll do this for a certain amount of time if you let me get this to feed my family on top of this already labor-intensive job that I'm doing literally 24/7.
Yep.
If the economy in the world keeps going on the track that it's going, that barter system you're wanting back so damn badly will become a reality.
That's because there'll be a coup of a revolution.
Excuse my language. This world is going to shit. There's no sugarcoating it. Yeah, your tat is on crack.
Well, the cat just came from your room, so
Man, I don't know what the hell she does in there. All right.
obviously smoked something in your room. I keep telling you, you have to hide your
Wait.
stash.
I think Riley's her dealer.
That makes sense.
I got Al Capone as a lizard. God,
He's grumpy enough.
he's old enough. But no, it's the way the world's going. It's a lot of the like post-apocalyptic movies that you see are not far off of literally anything. Maze Runner is a good scenario of what could potentially happen.
No, I could see it turning more into the Hunger Games.
I say Maze Runner for the sole purpose of what's going to happen in a couple thousand years.
You
As
think
in-
you think us as a species are gonna last another 1,000 years?
Let me finish. In however many years, happy now, the Earth is going to end up getting closer to the sun, and our crap here on Earth is going to end up starting to get hotter and hotter and hotter, stuff like that.
That I don't think. I think we are going to be our own downfall before the world blows ourselves up. No,
Eh.
I do agree with something I saw though.
Oh,
Tesla is Arasaka.
damn you, Musk. Damn you.
Careful, we're on his platform.
He can try. I am going out swinging, boy. Let me tell you.
What's your thoughts, Not Much, as far as the likelihood of some of the post-apocalyptic games?
Well, a lot of the likelihoods of the post-apocalyptic games kind of rely on people being at least somewhat intelligent, which by and large, they are not. World's going to look a lot more like...
Idiocracy, a game.
Yes. We're going to go
It's
into
got electrolytes.
idiocracy.
It's what plants crave.
Simply because the stupid people just fuck more. That's the whole premise of the movie.
Yep.
In my humble opinion, the Purge ain't too far off.
I think a purge might happen.
Oh, yeah. Where anything is legal for 24 hours.
Now, here's my question with the purge. I've never seen the purges, but from my understanding, well, yes, it is legal during that time, but if you, like somebody did a skit that I saw, if you were to steal a car, you still have to get it registered. Are you still able to register the car afterwards? Also, how do they maintain the crime things? Let's say you murdered somebody like the day before the purge and the bodies are found on the purge. Do they try you or not? Because technically you murdered before
I have
the purge.
no idea because I've never seen the Purge movies. All I know about the Purge is crime's legal for 24 hours. And all hell breaks loose.
You know what's funny?
Mm.
I don't think that actually would happen. How
Purge? Or how the movies.
how the movie projects it. I don't think people are going to go out and just do things like that because of their moral compasses.
Granted, the thing that I can see happening during it, stealing cars and shit like that. People who are lower on the rung of society are gonna do a lot more than say people who are in the like middle or upper class. The middle class, I can see them.
I could see upper class doing more than lower classes. I could see the lower class they're going to shoplift from Walmart, but they're going to shoplift food.
True.
because food.
The middle class, I can see them being the ones to do a lot of the like vehicle stealing.
I see more of the rich.
Really, you see the rich stealing more vehicles.
Yep.
Really? Why?
Look at how today's society is, and the fact that there are a lot of things that this rich white college kid and whatnot, has sexual slap on the wrist because his daddy's
Some multi-billionaire.
yeah. They don't see the consequences.
Oh,
they don't see the issue of
the rich brats
holy
will
shit.
have full reign of whatever the hell they want to do.
They don't see the worth of the dollar or hard work. We know how hard it is to get a vehicle up and running. That's why we take care of our vehicles. That's why we're not going to go and steal somebody else's vehicle.
Hell, we know the difficulty of getting a vehicle, period.
Whereas the rich don't.
They're like, hey, father. Yes, I wanted that vehicle.
Take it then.
Done. What?
Yeah.
Your rich kid with the rich kid's friend who is in the middle class, like, what the hell did I just watch?
It's one of those things that...
Did your dad just buy you a hypercar just because you said you wanted it? Yeah.
Yes. And what does he do? He takes it to the dirt track and totals it. Why? Because he can.
Then you got the smart rich kids who ask their dads or their parents for a hypercar and then will only use that car on actual racetracks. They get it specifically for doing laps.
It comes down to the fact that on a mental level, if you have to work for everything you have, you are going to value what you have and what others have more so than anything.
That's fair. That is fair.
Most of the time when people lower class steal, typically it's either a stupid decision
or because they were forced to.
They're forced to, or they have to feed another habit.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's fair.
I mean, I'm not perfect. When I would steal food because I was hungry. But it's one of those things that I don't think the purge would happen like the movies say.
No, it wouldn't. People wouldn't just go and lose their damn minds just because anything is legal for 24 hours. They wouldn't just go on an absolute rampage.
The places I would say are on the most risk are college campuses.
Yeah.
Bunch of frat boys get drunk. They're going over to where the girls are.
Yep. I mean, hell, it could also be the other way around.
Though I could actually see groups of certain types of people getting together to go lynch certain politicians and people in power.
See, that's what I feel would happen if there was an actual purge and everything was legal. I'm pretty sure more people would go after politicians.
Oh, I can see every single one of the politicians that people don't like getting killed. Every single one.
Mm-hmm.
People absolutely hate politicians nowadays.
See, if the purge were to happen, you know what I would do?
Nothing.
I would go and find a vehicle similar to my truck that I could get parts off of, steal it for parts.
Steals a perfectly good vehicle just to use it for parts.
Yep.
You know, I'm right there with you. All my truck needs is a new engine.
Yeah. You take the engine, I take the transmission. I might set a building a building or two on fire because fire. But in all actuality, I would make sure it was an abandoned building and it was already set for demolition. I would destroy the building in an unsafe way. My question comes with the purge. What's with the insurances? Like, seriously, think about it. Does insurance companies cover that? Because I know you can get insurance things where if your car gets stolen, they'll pay you for any damages and whatnot. Do any of those, can you claim, hey, my car was stolen? Well, when was it? During the purge? Sorry, I can't help you. Or do they actually help you?
Either way,
you're making me think too much, bro.
Either way, it'd be such a huge hit to the economy that
if a purge actually does happen, I don't think the economy will recover.
What economy?
What's left of it?
I think the long and the short of it is that human nature is just simply incompatible with civilization.
To a degree.
But
we like communities, but we don't like being ruled like we are.
Yeah.
That's why we overthrew kings and stuff. No taxation without representation.
But with taxation, you can vote yourself money. Or with representation, you can vote yourself money.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do if there was a purge? Not much.
I mean, though I'd be really tempted to go out and punish people I feel need to be punished, I'd probably chicken out and just stay home with a pistol in my hand.
I could see people speeding.
Oh,
I
easily.
think that would be the most common thing during the purge.
Mhm.
It is.
You'll be
speeding.
walking along, all of a sudden, "Nyong!"
Isn't this
Oh,
a school
well, shit.
zone? Oh, sorry, little Timmy.
Sorry, little Jimmy, I think you're over there, and a red mist back there.
You know, if they were to do a purge, they would have to do it on like a Saturday.
No, I think they do it on a Wednesday just to cause the most uproar.
I don't think so because I don't think they would want.
No, the
children to
worst
get
day of the
dying.
week is a Tuesday because you're a day into the week, but yet you still have 3 days left.
The reason I say they would do it on a Saturday is no kids would be in school, so the children would be safe, and there's no church gatherings.
Fair.
Wednesday is the worst day because kids are in school and there are a lot of church services on Wednesdays. Wednesday
Sure.
night mass.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But you know, I think that's a good point to end it on, that the purge wouldn't really be workable in real life.
No, it wouldn't.
And again, you can submit your thoughts, what kind of video games you like to play. I think we had a question before. The
Yeah.
Gamersperience@gmail.com. GamerSperience@gmail.com. We have a X account at Gamersperience. We have a YouTube channel, Gamersperience Podcast. And of course, you can listen to us on Spotify, iHeart, Apple, a bunch of other places.
We also have Discord.
Yes, we do have a Discord. Every single one of our YouTube quote-unquote videos and our pinned X posts have invite links that should not expire. And we also have a Patreon if you want to put your money into supporting us, because we hardly ever have any.
What's money? I have bill funds. I don't have money. What's money?
Yeah, but I forgot what we started with.
I don't remember.
But we ended with the purge. So,
I think we started with Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, we did.
yeah, we started with Baldur's Gate 3. We ended with how the purge would or wouldn't be workable. So, with that,
How do we get on roller coasters?
I mentioned an update to Roller Coaster Open RCT2.
Oh yeah, yeah. Then we went to tracks. Then we went to tracks on the mountain, and
This episode was all over the place, wasn't it?
that's
Yeah.
kind of the point of these
Yeah.
episodes.
That's exactly the point.
It helps get all of the random rambles that I
Random
do
BS, go!
out. So next time I'm more on track for an episode, supposedly.
Sure. I'll believe that when cats fly.
Come here,
What-
cat.
I
With an-
swear to God.
With enough thrust, anything can fly.
I just need some helium and some balloons.
But with that, I'm not much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
And thank you for Shigudo for joining us for this real adventure.
Anytime.
This is Gamersperience, and as always, we invite you to go have your own Gamersperience. It may be scary stepping out on your own if you've always had a partner, but sometimes going alone is the only way to see if you have what it takes. I'm not much 23, and this is Gamersperience. And in this episode, I'm actually going alone, like the intro said, and I'm going to be discussing a huge part of the PC gaming experience, which is, of course, building that gaming PC, mainly through my own. And, well, I built my current daily driver rig, and which I'm going to lay out to you right now. It has a Ryzen 9 7950X central processor, cooled by a Thermalright Peerless Assassin, has an MSI Mag B650 Tomahawk Wi-Fi to put it all on. I have 4 separate Corsair Vengeance 16GB DDR5 6000 CL30 RAM modules for 64 gig total. I transplanted the 2 magnetic drives, Western Digital Caviar Blue and Caviar Black from my previous build, but I added 2 Samsung Evo Plus 2 terabyte NVMe drives. And as an output, I have GeForce RTX 4070, the 12 gigabyte version. Put that all into a Fantex N3 Pro case that has a solid side, not the tempered glass. Powering it all with a Corsair RM1000X, the 2021 version, 1000 watt 80 plus gold certified power supply. And I actually have a DVD burner. Now, that is a huge step up from my previous build, which I built. I got everything from Fry's. Remember when Fry's was still in business? I got it with my tax refunds, I think like almost 10 years ago. And I remember looking at maybe getting an AM3 motherboard and processor, but Fry's was all out of those. I didn't even look at Intel because they were nowhere near my budget. Of course, I got a solid-sided case that was on sale. Looked alright, but yeah, again, solid-sided. Not nearly as big as the one I have now. I got a AH-68 grenade from MSI as a motherboard. It's a micro ATX and a full ATX case. Still kind of cramped for space, though. And on that, I put an A7700K APU. I had 16 gigabytes of DDR3, and at the end, I had an RX 580 Black, the 8 gigabyte version, all on a 560 watt power supply. Yeah, I think quite a few of you builders are cringing at that, at least those that know what's up. And I will assure you, yeah, that bit me in the ass after a while. But for almost 10 years, that budget PC I threw together did everything I wanted and needed it to do. Well, that was until I played Tower Unite online on a stream with other people. I mean, I wasn't streaming. Backseat Gorilla was streaming. I was just playing with him. And it was the shooting ride in Tower Unite. I think it was pretty new at the time. Of course, I went in and I started playing. It started out fine. And then my computer shut off. It's like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, did something overheat? So I popped open the case. And that 560 watt power supply was screaming fucking hot. So yeah, that reinforced that it was a thermal shutdown by the power supply. Yeah, now you know why experienced PC builders were cringing when they heard the 560 watts and an RX 580. Because that card is power hungry. Fortunately though, I think you heard what I just built. It's a fucking tank. I should never get a thermal shutdown from the power supply. Because it is 1,000 watts. And I'm only using about 575 watts of it at most. And it's like, why get such a big power supply if you're not only going to use about half of it? Well, number one, I want room to expand if I need to. And two, power supplies tend to be the most efficient when they're operating at about half their capacity. Truth is, I just wanted a big power supply just so it wouldn't shut down from thermal overload again. But it just worked out that everything I picked only used about half of it. Which is good to be efficient, especially where I am now, and kind of an old single wide where the wiring isn't probably the best. So that's probably a good thing. I also like that I have 16 cores and 32 threads. Do I need all that for gaming? No. Do I need all that for editing this podcast? The audio? Not really. The video? Sure helps. But I actually want to 3D model a set of dice, print them out in resin, lap them, of course make a mold to give to our guests and sell as swag or, well, merchandise to y'all. That is, if you want to buy them. And those 16 cores and 32 threads are going to be really fucking handy for that. Once I actually get off my ass and do it, of course. But also, I like having all that power. It's just, I have 16 cores and 32 threads. I can multitask, especially with my 64 gigabytes of DDR5. I can definitely multitask. I can open more than one Chrome browser. Yeah, imagine that. Having more than one Chrome browser open at a time and not getting bogged down because each tab's eating up like 8 gigs of RAM. But I got 64. But, of course, I think this is going to be a short episode, but no, it wasn't all sunshine and roses. I fucked some shit up. First, I have an NVIDIA card. How's that a fuck up? I use Linux. NVIDIA drivers do not like Linux. And trust me, this is the last NVIDIA card I'm going to buy. Never had a problem with my RX 580. That's because AMD is really highly compatible with Linux. But there are the times where I turn on my computer, I don't get display, I have to go on the onboard, which is another thing I like about the 7950X, onboard graphics as a backup, which is great because I had to use that to actually turn on my computer for the first time and actually sort out the Linux drivers. But usually it was just Steam not opening up because of driver issues, and when I first built that, I had to go through... Installing drivers on Linux can be, well, NVIDIA drivers on Linux can be a real fucking pain in the ass. Which is why it's going to be my last fucking NVIDIA card. Another fuck up. My 4 RAM sticks are from 2 separate kits. Apparently that's a big no-no with DDR5 right now. Conventional wisdom and advice is to only have 2 sticks of DDR5. Or if you really need 4, get them all in one kit. But have you seen the price of DDR5, especially the good shit like the Corsair Vengeance? That's the only reason I didn't max out my motherboard at 128 gig. Is because it costs so fucking much. Another fuck up. I am air cooling a 7950X. Yes, it's a Peerless Assassin, which is a great cooler, and I actually picked it because I saw the results of Linus Tech Tips' test of different coolers, and liquid cooling even still makes me kind of squeamish. Because I heard of a guy at work, liquid cooling his PC, it leaked, and the water shorted the entire computer and just fucking junked it. Pumps can fail. Of course, liquid can leak even out of an all-in-one. And this way, I don't really have to worry about a pump failure or running dry. Because I think those AIOs only last like 5-10 years or so. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Third fuck up. I use Gen 3 PCIe SSDs instead of Gen 4 or Gen 5. But, okay, another case where I didn't really look that much. But what I didn't mention is I built this in 2022. I think Gen 4's coming down in price a bit, but PCIe Gen 5 SSDs are still really fucking expensive. And I still have an M.2 slot, so if I want to get a Gen 4 or Gen 5 somewhere down the road, I can. But at least I got a good power supply. Zack Tech Turf actually made a power supply tier list. I did not look at that when I got my power supply because it did not exist at that time, I don't believe. But I did look it up here recently. It's an A+ tier. I got a good power supply at least. Even if I'm only using half of it, which is probably where it's most efficient, at least it's a good power supply. It should last me a while. And yes, I did deliberately choose a case that not only didn't have a clear side panel, because the vast majority of them are glass, and with the thermal cycling and the thermal difference between the inside of the case and the outside, it's only a matter of time. And tempered glass doesn't just break or spider web or shatter, it fucking crumbles, just like auto glass, because it's the same type of glass. I didn't want to wake up one day and go into my office to see a 1,000 little tiny fucking crumbs of sharp-ass glass on my floor. Oh, fuck, now I need to clean that shit up. I didn't want to do that. And with the clear-sided cases come the inevitable RGB LEDs. I detest RGB. I think it looks like a unicorn rainbow puked in your case. It's garish, and I hate it. I'm sure a lot of you have the opposite opinion of me. I'll address that later, but also, RGB is pretty notorious for not having a single standard. I know there's ARGB, but the better fans usually have a proprietary kit where you have to use their shit to control their RGB. I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. I don't know if my motherboard has an ARGB header on it. I don't care. And oh yeah, one thing I also fucked up that I forgot to mention earlier. I put a 7950X on a B650 chipset, which a lot of you are probably screaming at right now. It's like, you left so much performance and connectivity on the table. Okay, I did. But I looked through, and it's connectivity that I'm really not going to use. That's what I see the main benefit to like an X670 or an X870 chipset would be over a B650 is more USB connectivity, better PCIe for M.2s. But I'm using Gen 3 drives. And you know what? I've not had a problem. I've not had a problem with using 2 different kits for my RAM. I've not had a problem air cooling a 7950X. I have had problems with my 4070 and drivers. But once I get the drivers sorted, I've not had a problem with graphics. Mainly because I'm using a 1080p 60Hz TV as my monitor. And yes, it's a smart TV. Yeah, I know, probably should have gotten a proper monitor, but the TV's fine with me. And with those settings, an RTX 4070 is all I need. And beyond that, I haven't, other than the B650 chipset on the motherboard, I haven't really locked myself into any of these fuck-ups. I can switch out my RAM. That's easy. I can switch out my cooler. It's not as easy, but very, very doable, very possible. I can switch out my graphics card. Of course, I don't want to right now because they're expensive as fuck. If, that is, you can get one right now. I'm not going to change the power supply because it's fine. It's doing everything I want and need it to do. And that's with this PC. It's doing everything I want and need it to do. In fact, it's probably just like leaning back. It's like, really? That's what you want me to do? Pfft, done. When are you going to give me a real fucking task? Okay, render this video. Okay, click. Done. In 40 minutes. It only took me 40 minutes. And yes, I do just put the audio and the picture and an audio spectral filter from Kdenlive onto these quote-unquote videos that I put onto YouTube. It takes like maybe 30, 40 minutes at most to render. You know how long those fucking videos took on my previous computer? Hours! Yes, it would take like 1-2 hours. I don't think 40 minutes is right. I think it's more like maybe 10 or 20 at most. Yeah, I think I'm looking at maybe 15-20 minute render times versus like a couple hours. That's huge. And I have absolutely no problems running OBS and Discord to get the audio. I have absolutely no problems editing on Audacity. And I don't anticipate having many problems in Blender. Because I did try to learn Blender on my previous PC, making a hammer, and on one of the steps I think it was taking to like smooth it out or something, it froze. That's another indication that that PC at the time did not do everything I wanted and needed it to do anymore. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad I built my new PC. I actually liked having the experience of picking out the parts, waiting for them to arrive, which Of course, they didn't all arrive at the same time. No, that make way too much sense. But when they finally did arrive, being able to put them together and having the moment of anxiety of turning on is like, is this shit gonna work? Did I do everything correctly? Am I going to let out the magic smoke? Then when I got it working, Dad asks, did you really doubt yourself? I said, yes. Of course, I had to use onboard graphics to configure the graphics card, because NVIDIA. Last NVIDIA card, I swear. But I know that PC building is a very huge hobby, especially among PC gamers, because let's face it, that's who's going to be building their own PCs. Of course, there are plenty of PC gamers that don't build their PCs. And am I going to throw shade on them? Yeah, some. Why? Because you heard how much I fucked up building my computer. But I still have a computer that works well. Does everything I want and need it to do for right now. Probably last me at least 10 years. At least. And I didn't do a whole lot of research going into this. In fact, I really should have done a lot more. A lot more. But I still have a great running PC. And unless you're the kind of person who cannot figure out how to change a flat tire after watching like 20, 30 videos on it, for the most part, unless you completely abuse everything, you should be fine building your own PC. And if you really don't trust yourself, I didn't. And yes, I know I had some experience from building my previous PC, but that was actually to a very tight budget. And I'm pretty sure I fucked up a few times there, especially getting a too small power supply. But it was an open box special, and I was on a fairly tight budget. But it still worked for me for almost 10 years. I mean, come on. It's not that hard. And if you do want to tell me that it is indeed that hard, you do want to tell me that RGB and fish tank cases are the shit, or that you want to tell me how I should have made everything aesthetic, or gotten this card or that card, or I should have only gotten a Ryzen 7 instead of a Ryzen 9, and especially should not be air cooling it, you can email me at gamersperience@gmail.com. All lowercase, GamerSperience@gmail.com. Or you can send me a direct message on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Gamersperience. We do have a Discord, Gamersperience Podcast. There is a non-expiring invite link, and not only our pinned X post, but every one of our YouTube videos on the Gamersperience Podcast YouTube channel. Or if you want to financially support us, maybe help give me some money to fix my fuck-ups, or maybe help Chaos Assassin get a better gaming PC, or a better help, or actually rather, no, the money won't actually go towards that. It'll go towards getting better microphones, maybe an XLR to USB box, maybe for software licenses for better recording and editing software, fulfilling at least the postcard tier reward, gasoline, so maybe me and Chaos Assassin can record more in person together. Again, patreon.com/gamersperience. We have only 2 tiers. Supporter, which is $1 a month, gives you access to audio that only has the loudness normalization applied. No silence truncation, no cuts, no edits, just loudness normalization so that you can actually, hear it. You get a special role in our Discord, the supporter role, which gives you access to a special channel, couple special channels, 1 voice, 1 text, and once we actually get some paid Patreon members, which could be you, we can do special talk and stream with just you supporters, because you're supporting us with your wallet. Postcard tier, It's $5 a month. You get all the benefits of the supporter at $1 a month, plus once a month, we will send you a postcard. Yes, a custom printed Gamersperience postcard with a handwritten, personalized even, message from me and Chaos Assassin sent to your mailbox every month. Again, plus all the things I mentioned in the supporter. Please, we don't have a budget. Maybe more people could listen if we could, advertise, which is another thing this could go to. But I know this is probably going to be one of our much shorter episodes, but unlike Chaos Assassin, I'm not really much of a talker. I'm not much 23. This is Gamersperience, and as always, we invite you to have your own Gamersperience. The best conversations are ones that really aren't scripted or planned. I'm not Punch 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamersperience, and let's see where this goes.
I find it funny that you mentioned the fact of, not scripted. Most of our things aren't scripted. It's more of a, hey, this is the topic, try to stay on it.
Yeah, but we don't even have that for these episodes.
Nope. It's all right, Chaos. Here's an episode just for you to ramble. Get all your rambling out now so you don't ramble during the episodes.
That and some of the rambling goes some really interesting places.
It really does. I enjoy it. Although to be fair, I enjoy the entire thing that we did as far as why we started this. We did this back when COVID was a thing. We wanted something to do, and you decided, hey, I like doing podcasts. I like listening to them, but I don't talk enough. I know I'll get Chaos to join me because he doesn't know when to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and we've done we're almost halfway through season 3 with this?
Is it season 3 or is it season 4?
Oh yeah, season 4. That's how long we've been going. I can't even remember how long we've been going.
Yeah, because it's just one of those things. We started at the tail end of COVID, and just our first season was, horrendous. It went off topic a lot, but we were still trying. Now we're, kind of setting things. This is the second episode a month, so now we have 2 episodes a month.
Yeah, we basically the first season I was trying to see if we could actually keep this up.
Mm-hmm.
And fortunately,
second season trying to more so get more of a vibe. I don't remember what we did third season.
Third season, I think we're trying new things.
Got an intro.
Yeah, got an intro. I tried mid-rolls. I just glad I got rid of that shit.
Oh, did you end up getting rid of them?
Yeah.
Well, we're learning.
Yeah. And now we're trying to do the 2 episodes a month.
Which is both easier and harder, because chances are we end up, recording both the first and the second episode at one time.
Yeah, especially if we have a guest.
Yeah. Which, I enjoy our guest. I really do. There's a couple of guests I'd love to get back on.
Like?
Backseat Gorilla Gaming. Because at some point I'd love to do, because we've been talking about different things with gaming. I want to hit their opinion on VR.
Oh, yeah.
I know they do a lot of like the VR gaming.
Yeah, he does. Beat Saber especially.
I'm getting, shown, the fact that my other half, she wants to be on an episode again at some point.
Oh.
Because she doesn't think she's been on since season 1, maybe season 2.
No, she was on that one time season 1 filling in for you when you had your tooth
removed. Yep. But speaking of learning, I wish gaming companies would learn. I really do.
Oh, me too. But that would require the people in charge to not have their heads up their asses and not be complete fucking morons.
Yeah. I'm starting not to like Nintendo because of what Nintendo's doing.
Yeah, Nintendo's really just becoming the Apple of gaming.
Yeah, and I don't like it. I love Pokemon, I always have, but Pokemon has fallen off past couple years.
Oh yeah.
Zelda has I love the concept of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom of a more open world, but they're still nowhere near as good as, Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker. Like, those are more story driven, but there is open world aspects you can do.
Yeah. Zelda's series has always been very story driven.
And the past two games have just been, other than the where you play as Zelda. I don't know anything about that one yet, but I would love for them to go kind of back a little bit and make it a little bit more story driven, but still have the fact of, hey, there's more to do in the open world. I think they've tilted the balance a little too much for the open world and gotten rid of some of the story stuff.
Or, I don't know, I think maybe there'd be more like a Starfield syndrome where there's a fuck ton to explore, but hardly anything to do.
Yeah. But that's just one of those things of, I've been seeing all these things where technically by the standards and everything for the terms and services, technically you're not even going to actually own your Switch 2 if you get a Switch 2. You're just owning the license to use it.
Yeah,
meaning if they got hacked and somebody wiped, like the licensing thing or whatever for a game, you can no longer play that game.
You will own nothing and you'll be happy.
Basically.
According to the World Economic Forum.
I know there was another gaming company. I don't remember which one it was. And I know they got a lot of backlash because there was people who they bought the game and spent money on the game, but that was only digital. And if you uninstalled it, it was taken off. When it was taken off, if you didn't have it installed on your system at the time when they took it off the store, you can no longer re-download that game.
There's quite a few of those. And Ubisoft, somebody there actually said, get used to not owning your games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get used to not getting any of our money.
People will still spend money.
Unfortunately. So I really think at this point, since console gaming is just going downhill fast, that, I mean, Microsoft saw the writing on the wall and they've put all their, pretty much going through Steam.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sony and Nintendo should really do the same.
Well, there is a thing where Microsoft and Sony are teaming up or something to make a system that runs like a computer. I don't know how true that is.
Make something run like a computer?
But it's a combination of Sony and Xbox.
How about, I know something that runs like a computer.
A computer?
Yeah!
No. See, it needs to run like a computer. It can't run as a computer. Therefore, it has to be a laptop.
Laptops. It's probably just going to be another $300 disposable. Even though it's actually going to be even worse because it's probably going to be like a
$800 disposable.
Yeah, $950 $300. They're going to charge $950 for a $300 disposable.
That's the other thing I'm disliking is it is becoming more and more expensive to enjoy our hobbies. I understand the fact that, there are things that, inflation, prices going up and everything, but these are the things that we do to de-stress, to not worry. And it's getting to the point that people are now worrying, ooh, new games coming out. Am I going to have the money to try to get this game that I really want to play?
Yeah.
I remember there was a thing, and it's being blown up at Nintendo, where Nintendo, you could get a Nintendo GameCube and Smash Brothers Melee for the GameCube for a bundle for like $90. Congratulations. Now you can have to spend, $80 just for a game.
And back in the day when they were used to be around that expensive, they could kind of justify it because they actually had to make a physical medium like a cartridge or a disc or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Why is it if I get a disc, it's $60, but if I buy it online, which is just data, it's $60? Why?
Probably because they're pouring millions and millions of dollars into increasingly worsening games. Like, oh, we got to make up money for not just this game, but all the other slop that's flopped and we can't
I'm
make
wondering if
money
that
on.
is why the prices of games have gone up. Is because they do may end up spending all this money in some of these games that they don't do well. Is that the secret reason of why games are getting more and more expensive because of just how many flops they're doing?
Probably, which means they're probably going to even make even more flops because, again, they don't learn.
Mm-mm. They just need to listen to the gamers.
Listen to the gamers because the indie developers are, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be seeing a lot of success.
Mm-hmm. I mean, also, if Sony really wanted to make like a lot of money, hey, folks, we're going to be doing a remastered version, similar like we did with Oblivion, of Bloodborne. I'm sorry, I know at least 6 people that would be spending money on that game,
Yeah, I would
no
not.
matter the cost.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if FromSoft goes heavily into Steam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one company that hasn't become enshittified. Protect Gabe Newell at all costs, people.
And Todd Howard.
Todd Howard?
Yeah.
Wait, isn't he a guy from Bethesda?
Yep. Skyrim.
Eh,
We need that next Skyrim reboot.
yeah, I don't really care much about Todd Howard. It's Gabe Newell I'm really concerned about. Protecting that
Although
is.
supposedly, I just saw earlier this morning, in 2026, I believe we're going to be getting the next Elder Scrolls game, Elder Scrolls 6, and in 2030 we might be getting Fallout 5.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, in 2030.
Yeah, we're going to be getting Grand Theft Auto 6 before Fallout 5.
I swear, if we end up getting Fallout 5 before GTA 6, I'm sorry, that's going to be sad. However, I could also see GTA 6 having issues with it like Cyberpunk 2077 did,
Yeah,
where
but
they keep postponing it to try to make it good. But then I can also see the fans start yelling at people, we want it now, and have a recreation of 2077.
yeah, I don't think Rockstar is really a company to bend that hard when they know they need more time. One thing, yeah, give credit to Rockstar for at least releasing working games, at least for the most part. And a lot of the bugs that they do include are probably going to be pretty fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of companies that I love what Larian Studios did with Baldur's Gate for the modding community. They're like, hey, I know you guys want code. We're not going to give it to you just yet. We need to do a few more bugs, but then we'll give it to you. Okay, bugs are done. Here you go. Have fun.
Yeah, because modding really extends a game's longevity.
Look at Skyrim. It has lasted this long because of the number of mods people have added and are still adding.
Look at Stardew Valley. There's mods that probably doubled or even, like, if you get them enough, triple the size of that fucking game.
Mm-hmm. I had so many mods on Skyrim at one point that when you booted in, it didn't look like you were playing Skyrim because I updated the graphics. Like, I did everything. It looked like a completely different game. I'm sorry, but when you have modders that can take your game, put mods into it to make it look like a completely different game, and as well as play as a completely different game, why are you not hiring them?
Or why are they not making their own games?
A lot of them don't understand the base coding. There's some that do, but there's some that they understand coding enough to change cosmetic things, or they'll just go into the coding, unlock certain things, and make them accessible.
Yeah, Valve hired them. We might have Half-Life 2 Episode 3 by now. Or maybe Portal 3.
I don't know about Portal 3.
Yeah, you'd really need a new idea to actually make Portal 3 worthwhile.
Portal 2, I mean, best thing Portal 2 had for it was the multiplayer.
And I never really
Otherwise, people just didn't care for it.
I love Portal 2, especially Old Aperture.
What are your thoughts on the new Magic set that's coming out?
Like Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, Final Fantasy.
Yet another cash grab by Wizards of the Coast in their only place that's still making money.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm spending my money on it, so
Yeah, at this point, Magic the Gathering is keeping all of Hasbro afloat at this point.
would not surprise me. Just change it from Wizards of the Coast to Magic of the Coast.
Yeah,
Although it in D&D.
yeah. Though I would like to get the Tales of the Valiant, at least the player's manual guide, whatever it's called.
Speaking of D&D and stuff, I actually got to show up for Pathfinder Society this past session.
Oh,
Yep. I got to play with some people, and I actually got to sit down and actually play for once.
wow, that's a rarity for you.
Mm-hmm. Having the time for it. We were sent to a dinner party, and they didn't give us food, so we tried to become cannibal, I guess. We kept making jokes of, oh, so the food's in this room. Got it. There's no food in here. So by the end of it, we were hangry, and then the dinner tried to attack us while we were in hell. So we just hibachied it. We killed because it was some sort of insect or something. We killed the insect and then put it over the fire and hibachied it. And our GM was just like, what? He was laughing the entire time because all of us were playing off of each other because there was a disincorporeal hand or something, and we made a joke of it being, finger looking good and finger food.
Why'd I expect anything different from you?
And some of the other more veteran people that know me, just like, really? Just like, do you guys expect any less from me? No, we don't.
See, we have 6 character stories episodes,
Mm-hmm.
mostly driven from your stories.
Yeah, that's just one of those things. It's like, I'm sorry, but I have stories. I enjoy playing.
And yeah, I'd like to get some stories from some of our other listeners.
Yeah, but that means they would have to email us at Gamersperience at Gmail, right?
Gamersperience@gmail.com, all lowercase, GamerSperience @gmail.com, as in Google's mail service.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have to be Pathfinder or D&D. If you want to tell us a story of something funny that happened while you guys were playing a video game,
oh yeah,
go for it.
Yeah, we've been lowering our standards to try to get something.
I still find it hilarious. I was watching Shiguto play Cyberpunk 2077. He ended up picking a fight and was running from the cops and just glitched into the floor. He just was running, took a turn, and just glitching, just went and just ran underground. It's like, well, that's one way to get away from the cops. The issue is he moved a little too much and then just started falling. And then just died.
Yeah. Better than humping the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep bringing that up because it's just so fucking funny. In Assassin's Creed, you go up against the wall, you just hands up, just start.
I do have to thank a listener. They ended up buying me Oblivion Remastered for my PC, and I've been playing that off and on when I have time.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Which listener?
One of my siblings.
Oh.
Yep. He doesn't listen that often, but he listens.
That's awesome. How are you liking Oblivion Remastered?
No, I've completed the tutorial area, and then I got busy with other things.
Of course you did.
I might try to stream that here soon, just because it will be technically a blind playthrough up and after the tutorial. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how it's gonna go.
I might have to watch that if I can, but again, our shitty internet.
Yeah.
I hope we get fiber out here by the end of the year.
Hopefully. That way you can start streaming again.
Yeah, we could just pay for 100 meg up and down. The same price or probably a little less we're paying for 20 down and 2 up now.
I don't even know what... I know what we're paying, but I don't even know what speed I have. But we also have, let's see, my PlayStation Shiguto's PlayStation, this computer, the other computer we have, all of our phones, a couple of other devices. We have a lot connected to our internet.
Yeah. And you need some bandwidth when you have that.
Yeah. At some point, I'm probably going to buy another cable and hardwire our other computer into the modem, because as it stands right now, it will not play League if Shiguto's PlayStation is running.
Too much congestion on the Wi-Fi channels.
Oh, both are, I think, hooked up via Wi-Fi, but it has to go through his system to be able to reach the computer.
Oh, yeah. Probably get an
So-
Ethernet cord or maybe Netgear's power line system that basically lets you use your electrical wiring as almost like an Ethernet cord.
With us being in a triplex, I would not attempt that one.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It wouldn't be that hard. It really wouldn't. At most, it'd be more so unhooking this computer that I'm using for this, put it into an actual modem, and then just run two smaller cables to both computers, because I could be looking at one. If I turn around, the other one's behind me.
Oh.
Because, this is our office space.
You gonna go out and smash a non-working printer with a bat later?
Maybe. Last time I took a bat to something, I forgot to eject one of my old games that I really liked when I was younger. Lego Island.
Ooh.
I would love to play that again, but it's so old. I don't think I have a system that is old enough to run it.
Yeah, that's a concern with these games.
Trying to run old school games.
Yeah, and all these companies like to hate on piracy, but piracy is actually doing a lot more to preserve old games than their companies have ever done.
Yeah. Hey, I want to play this game back for like the original PlayStation. Can I get it off you, Sony? Nope, we don't have that game. We don't have the rights to that game. We don't have a system for that game. You can't get that game. Okay, fine. I'll get it online. You're a pirate. That's illegal.
Then
But
sell
I wanna
me.
play an old game.
Yeah, then sell me a license. We can't do that. We don't have the rights. Then you don't have the right to tell me I can't do that now, do you?
But because they're publishers, they do, because that makes sense.
Yeah, I see a lot of people sailing the digital seas here very soon.
Mm-hmm. Granted, nothing beats, booting up older systems. Which is funny, because the systems that I have that run the best are my older Nintendo systems. I have never had to do anything to work on my GameCube or my N64. I've had to clean my PlayStation 2.
Yeah, maybe think about recapping those sometime in the future.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, because some of those things might be from the Great Capacitor Plague, but also, especially with the electrolytic capacitors, if the electrolyte has to form an oxide layer on the aluminum foil to actually be able to be a capacitor.
Yeah,
and
I know.
The electrolyte's ability to do that reduces over time.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not just telling you, I'm telling our listeners. Which is why I don't want to play the NES that's out in our shed until I recap it.
Because then you risk frying it.
Yeah, because when the oxide layer cannot reform, it just makes a dead short, puts a lot of current through that aluminum, heats up, explodes, ruins a bunch of shit, and that electrolyte is corrosive. It starts eating traces if you leave it long enough.
I did, however, get a technical new system to me.
New to you? What was it?
Yes. I got the Game Boy Color that I started playing Pokemon on.
Oh, Game Boy Color.
Game Boy Color Silver Pikachu Edition.
How much did that cost you?
Nothing. My father finally gave it to me.
Ooh.
First thing I did, replace the batteries, plugged in Pokemon Yellow.
Glad he didn't keep the batteries in there, because that's a very similar problem to leaky capacitors, is leaking batteries.
Oh, the batteries have been replaced because my father played it, but it still has the back. It's in really good condition, surprisingly. But knowing my father, he's always kept good care of his stuff. But there's just a small smudge on the screen, and so all I have to do is take and just wipe it off. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
A little IPA probably take care of that real nice.
But it's still, it just, I love it because I just sat there and just like, I'm playing Pokemon on a Pokemon Game Boy Color, and I loved it.
Yeah.
That's nostalgia for me. That's what I learned to play. And the fact that my dad has had it since it came out and has kept it in that good of condition all these years.
Yeah, that's rare.
That tells you something.
Yeah. Of course, I remember when I first got my copy of Pokemon Red.
Yep. When I ended up finding and getting my hands on the N64, one of the game shops that I went to buy some more games and controllers, they had both red and blue in their case. Just like, I'm grabbing both. So now the only Pokemon games for handhelds I'm actually missing are gold and silver.
And you're not counting any of the other side Pokemon things like Pokemon Pinball, are you?
No, I'm not counting those.
Don't blame you.
I'm talking mainstream game ones because I have all the others until the newer systems. Then I'm missing more of them. I only have Shield, I don't have Sword, and try to remember the other one I'm missing because I ended up getting Scarlet and Violet. Most of the ones I'm missing are for the Switch.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, they've gone downhill.
Yeah. Didn't really enjoy Sword as much as I enjoyed like Red or.
Yeah. See, I'm looking forward to ZA or AZ or whatever it is, the Pokemon Legends, because it does look good. I'm hoping it plays good. I'm more upset the fact that they just completely skipped over Gen 5, Black and White. They're not giving it a reboot.
They're giving damn near every other Pokemon game a reboot.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if they reboot Red, Blue, Green, Yellow again.
Oh, that was Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. That was a reboot of Yellow, technically.
Yeah, because Red and Blue got Fire Red and Leaf Green for the Game Boy Advance.
Yep. I'm wondering if they won't do a reboot of Black and White because it's unsure, do they want to do Black and White or Black and White 2?
Maybe both together?
Maybe. But those are there's a timeline skip in those two, similar to like between Red and Blue and Gold and Silver.
What I think will probably happen is they're going to remake Black and White and then make Black 2 and White 2 DLC for it.
See, that would be a decent cash grab, but a good one.
Yeah, one that would actually make some fucking sense.
Where it has it to where, great, yeah, you could do Black and White. And then, like, for Black and White 2, when you start that one, the champion you fight, instead of being Iris, is whatever team you used to beat the first game.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
That'd be terrifying.
But awesome.
That is the one thing that I actually did like with Sun and Moon. Is Sun and Moon had it to where you would go in after you beat the Elite Four and became the champion. Anytime you went back, you had to defend your title.
Oh.
You were the one that was sitting there taking on challengers.
So
it was a defend your title. I love that.
Yeah.
I think if they brought something like that back, that could be fun. I think it would also be fun if they added in, similar to how they did in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, where you had the bases. You could make the bases gyms for your friends to come and fight and, do.
Yeah.
I think if they added that into like another game where, okay, this is what I've done. I've become champion. I can now change the Pokemon that the gym leaders have and have my friends come and challenge the gym leaders. And so if you've beaten the game and you're the champion of your region, basically, you can then go to your friend's region, challenge all of them, and see if you can take the tile from your friend.
Oh man.
And have it kind of like a system where, hey, I've beaten, 5 of my friends' things. I now have it on my card that, I've taken, so many things from my friends. I think that would be cool.
Yeah. And
I also think it'd be kind of cool just to sit there and actually make a Pokemon game where you're in all regions. Because there's a fan thing, Pokemon MMO, where that's what you can do. You can start off in any game and you can go from region to region.
yeah, I really hate to cut this short though, but I'm getting kind of uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, getting hot, and I gotta do a bio. I would normally take a bio break, but I don't know how long this is gonna be.
Fair.
Well, it started with I guess the state of the current video game industry segment, and of course ended with Pokemon.
We didn't really go off on that big of a tangent.
No, but I mean, well, we saw where it went and didn't go as far afield as others see where this goes segments, but
That's fair.
yeah, sometimes it doesn't go that far. Sometimes it goes really far. And again,
Don't worry. I'll try better next time.
yeah, well, if you have your own thoughts about Pokemon or the state of the video game segment of the entertainment industry, any thoughts, comments, character stories, you can email those to, you can send us to us at gamersperience@gmail.com, all lowercase, spelled the same as the podcast, as in Google's mail service. You can send us a direct message on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Gamersperience, again, all lowercase. Our direct messages are open. We have a YouTube channel, Gamersperience Podcast. We have a Discord, Gamersperience Podcast Discord, I believe. It's
Gamersperience podcast.
Yep, that's the official title. There's a permanent invite link on both our pinned X post and in every single one of our YouTube quote-unquote videos.
I believe we also still have the Patreon, don't we?
Yes, we do, even though nobody is on a paid tier yet. You could, I mean, as little as $1 a month, you can help support us. You get a supporter role in Discord. You hear all the uncut episodes.
Spicy.
Well, not that spicy, but... And, I mean, if we actually get some supporters, we could have special streams and stuff. That's for you.
Not only that, the money you give us goes to gas money, so not much can come and record an episode in person with me, because those just sound better. As well as help us with various things to help make our systems and everything sound better. Like, if we need a different mic, or maybe teaching me how to do editing.
Or licenses for better software.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. Yeah, maybe we get enough money, we can do something I want to, which is actually get patterns, start making resin dice as gifts for our guests, past and present.
Mm-hmm.
You can sell them as swag. We might even send you one, especially if you're on the $5 postcard tier, which is all that. Plus, we will send you a postcard every month, handwritten by us.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Hey, if any designers are out there, if y'all have any sort of designs for, maybe possible merch that we could do.
Yeah, but
let's be honest, I don't think anybody would want any merch we would sell.
Maybe, but more. It's just we'd want to pay the artists and designers a fair amount for commercial use art, which we cannot do right now because we're fucking broke.
That's an understatement.
We are really, really fucking broke.
I'm both broke and broken.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, Patreon, you can please help us with that.
Please help us. Alms for the poor.
Alms for the poor who's trying to actually give you 2 free episodes a month. But yeah, those 2 will still always be free. We're going to still be making them, so don't worry.
But we also understand, in this economy, everybody's broke.
Yeah. But
we should look into sponsorships.
Who's going to sponsor us?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I know some people I'd like to sponsor us, but we don't have enough listeners, so if you can't give us money, then just Tell your friends about us, your gaming
Yes.
groups, online forums. Please spread the word. And with that, I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamersperience, and as always, we invite you to have your own Gamersperience.
You ever wonder what happens in gaming? I do. This is Gamersperience. I'm your host, Chaos Assassin. I was given permission to do a solo episode. Not sure why. Let's see what happens. Today I'm going to be talking about AI in gaming. Now I know that's a bit of a controversial topic because everybody's talking, when they say AI, they're talking about, the artificial intelligence that is there helping and doing things for everybody. But that's not what I'm talking about. Granted, I do think part of that can be helpful in gaming. I don't agree that it needs to be in everything. I think it needs to be in moderation. What I'm talking about with AI is things like combat AI in various fighting games. Like, why is it as weak as it is? But in other games, it's stronger than some actual people. An example of this is in the game Smite. I'm not terrible at the game. I've played PvP in it, but if I go up to like hard level bots, they play better than some of the people I've played against. So it makes me wonder, how does that AI work? How is it that we can make an AI that's better than some people in some games, but not in every game? Is it just a skill issue thing with the various games? Food for thought. There are games, however, that, I'm sorry, their AI needs to be updated. Like in stealth games, you're patrolling a route, you pass your buddy down this specific thing, you go pat and your buddy's not there, you're not going to be curious of where your buddy is. Things like in Metal Gear. I'm sorry, you walk the same hallways every day. You've been walking it for the past hour. That box was not in the corner. Now there's a box. Nobody's moving anything. Why are we not seen from that? But because of some AIs like that, certain things can get really funny. Like in Metal Gear, where you could just sit there and literally run right behind somebody and they don't see you because sound doesn't work with them. It only field of view, which is always in front and always like with horse blinders on. It's really weird. If you were to make an AI, what kind of AI would you make for a video game? I'm curious. I really am. I'd love to hear y'all's answers. You just type it in at gamersperience at gmail.com. Yeah. I'm trying to stay as focused as I can to show I can do a solo episode, but I'm not very good at this stuff. I'm really not. I always do better when I'm bouncing off of people. I wonder if AI could do that. Is there any AI games that other people that y'all could think of that it learns from the player? I heard that there was a horror game that the enemies in the game run two separate AIs. One always knows where you are, and the other doesn't. And they work in tandem to try and figure out where you are. I don't know what the game is. Remember, it was like a horror space game. But it makes it rather interesting. What are ways AI can help us as gamers? I've seen people do challenges in League where they'll ask AI for, "Hey, I'm going against this champ. Who should I play and what should I build?" And sometimes it works really well. Others, not so much. I've also heard a lot of issues, especially in Call of Duty, where they've been using AI for art. Not a huge fan of that. I understand, wanting to have things like that, but give it to artists. Kagi Doko is a horror artificial learning intelligence game. Cool. Was just shown that by my roommate Shiguto. How dare he spy on me during a recording? Really? Okay, so according to Google, for a horror AI learning, Minecraft and Roblox is within that.
Mods, I would assume.
What kind of AI does Minecraft use? Does it have an AI? Oh, wow. That's a lot of learning AI.
Someone that you might not have expected.
Kahoot?
Kerbal Space Program too.
Wonder if we could make an AI where you could tell them what kind of game you'd want to play, and it would search everything
Yes,
and come up with a game.
there is an AI like that.
Is there really?
There is an AI where you can put in a word prompt and it'll come up with a whole like fantasy D&D type setting storyline for you.
Well, that's D&D. I want like a video game.
D-based, fantasy-based.
Yeah, but I'm meaning games that are there,
I'm aware.
not something that we would have to sit there and design and create.
You put in what you want it to make up, it'll make up a storyline.
Yeah, but at that point, that just sounds like it's making the game. I just want games that are already there. I want to be able to type in, I want to play a MMO like Skyrim, but not ESO, with mechanics from Borderlands as far as a looter shooter. And it come up with like Warframe or...
I don't think that are quite that.
It'd be a type of search engine. Because at that point, you could type in something similar to what Not Much likes doing for like City Skylines or things like that. Type in a game like that, he might find something new. That's what I think would be kind of cool. But I don't think there is an AI search engine that has a database of the basics of like all these different games.
You said an AI search engine can make a game.
No, that can search for games.
AI search engine.
I have a feeling Not Much is not going to be very thrilled. This is supposed to be a solo episode. I work better with somebody. I really do.
So there is one for developers.
Oh, that's developers. I want something that I could play.
Yeah, you can play shit.
I don't think it's games, but
Nah, I could look into it later.
ChatGPT might be the best thing for that.
Chat GPT.
Stop here.
I don't understand everybody's issue with AI. I really don't. I understand, not wanting to take things from artists and everything else. But why are we complaining with the artists when we've made machines take over jobs? It's the same argument.
There it is. Yes, Chat AI. Game Finder, free personalized game recommendations.
Oh, yes, chat AI, huh? Huh. I will look into that later. I'm recording. Go back to playing your game.
Well, I was gonna. Have you
No,
look at it and try searching up a game?
I will later.
God.
I don't know if I'm the best person to talk about things like AI because of some of my views, but at the same time, if people are going to get upset with AI for taking work from artists, why are those same people that are complaining about that not complaining about all these machines that are taking humans' jobs? We used to build cars by hand. Now it's all automated by machines. Why is that an issue? We're making machines that can do what doctors would need specialization for to help save lives. I don't think we need to stop AI. I think we need to use it in moderation. I think if artists were to use AI and then edit what AI's done, I think that might be better. But if they're taking other artwork from other artists, why don't we make it to where, okay, you're an artist, well, scan in all of your artwork. The AI that we've designed will only pull from your artwork, so it's still your artwork being created. Because I heard that was an argument too. But I'm also curious of what is AI doing in video gaming other than like combat AI and things like that. I haven't seen much. The only thing I've seen is that there's an AI being developed that you can give it a prompt of what style of game you want, and you make the storyline, but it designs a game for you and makes the game for you. I don't think it's sophisticated enough to do something like Call of Duty, like the modern things. I could see it doing, okay, it could do that, but it's an 8-bit or a 64-bit game. I can't foresee it being as sophisticated as it is, or what people are going towards. I also don't like what some of the video game people are doing nowadays, especially the companies. I have fallen out of favor with Nintendo. I don't like what they're doing. I don't like all these prices going up. These are supposed to be hobbies. We're supposed to do this to relax. We're not supposed to be stressing over, are we going to have money for the next game that comes out? But it's the way the world is. If AI is making these games, well, then we don't have to pay AI. So at that point, if AI is going into games and they're designing, 2/3 of the game, should it be cheaper for us to buy the game? If AI is going into all these games, I'd say we should have to pay less. Now, would that be something that people would be okay with, though? More AI in games for less price. But my question is what does that do for beta and alpha testers? I used to beta test games. I don't think an AI is going to sit there and see things like that. But at the same time, with AI, they'd have perfect response time. So it'd be like a tool assisted, because there are AI runs of video games that they just do things so perfectly it's not funny. One of the ones I know of is Zelda Wind Waker. If you can do it correctly, you can end up going from Onset Island to another island with skipping like 90% of what you need to do. And all you do is swim back and forth at a frames. So you look one way, pause, put the joystick the other way, unpause, pause, and go back and forth to where you're looking back and forth, because you build up negative speed to the point that you end up going positive or something. Linkus7 would be a person to watch. He's explained it, but I don't think AI would think of doing things like that. But I also think that AI could pull it off easily. What if AI was in speedrunning? With how advanced AI is getting, is it possible that in some speedruns people have used AI for them? Would AI have its own category? The other thing I don't like with AIs in some video games is cheating AIs. For instance, in Pokemon Emerald, in the Battle Frontier, I have seen videos of the game having the enemies pull off things that are statistically impossible. For instance, one of the best videos I know of, Quick Claw has it's like a 15 or 12% chance to activate. They had it activate and hit Horn Drill, which has a 30% accuracy chance. They had that happen 3 times in a row. I have been playing Pokemon for 20 plus years. I think I've gotten Quick Claw to activate maybe 4 times. I don't use it that often, but most of the time when it's actually activated, I've already been faster than the enemy Pokemon for some reason. Although in first gen Pokemon, the AI in that game would choose its moves after you went. If you were to be fighting something that would be weak to ground, but swapped in a flying type, it wouldn't use a ground type move. But there'd also be times that if you went to swap something in that'd be better, it would end up reading what you did. Lately in League, one of the biggest issues we've been having with some of the bot games, because we're trying to work on our teamwork as well as showing Shiguto how to play, the AIs will almost always auto dodge any skill shots. Like we've had it to where they've been running and immediately will pull off maneuvers that even pro players would have a hard time with. I was playing Morgana close range, and I went to use one of my abilities, and the bot flashed to the other side of me to dodge my thing right as I hit it. What are good things AI has done for video games? I can't think of any. I could think of funny things AI has done. One of them is a meme in Skyrim. If your stealth is high enough, enemies will be, what was that? Must have been the wind. I just think it's funny. I have done so many runs in Skyrim of Ember Shard Mine that I can kill almost everyone in it without being caught. The exception to that is the guard that is sitting in the chair that is between the 2 cells, because you have to distract him, and sometimes the distraction doesn't work very well. I think that'd be an interesting run. I might try that. How many dungeons of Skyrim can I do without ever being seen? Can I do it without ever being seen? I think I'm going to try to stream that. That'd be fun. Sounds like fun for me, at least. Give me something to do. I just got to remember to stream. I've been meaning to stream, but it's difficult to find the time. As of late, life's just hectic. I think one of my favorite forms of AI is the AI that amiibos have in Smash Brothers. The AI for the amiibos, they learn what you do and will learn to combat it. It's something that you can use to make yourself better. How would you make an AI? It makes me curious. Like, what goes into building AI? Is it something anybody can do?
I think it's just programming specific.
It's just a specific kind of program?
I think. Don't quote me.
I'm quoting Shiguto on that.
Hey.
I'm trying to come up with more because I was told to try to make, 30, 45 minutes, but I just can't. So I'm just going to end it. This is a lot harder solo. So I'm gonna have to tell not much. I don't want to do this again. Not solo. I need him to bounce off of. But if you have any questions or comments, we've got a Discord, Gamersperience podcast. We've got a YouTube channel. We've got email, gamersperience@gmail.com. Can't remember what our X is. Just message us. It's Chaos Assassin. And I invite you to have your own Gamersperience.
You know the kinds of conversations you have with your friends around the couch where you just don't really have much direction or anything? We decided to record those. I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin.
This is Gamersperience, and let's see where this goes.
It feels more fitting to have an intro to these episodes where we're literally just bullshitting and letting me go off on a tangent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have Shiguto here. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
So you remember when I said I have a funny for this episode?
Oh god.
I saw a thing.
You saw a thing? Was it thing 1 or thing 2?
Arnold Schwarzenegger singing 1,000 Miles.
What?
Now I'm just imagining the Terminator saying he will walk 5,000 miles.
And I will walk 500 miles, and I will walk 500.
Hold up.
Back in the way downtown, walking fast, faces past and I'm homebound.
Okay, that's
AI.
enough.
Well, no, duh, it's AI. But just hearing Arnold Schwarzenegger sing that was amazing.
Oh, that song. I was thinking of 500 miles.
No. However, 500 Miles by the Proclaimers is amazing song. I love that song.
There's a lot of good music that they're slept on. Like people don't remember so much because they remember like the mainstream things, but like they don't remember old school like good music.
What
I
about
barely
good?
hear any Bon Jovi nowadays.
Yeah, what about good
I hear
old
it sometimes.
It's every now and then, but I still hardly ever hear it.
What are you saying?
What about good old school video game music?
Oof.
I was thinking more like Sonic 2 and 3.
That's fair. Sonic
Atari
Heroes
is
had
also-
some good music though.
Atari is also classic though.
I'm sorry, things like Tetris, that is like Beethoven and Bach when it comes to music for video games.
Yes.
Like that is the peak and the absolute bangers of music from not even just our childhoods, our parents' childhoods.
Yeah, I mean, didn't we do a whole episode on video game music?
Yes, we did. And we talked about our favorite musics. And I still stand by the fact that no Zelda game will have better music than Twilight.
Twilight Princess?
Yep, Twilight Princess. And Shiguto agrees.
Well, I love the Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 music.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute
What I
fucking
find
peak.
funny is there's like a lot of YouTubers that I watch that they'll be playing games and they'll have like ambiance background music. And one of the YouTubers, every time I'm watching one of his videos, you can hear Zelda music in the background.
Really?
Yeah,
Who is that?
Zwag. Zwag almost always in a lot of his videos has
Funny. That is hilarious, dude. Oh my god. But I've been talking to Chaos about this. Mobile games with good music. Do you know any mobile games with good music? Not much.
I don't really play many mobile games, so I don't know.
As far as music in mobile games go, I have a game on my phone called Endless Frontier, and it usually has 2 songs just repeatedly looping one after the other, and one of them is like a really good ambiance kind of music that's in my opinion is one of the best mobile game music I have ever heard.
Yeah, then there's the video games that have licensed music.
This is true.
like Nintendo.
And the Grand Theft Auto series.
Speaking
Oh,
of
that's right. They do, don't they?
Yeah.
Speaking of licensed music, do you know One Republic? The group One Republic?
I don't think so.
I know
I
of them.
I think it's One Republic, but
It was a boy band that
Yeah.
came after the Jonas Brothers.
I think they recently dipped their toes into the anime industry.
Really?
They did the ending song for Kaiju number 8. Give me a second, I can actually tell you the name of the song and the band. Nobody from Kaiju number 8 by One Republic. And the song's actually really fucking good too.
Hmm.
The very, very first time I was telling Chaos about it is when me and him were driving somewhere and I was letting Spotify do its own thing. And I was like, so do you know who this is? No. Well, they did this. And he was like, well, what's that? As the song starts to play off of Spotify, I'm like, this. So,
yeah,
kind of comedic timing right there, if I do say so myself. You remember that, right?
Vaguely.
Vaguely?
Yeah, vaguely. There's not a lot that I remember.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, my memory's going. Part of the reason it's so hard to get me to actually, sit down and actually be able to record. We got to do multiple recordings in a day, because otherwise, we'll never get me time to record because I forget to record.
And that's why I'm here now.
Yep.
Yeah, and fortunately, these kinds of episodes, I don't really have to edit that much.
Not really, just abstract noise and, certain parts of tangents. But for the most part, we don't, with these, you don't have to record or
Edit that much?
Yeah, that thing.
Which is good because I have to do it today.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's why I have Shiguto as a alternate co-host.
Yeah.
Speaking of music, though, how many games do you guys know that have made their own bands?
Not many. You were telling me about one game having 3 of its own bands?
Yep.
Songs by the voice actors of characters in the game?
They're not the voice actors of them, but League of Legends has 3. I'm pretty sure it's just 3 bands. Let me double check, because that's something I'm trying to get back into, is actually fact checking.
I know of a game that actually has their own in-universe bands.
What game?
Splatoon, Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3, the
yeah.
Splatoon series.
Okay. So for League of Legends, they have
Those Pentakill, Heartsteel.
They have Heartsteel, KDA, Pentakill, and True Damage.
So it's 4.
Those are the musical acts. I know. So Heartsteel is kind of a boy band aspect. KDA is a K-pop inspired band, and Pentakill is just good old fashioned rock and metal. I don't know much about True Damage as far as what kind of music, because I don't think I've heard anything, but I do enjoy both KDA and Pentakill.
They're good.
I showed Shiguto some of Pentakill, and just it's good.
It slaps. It hits.
Which is really amazing for the fact of, because I don't know if it was a band that decided to do music for Riot or what.
No idea.
But music is just so good. I love it.
Some music.
Yeah, there's certain songs that I just can't stand, but granted, don't ask me any of the names of them, because I didn't care to know the names.
Or even mediocre songs from otherwise great bands that get played to fucking death. Like,
Or gems of artists that don't get played enough, i.e., Queen, I'm in love with my car.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that one. I might have to look that up after we record this.
You should. It's a real song, and it's actually kind of decent. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
Go for it.
Queen's a really good band, though. That wouldn't surprise me.
As far as I know, the "I'm in love with my car" song kind of just happened because of a joke.
That would not surprise me.
And I think one of the members was drunk when he came up with it.
But then there are groups that they're just overrated.
Yeah, no.
And they're either that or they have certain songs that they have one song that everybody knows them for one song. They don't realize that they do other songs. What was it? It's one of the bands you like, not much. The only song I can think of for them is Tom Sawyer.
Rush.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. Mediocre songs getting played to death.
Mm-hmm.
They have some other excellent stuff like The Trees, YYZ, Red Barchetta, Closer to the Heart, Xanadu, 2112. They actually made one song the entire side of an LP.
Damn.
Yeah.
And they're the groups that everybody used to listen to, and then you have no idea what the hell happened to them.
Yeah, there are groups that just like
Green Day.
where they go.
Green Day.
Just Green.
I haven't heard anything new from Green Day in years.
That's fair.
Smash Mouth.
Yeah,
Smash Mouth. You know, I'm gonna look it up.
Though fortunately there are some bands that fade into obscurity that deserve it, like Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 1 year, like just about every second or third song on the radio was like
Smash Mouth does still somewhat perform, but after the retirement of their lead vocalist,
Steve Harwell in 2021.
Following Harwell's death in 2023, they released something to commemorate him.
Yep. He got replaced with a guy named Zach Good, or Dude.
Yeah. What was the other one we were?
Green Day.
Green Day.
Green Day.
They still
really,
perform.
But they faced a
Some
safety
sort of
scare during a concert in Detroit.
Yeah.
Why does it not surprise me that it's fucking Detroit?
because you can't have shit in Detroit.
Yes, you can. You can have shit there. That's all you can have.
I have seen people's driveways get stolen in Detroit.
Are you gonna walk up and steal somebody's actual shit? That's all the shit they can have. The actual shit that they shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone stole that shit in Detroit too.
Shit. That's just shitty. Welcome, folks, to where we say shit. You know, one of the second most versatile words in the English dictionary.
Next to
Followed
fuck.
by, yeah, fuck.
I saw.
Or is shit more universal than fuck?
No, fuck is more universal than shit.
Nah, because you can be the shit, but you can't be the fuck.
But
You
you
can
can
be the fuck out of somebody.
But you can't
I
fuck.
saw a meme picture a while ago of a bus in Detroit having a tail gunner seat. Like the ball with the two gun turrets. I'm like, makes sense in Detroit. I'm like, yep.
And even when with somebody in there actively firing, it'd probably still get stolen.
I
Like,
wouldn't be surprised.
where'd it go?
I was just firing. Where'd my gun go?
Well, hello there.
Where'd the
I now
ball
have a
go?
cat on my lap.
And then their ass is on the ground because somebody stole the entire bus.
Yeah.
Why does that remind me of, if you're here to kill me, gotta tell ya, you'll never take me alive, you robotic son of a bitch. That is what Scooter tells you when you first run into Scooter in Borderlands 2.
Oh yeah. Because he thinks you're from Hyperion.
Ah, shit. Is you Hyperion? I heard you robots eat garbage out of the trash and stuff. Well, if you're here to kill me, just so you know, you'll never take me alive, you robotic son of a bitch. Why is it I can remember just about all of that?
Because this is you.
That's fair, and Scooter's one of my favorite characters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, this reminds me of so many redneck jokes.
You might be a redneck.
If your idea of home security is taking the front steps with you.
You might be a redneck.
If you've ever slammed the door so hard and knocked your house off the concrete blocks.
You might be a redneck.
If your pool goes down every time your neighbor flushes their toilet.
Actually, that's a different issue.
If you have an above ground pool and you fish in it.
You might be a redneck.
If you work without a shirt, and so does your husband.
You might be a stripper.
We just won't talk about the special breed of human that is the Florida man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a special breed of redneck down there. That's redneck with healthy teeping dosing of mental illness. Yeah, that too.
Okay. So I am from the South. There are rednecks, and then there's Florida man. They are not the same. Rednecks at least have the intelligence to sit there and fix your entire engine with nothing but a roll of duct tape, and that's about it. All for the cost of a beer. Florida man could take a screwdriver and they'll disassemble anything they want.
A Florida man could take a screwdriver and somehow end up with a nuke.
No, they could take apart a nuke.
In the middle of the
Without
road.
any sort of formal training on bomb defusing or just mechanics like that.
Yeah, in the middle of the road while they're eating breakfast. Right before they throw
They
a
don't eat
gator
breakfast. They snort cocaine.
Right? Yep. Right before they throw a gator into the drive-through window.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna be honest, I think there are only one group of people that Florida man is actually afraid of.
And that is
people from the bayou.
Yeah, you don't fuck with people from the bayou.
I was gonna say Australian like bogans.
No. Most Australians are afraid of Florida men.
Yeah. However, most Australians have the wherewithal to survive against Florida men because
Everything in Australia is trying to kill you.
Literally.
It's like Murphy's Law.
That's
where Murphy's Law is from. It's an Australian thing.
If it looks like it can kill you, it can kill you. If it looks like it can't kill you, it can still kill you. If it's an inanimate object, it can still kill you.
Welcome to Australia.
I mean, they have a snail that has
can kill you.
Yes, it's called the cone
literal
snail.
most poisonous snail on the fucking planet.
Yeah, cone snail.
Mm-hmm.
See, I like one of the YouTubers I watch where they do skits where I think the character's name is Steve, and they're in charge of designing animals for God.
Oh yeah,
I think all of their failed things just end up in Australia.
That's what I heard as Australia be called at one point. Is Australia is where God dumped all of his rough drafts.
And then
this is too dangerous for humans. Let's put it where no human will go. In the desert. Why are there humans in the desert now?
Australia, mate.
Oh, and Australia is where the United Kingdom dumped their undesirables.
True.
Literally.
So what I find funny is everybody, says, English is, everybody needs to learn English. I'm sorry, English is the most known language in the world.
It's also one of the most confusing languages in the world.
Well, that all depends. Which English are you learning? American English, the Queen's English, or the Aussie English? Which I actually don't know if that's actually what it is. If we have any listeners from Australia, I would love to know what kind of English does it classify as? Because I know Queen's English is for England and the UK area. American English is here in the United States, but I don't know what specific type of English is in Australia. I know it's a type of English, but I don't know what. If you all could send us a message, I would love to know.
At gamersperience@gmail.com, at Gamersperience on X, formerly known as Twitter, as a YouTube comment below this quote-unquote video that's really more just audio, or on our Discord, which there's a link that does not expire in their YouTube videos and on our pinned X post.
Mm-hmm. But like that, the English is known everywhere. And most schools in other countries will teach you English because of just how many people speak English because of, England colonizing most of the world.
Yeah, British
I
colony.
know that in Germany, they start learning English from kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Actually,
actually
no. I've had 2 German exchange students.
Which is actually where that word comes from, is German.
Which is sad when the 2 German students spoke better English than 90% of the people I knew.
And the thing is, You know the sun never set on the British Empire, right?
Yep. They had conquered so much of the world that the sun never set on a part of the British Empire.
Because God didn't trust them in the dark.
I could see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes me wonder some days. Well, how would the world be if England didn't,
colonize 90% or
most of the world? Yeah,
75% of the world.
I actually don't know how much did England colonize.
At first, England wasn't the only colonizing nation. There was France and Spain and Portugal got in the act. I think maybe the Netherlands did too.
I know Japan did as well.
Later. But yeah.
80%.
80%.
Fuck.
Although Europe represents only about 8% of the planet's landmass, from 1492 to 1914, Europeans conquered or colonized more than 80% of the entire world.
Well,
Damn.
which actually makes sense to me because European history is so chock full of war that by the time they colonized, they were so excellent at it, nobody could compete.
It's why I there was a video I saw that actually could have been hilarious. So technically, Sherlock Holmes could have gone to Japan and met a samurai.
Yeah.
There was a period of time that Abraham Lincoln could have sent a telegram to a samurai.
Yep, that was the same time frame as Sherlock Holmes. And the fact of there was an empire that started in like 800 BC and ended like 30 years before Texas was founded. There's a 30-year difference between the fall of that empire and Texas being formed. Like, sometimes history doesn't make sense. I forget exactly how much has happened throughout the world and how much overlaps.
Yeah, because we get taught it separately.
Yep. Like the fact of technically during the American Revolution, we could have asked for help from samurai. Have samurai help us. Like, what? Is that true? Check the dates. Yeah, we could have. I mean, if we had communication, then yeah. But like the thought of the fact of samurais have not been gone for that long is insane.
But you know why it wouldn't have happened? Because at that time, Japan...
We didn't know the language.
And Japan was so isolationist that nobody really communicated with them.
Everybody who showed up on their property wanted to take their land.
Yeah, it took Commodore Matthew Perry to open Japan up. At gunpoint.
Sounds about right. Well, if we can't do it by talking to them, use the firearms. Which is funny because when gunpowder was first made, it was made for fireworks.
Yep.
Then the Chinese quickly figured out they could put it in a tube, put rocks in the end, light it, and boom. You got a weapon.
Yep.
And actually...
The world record for largest firework is held by a small little village in the outskirts of Japan called Tatakai, and the firework itself is called the Yon Shakadama. It takes half a year to make one.
Actually, there is a video only in Japan. The John Dobb part actually goes over that.
Chinese alchemists. The origins of gunpowder can be traced back to
850 CE.
Yep.
That's when gunpowder
accidentally created gunpowder while trying to develop a fountain of youth potion.
That makes about right. That makes sense.
Trying to extend life, but instead you suddenly shorten it.
Chinese fire lance is to be believed as one of the first technical guns invented in the 10th century.
This early firearm was a metal or bamboo tube that used gunpowder to fire a spear. The invention of gunpowder itself dates back to 9th century in China. The fire lance is considered a significant development in the history of firearms, making the transition from traditional weapons to gunpowder-based weaponry.
And Europeans took that and ran so far with it.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, China makes everything, including guns.
And we make them better.
Sounds about right.
Well, if you think about it, why do we have paper?
China.
Actually, was it China or was it Japan that made paper? It was China? Like, what?
Yeah. Because...
What advancement did China not make that's well used?
Writing. Oh, wait, no, they have... Well, they had a system
had
of
writing.
writing, but they didn't invent it. The Sumerians did, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, they had cuneiform in clay tablets. You haven't heard about that one tablet of one guy complaining about the poor quality of copper that he bought?
The invention of writing, which began around 3400 to 3100 BCE, marked a pivotal transformation in human history.
Mesopotamia and Egypt.
The
The
Sumerians
Sumerians. Yeah.
Told you.
developed cuneiform around 3100 BCE using wedge-shaped marks on clay tablets primarily for administrative and accounting purposes. This system evolved to express complex ideas, literature, and historical records. Simultaneously, the Egyptians developed hieroglyphics around 3200 BCE, a pictorial writing system used for religious texts and monumental inscriptions. Hieroglyphs combined logographic and phonetic
Phonetic.
elements, allowing for both artistic representation and precise communication.
Writing was not a singular invention, but occurred independently in various countries. Besides Mesopotamia and Egypt, writing systems also developed in China around 1200 BCE and Mesoamerica
around 250 CE. Each of these systems arose from unique cultural contexts and needs, demonstrating the diverse paths of human communication.
How does BCE work? Is it the lower the number, the closer it is to us?
Yes.
So by
The
technically,
higher the number, the farther it is away.
so technically, Egyptians had it first as documentation because it was 32 BCE, whereas Sumerians were 3100 BCE.
Yeah. But that gets into the fact of hieroglyphics versus actual legit writing.
Yeah.
So
To be fair, Egyptians are the first one to make emojis.
you're not wrong. That's what hieroglyphics were. Is just a stream of emojis.
I mean, there are people that they could sit there and type
Type
out
nothing
emojis.
but emojis, and
and that
people
makes sense.
understand what the hell they're saying. I'm like,
Congratulations, y'all are speaking in hieroglyphics now.
Wow, how things have come full circle.
oh, how the turntables.
Actually, who made emojis?
Well, I know the term is Japanese.
Shige Takata Kurita
A Japanese man.
is a Japanese interface designer who created the first emoji set for NTT Docomo in 1999.
The first bit of emojis.
Wow. The first emoji was invented in 1999. That both simultaneously makes me feel old and young at the same time.
Yeah.
What year were you born?
2000?
Emojis are older than you.
By one fucking year.
How does it feel good, sir, to be younger than emojis?
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Yeah, but I think
God, what is happening?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this short because I'm getting pretty uncomfortable under this recording comforter, and I still need to edit this episode by the end of today.
That's
is
fair.
good, sir.
So we started with music, we ended with writing systems. That's where this went.
And the fact that Shiguto is younger than emojis.
Yes. So
I did want to let our listeners know that I have my streaming stuff back up and running for the most part. And so I will be attempting to start streaming again
where?
on Twitch. You can visit me at Twitch. I will get a link to not much to put on so people can find my Twitch channel.
And what's your username on Twitch? Chaos Assassin?
Chaos Assassin.
Spelled
As it is.
CHOAS. Assassin.
Yep.
All one word.
Capital C and capital A.
Okay.
I will get a link to so we can put that out. So if y'all want to come and watch me, you can.
Okay. And of course, we have gamersperience@gmail.com. X, formerly known as Twitter, @Gamersperience. Our DMs are open. On YouTube, Gamersperience Podcast. And we also have Discord, Gamersperience Podcast. But I'm Not Much 23.
And I'm Chaos Assassin. And thank you again, Shiguto, for joining us for the podcast.
Yee, anytime.
And this is Gamersperience. And always we invite you to have your own Gamersperience.